Realms. Dragon Reign Book 9 by Kit Bladegrave. Chapter 1. Forrest. Luce's house creaked and settled around us. It was the dead of night. I should have been sleeping, but every time I closed my eyes, I dreamt of the vision Sabella had shared with us. For the past few days it was all I could think about. All I worried about, despite what Mori said. She said we'd fight to the end, and by the gods we would. But as the days dragged on, and we were no closer to the answers we needed in order to stop Baladon, my anxiety grew as my denial waned. My denial that we might be ending this fight with our deaths after all. I reached across the bed, but Mori wasn't here. The sheet was cold, as if she'd never been there at all, after promising to rest at least for an hour or two. She should have been here sleeping. The damned woman was walking around this house half asleep, because she refused to admit she was different here. That she was changing in ways none of us anticipated. I never imagined what being in the human realm, away from the base of her existence, would do to Mori. Losing her power little by little was what I considered a worst-case scenario. She was tired, and I was pretty sure she was refusing to admit that she was hungry. Not like she ate hardly anything, though I told her she should. Muttering under my breath about stubborn women, I climbed out of bed, padding barefoot through the room and into the hall. Everyone else was sleeping, like normal mortals, but not Mori. I expected to find her at the dining table, staring intently at that damned cracked orb again, but the room was empty. So were the kitchen and the rest of the house. My pulse raced as panic had me running back through the house, fearing we didn't have as much time as we all assumed, and Baladon was already here. As soon as I was in the backyard, I slid to a stop in the wet grass, growling in annoyance. Mori was in the greenhouse, her back toward the house. I started to go to her, but then she shook out her hair, and I watched as more stars tumbled down to the floor at her feet. They'd been appearing every now and then, as if her power was trying to recharge, but each time they fell out just as fast as they appeared. Soon, I had a feeling there would be no more stars at all. I hadn't seen them in her eyes since the night we arrived. Her shoulders hunched, and she laid her hands on the table before her. I thought of giving her some time to herself, but instinct dragged me into the greenhouse. The door creaked as I opened it. She turned around. "Forrest? What are you doing awake at this hour?" "I should be asking you the same question," I said, taking in the bags under her eyes, worse than before I went to sleep. She had stress lines on her face and she was pale, not her usual pale but a sickly pale. "Come back inside with me. Sleep. Please." "Gods don't sleep, I've told you this," she argued as I went to her. "And I would leave it alone if you did not look ready to fall over on your face, love. You need to rest at least. I have work to do out here. And the work will still be here in a few hours." I held her hands and then pulled her into an embrace. She rested her cheek against my bare chest and I felt her relax with me. "You are not in the realms anymore. You've left your world behind and you have to accept it. You're changing." She sighed heavily, and I waited for her to finally give in and agree with me, but instead, she planted a kiss on my cheek, then slipped from my arms. "I need to keep working. Go back to bed." "No, if you're up, I'm up." I crossed my arms, resting my hip against the counter. "Fine, suit yourself." She turned back to the row of herbs in front of her. I was no herbalist and certainly no witch, so they meant nothing to me, but she whispered under her breath as she plucked small blue flowers and dropped them in a mortar close by. Then she picked some green stems from another plant and dropped them in next. "What are you doing?" I asked, enjoying how delicately her hands moved as she worked. "Searching for a way to fix the orb," she said quietly, studying another plant through narrowed eyes. "Nothing seems to be working yet, but Lucy has quite the collection of plants here, some I have not seen in many years." I thought of Lucy, and a pang of sadness had me rubbing my chest. "You think you can mend it with plants?" I was skeptical, and not really in the mood to discuss Lucy, and how devastated we all were at her loss. "Kate the most. There is magic in this realm, you just have to know where to look for it. And yes, I might be able to fix it with plants, if I find the right combination, she added, sounding aggravated. She plucked and picked for another few minutes, then picked up the pestle, added something that came out like green sludge from a vial, then started mashing it all together. The smell was intense, and I fought back a gag as she smirked at me, pounding away. "You can always leave," she reminded me as I covered my face with my hand, trying not to breathe. "Not leaving unless you're coming with me." She shook her head and turned the mortar as she kept mashing. Her smirk fell, and she reached for another vial, this one with a clear liquid in it that was smoking. She let 3 drops fall into the mortar, and I heard her suck in a breath. I waited with her, unsure of what she was expecting to happen. There was a bright flash of light and puff of smoke, but as she waved it away, we both leaned over the mortar and stared into what was now in the bowl. "Damn it," she yelled, slamming her fist down on the table. "Not what you were hoping for?" I asked, my nostrils flaring at the disgusting stench wafting through the greenhouse. She picked up the mortar and walked outside to dump it out. When she returned, she was muttering under her breath and was right back at it. "Maury. Will you stop for 5 seconds and look at me?" "I have to make this work," she insisted, still not stopping. "There's a way." "I know there is. And we'll find it after you've slept." "I told you I don't sleep. If all you're going to do is stand there and pester me, just go away," she said with a definite angry tone. "I have to do this." "Why?" "Because I do. Now leave me alone." "No." Her eyes narrowed. "You're not mad at me, so don't even try to pretend you are. What's this about, truly? Talk to me. Why are you punishing yourself like this?" She sagged against the table. "Because I have to do something." "We're all trying to do something to fight against Baladon," I reminded her. "No, you don't get it. I have no real power here, no magic. For God's sakes, I'm using herbs to try to come up with something, anything to get that orb to work," she rambled as her voice got louder. "And Lucy died, Grayson probably too. And Hank and Danielle. Truly, we have no idea if any of them survived. It's eating them alive, I know it is, and it's killing me that I couldn't save them." I wrapped my arms around her and drew her back against me. "None of us could, you know that's the truth. We had to leave if the realms and everyone in them would have any hope of surviving." "But I don't know how to fix the orb," she admitted. "Or kill Baladon." "No one ever said you did. We'll find a way." "How can you be so positive about all this? After everything you've lost, how?" "You've lost those you care for too. Your family," I said softly as she spun around to face me. "And I'm merely doing what you told me to do. Hold on to hope that we'll make it through this. One way or another, the war against the darkness will come to an end." She glanced over her shoulder at the table scattered with herbs, and blew out an aggravated breath. "All right, I give in. About getting some rest tonight, but," she said, poking me in the chest, "that does not mean I'm ready to admit I need actual sleep. Or food. I'm not mortal." I stopped myself short from saying not yet, and took the small victory. Sooner or later, she'd have to admit she was no longer the powerful goddess who crossed over into the human realm. I took her hand, and together, we left the greenhouse, and headed back upstairs to the bedroom we'd taken over. I paused when we passed Craig and Kate's door, sensing the sorrow pouring out of her. She missed Lucy, we all did. But for Kate it was different, the witch was like her mother. I sent soothing thoughts her way, hoping they would help ease her back to sleep. In the silence of the house, I heard Craig whispering to her too. She'd been leaving her room, but each day was a visible struggle for her to not fall apart. Not that I could blame her. We were in Lucy's home, and she was surrounded by memories everywhere she looked. Maury and I entered our room. She tumbled into bed and I followed her, lying down, so we faced each other. I waited for her to pass out and get a few hours' rest at least, but those brown eyes seemed wide awake. "What if we can't make this work because we haven't fulfilled the prophecy Sabella spoke of?" she whispered in the darkness. I frowned and shut my eyes. "Go to sleep. We'll talk about it in the morning. No, we need to talk about it now. There's nothing to talk about, I growled and rolled over. Sleep, Maury? Oh no, you don't get to just roll over and pretend like you're not avoiding the situation. She tried to roll me back over. But I was twice her size and barely budged. I smirked as she cursed and finally gave up, only to hop over me and land right on the edge of the bed. She nearly fell off, so I reached out to catch her, and she grinned in triumph. You know exactly what I'm talking about. What if that's the key? I shut my eyes and shook my head. I'm not talking about this with you again. You don't have a choice. We have to talk about it, eventually. Yes, eventually, when there's no other option remaining. Sleep, Maury, I whispered and kissed her softly. You need it. You're not getting out of this talk, she warned, even as she yawned and snuggled closer. Is that so? Damn straight stubborn-ass dragon, she mumbled. I waited for a few beats as her breathing evened out, and then she snored softly. I cracked open an eye and smiled when I saw she was sound asleep. But my smile didn't last long. She was right to believe she should not need sleep. It wasn't that I wanted to be right, telling her she was turning mortal. The notion worried me about what would happen to her, if and when we returned to the realms. Would her power come back to her? Or would she become mortal forever? My mind drifted, and eventually, I gave in and fell asleep too, holding her close to me until dawn broke over the house. Chapter 2. Forrest. I expected to wake and find Maury conked out beside me still, but I was alone in bed. I growled as I got up and tugged on a fresh shirt and black cargo pants, then stalked down the hall to the bathroom. Downstairs, Kate and Sabella laughing about something. But not Maury. Her voice was absent. When I exited the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face to try and wash away the grogginess, along with my annoyance, I stopped at the top of the steps. Maury, she was down there with them, I heard her voice this time. But not Tristan or Craig. Sounds like a party, Craig grumbled behind me, yawning with a grunt. Usually is with those three, I muttered. Don't like it. You know what they're talking about, Craig stated. You might as well just get it over with. Not happening. It's going to have to happen, eventually. He gave me a nudge. I don't understand why you're waiting. I ground my teeth but said nothing. We haven't decided yet what our official plan is, I said, changing the topic. I also ignored his eye roll. We should do that today. Steps sounded behind us. Tristan was running his hands through messy hair. Think I came up with a plan last night. I mean, Sabella and I did. And? I asked. And we'll talk about it with everyone. Did this plan come with a vision? Craig asked hopefully as we made our way downstairs. Preferably one that tells us how we're going to kill Baladon and end this war? Tristan's eyes flared yellow as we reached the bottom. I tensed. No, and that's another thing we'll have to discuss. Might as well go join them and see what they're chatting about so damned early. Don't lie, we all know. Craig winked at me. One of these days you're going to get sucker punched, I promised him. Just wait for it. I can take you on any day, Dragon Boy. Who's taking on who now? Kate asked, poking her head out of the kitchen and eyeing Craig and me. No fighting in the house, Mama's rule, remember? She was smiling when she said it, but her eyes were filled with pain. No one said we're fighting, I corrected, kissing her cheek as I passed her. But your demon over there is asking for an ass whipping. She raised a brow. What did he do now? Craig hugged and kissed her. Not a damn thing. So, what are you ladies all so excited about this early? I glanced at Maury, who was beaming at me. That smile meant she was up to something, and my gut said whatever it was, I was going to hate it. Fury rose deep within me. Smoke trailed out of my nose. I went to stand beside her, kissing the top of her head as she wrapped her arm around my waist. What time did you wake up this morning? I asked her. Oh, not long before you, she said, but her shoulders stiffened with the obvious falsehood. You're a terrible liar. I didn't need much rest is all, she told me, failing to keep her voice light and carefree. Kate shot her a look across the island, telling me exactly what I needed to know. You were back out in the greenhouse, weren't you? She shrugged. Until I can fix the orb, that's probably where I'm going to be. We had to drag her out of there to come inside and eat some breakfast, Kate confessed. Maury crossed her arms with a huff. Kate gave her a look. What? He's right, Maury, and you know it. Now is not the time to be prideful. No, Tristan agreed with a growl that quieted the rest of us down. No, it most certainly is not. Sabella took his hand, but didn't meet the rest of our gazes as she started talking. I guess we'll get the bad news out of the way first. I thought you said you had no new visions. Craig asked. I haven't, and that's the bad news, she muttered. I haven't had a single vision since we came here. Nothing. Not a blip. It's like whatever was giving me that power, it's just gone. Maury shifted on her feet. Before I could tell her that it appeared she wasn't the one being affected by her lost connection to the realms, Kate and Craig started whispering heatedly back and forth. Then he told her just to tell us. Tell us what? I glanced from her to him, waiting for one of them to speak. Kate. She frowned as she stepped back from the island and held out her left arm. She brought it up, then down as she always did to make the Vindicar shield appear. Except this time nothing happened. She tried it once more and still nothing. I noticed it 2 days ago. And I'm losing my starlight, Maury whispered, shaking her head. He's killed us by forcing us to run here. We're powerless. That's not true, I said firmly. You said yourself there's magic here. We just have to find it. Yes, but having a seer, the Vindicar, and a goddess on your side sounds much better than maybe being able to find magic within herbs and other potions. She ran her fingers through her hair madly. And you? Can you even shift any more? Any of you? Haven't exactly tried, I said tightly. We're surrounded by humans. Tristan, Craig and I all shrugged, then watched as Craig, the demon amongst us, and the one for whom it was easiest to shift, attempted to change form. He breathed deeply, and his face scrunched, but after a few moments he gave up with a snarl. Tristan and I hurried out to the backyard, and at the same time, where we both sought out our other forms. No, I whispered in disbelief. How is this possible? I held my hands out in front of me, not willing to believe that I was still in human form. My dragon was silent inside my head, almost like I'd never been one to begin with. I sucked in a lungful of air and let it out, happy to at least see my fire hadn't gone, but wondered if it might only be a matter of time. A part of my soul felt like it had slipped away. I turned around slowly. Maury was watching us from the doorway. I'd been here before and was able to shift whenever the need arose. What changed? Baladon, she said. His darkness is destroying the realms and the power they hold. It's no longer strong enough to reach across the boundaries to get to us here in this world. So we're nothing now. Kate snapped. Great, that's great. What happens when he attacks us? He'll kill us in seconds. Only if we're not prepared, Craig told her. It is possible. Kate gave him a doubtful look. How? We have no orb, no way to repair it, and no way to kill Baladon yet. If he were to attack today, what would happen? No one said a word. The hope I'd been holding on to all this time disappeared with Kate's outburst. How could any of us stop a god the way we were? Lucy had been the witch and Grayson the sorcerer. With them here, we might have stood a chance, found the magic we needed, but until we were returned to the realms, we were defenseless. And our peoples, what was happening to them while Baladon roamed free through the lands, draining the magic from them? Were they dying? Was he capturing them one by one? I made my hands into fists, anything to keep myself from losing what little control I felt I still had over my emotions. You mentioned a plan, I said, looking at Tristan. What is it? He led us into the kitchen, and once we'd gathered around the island again, he began. We are not the only ones from the realms here in the human world. I say we track them down and find them. Tell them we need their help. Some of them might not even realize yet that their homes have been taken over. But won't they be as powerless as we are? I asked, skeptical. Yes, but there's a chance someone out there knows more about magic and the gods than we do, he suggested. The coven, Kate said excitedly. I can contact them. They're here. She smacked herself in the head and took off, out of the kitchen. I can't believe I didn't think of them yet, she yelled and thundered upstairs. I can't believe we didn't either, I muttered. Craig nodded. How do we find these others? The old-fashioned way, I guess, Tristan suggested. Maury suddenly grabbed my arm, grinning. Or we send them a message. All of them at once? How? She glanced toward the ceiling. Stars, of course. No, I growled, and she rolled her eyes. You finally admitted it yourself. You're losing your starlight. If you use that much of it to send a message, who's to say you'll keep any of it? That is not your decision to make. Oh, so I don't get a say if the woman I love is going to essentially destroy herself. She stood toe-to-toe with me as she shot back, not when you're a stubborn-ass dragon who won't agree to marry me. I clenched my jaw but said nothing. Craig whistled in the sudden silence that fell over the kitchen. Tristan smirked until Sabella whispered something to him, and he stopped, glancing away. I took Maury's hand and dragged her from the kitchen out into the living room, so we had some privacy. What do you want from me, huh? I demanded. What? I want you to marry me and get it over with, but you can't seem to do that. You know why. I've told you again and again why I won't, not until we have no other plan. We don't, if you haven't noticed, she yelled back even as I tried to get her to keep her voice down. No. They all know what's going on, they're not idiots, and they all agree with me. Of course they do. Forrest, just please listen to me. I know what I'm facing. We all do, and no matter how long you hold out, the ending won't change. Why are you so eager to die? I growled. Why? I'm not, but I will not stand by and do nothing. And you think I am? Yes, she shouted, and I flinched back from the force of that one word. Yes, I do. You're letting your fear of losing me blind you to the truth. This is our destiny, and you have to accept it. My hands curled into fists and I backed toward the hall. No, I don't. Forrest, she said, reaching for me, but I shook my head, backing away further. Fine, but I'm sending that message to the others using the stars tonight. You can either be there to help me or choose not to. My heart thundered in my chest as I turned and stormed out the front door. I had to get away from her, get away from all of them. I was so torn up inside over what I needed to do and what my instincts told me not to do. The second we bound ourselves to one another, game over. It wasn't just the prophecy that had me worried, in all honesty. Baladon knew the same information we did, and the longer I held off, or so I hoped, the less chance he would seek to attack us anytime soon. We were a threat, but not a dire one. I walked for hours, wandering aimlessly through the small town I first met Kate, when she'd slammed into me on her way to save Craig. My steps slowed as I realized I stood on exactly the same street corner. All the memories came rushing back to me of that day. The fight in Luce's home that sent us to the burnt world, and set us on this path to begin with. Who knew it would lead to an all-out war against the god of darkness in order to save the realms? I just started walking again when something rustled in the alley to my right. I paused, turning just enough to peer into the shadows. The sound came again, and I was considering investigating when a cat rushed out of the darkness and darted across my path. I growled at it in annoyance but moved on. Eventually, I had to get back to the house and face Maury. If our not being together was what kept Baladon from destroying us for a few more days, I'd take her anger. That I could survive. Her death that would rip me to pieces.
Chapter 3. Maury. I'm going to kill that bloody dragon, I snapped, marching back into the kitchen as the front door slammed shut behind Forrest. Why is he doing this to me? Why? Sabella looked at Tristan. Love makes people do funny things. Frustrating things you mean, I corrected. That too. Tristan would hardly let me do anything when we met. Thought I was too fragile to handle myself. He laughed with a growl as his brow shot up. And was I wrong? Sometimes, yeah, but I'll admit I got in over my head once or twice. Once or twice. Right, we'll just go with that. He kissed the top of her head, then glanced my way. He's trying to protect you. It's an instinct thing, trust me. I go through the same issues every damn day. Sabella puts her life at risk. I think we should start a club, Craig added. The Stressed Out Beyond Belief Husband Club. Tristan lifted his coffee mug in agreement. Sabella and I frowned at them. I looked back toward the front door, but Forrest probably wouldn't come back until he had a chance to cool off. Tapping my fingers anxiously on the countertop, I knew I needed to figure out how exactly I was going to send this message via the stars. I could feel my power dwindling, but there was enough remaining for what I had to do, but what to say? That was the better question. I said I could do it without Forrest, but that was a lie. With him here, I felt stronger. The stars in my hair and eyes always appeared in his presence, even if just briefly. I needed him to see that the two of us, bound, would aid us in this fight. What are you thinking? Sabella asked. Huh. Nothing, why? I know that look because it's the same one I get when I'm planning something Tristan won't like. Or so he says. Come on, spill. What are you plotting? Just wondering how much Forrest would hate me if I tricked him into marrying me. Craig and Tristan shook their heads, but Sabella started grinning. No, both guys said. Sabella's smile turned into laughter, and she clapped her hands. You can't do that to him. He'll be pissed for one, Tristan said. And two, that's just wrong, Craig finished the thought for him. So is his denial that this is what needs to happen, I pointed out. We found each other, we're meant to be together. We knew it centuries ago when he was Malcolm. I'd have thought he'd want to get married since now we finally can. Or you can't, Tristan growled. Do you have any idea what that'll do to him? But the prophecy will be fulfilled, and I guarantee that's the only thing holding us back right now. It has to be. If we're wed, then it completes the circle, and then we stand a chance. Craig held up his hands and headed for the door. If you plan this, it's all on you. Same, Tristan muttered. I'll have no part in driving that dragon to do something he's not ready to embrace yet. He stalked out of the kitchen after Craig. But you two have, I pointed out hotly. Why can't he? They stopped and turned back around, glaring at me. To be fair, Craig stated, I wed Kate before this prophecy came into being. We had no idea what we were a part of. And Tristan. He looked past me to Sabella. I wed her because I could no longer deny how much I loved her. And we were going to rescue the gods. If we were going to die, I wanted her to know what was in my heart. Then what's so wrong with me wanting Forrest to do the same? He has his reasons for waiting, Craig told me. That dragon does not do anything lightly or without thinking it through. Trust him, Maury. And talk to him. There's a reason he's waiting, and I bet it's not what you think. Then they were gone, and it was just Sabella and me in the kitchen. I was ready to pull my hair out from lack of progress with the orb, not knowing if the gods still lived or not. Not knowing when Baladon was going to attack. With Forrest not listening to me. Though I guess to be fair, I had been a bit pushy with him since we arrived in the mortal realm. But how could I not be? The time to find a solution to our problems was limited. What do you think I should do? I asked Sabella. Well, I understand where they're coming from, but I grew annoyed when Tristan took so damn long to finally accept that we were meant to be together. She shrugged. I didn't go quite so far as to trick him into marrying me, but if that's what the prophecy requires, I say you at least try it. And if I fail and he hates me for it? Guess that's the risk you'll have to take. Are you sure you can do the message in the stars tonight? I have to. I leaned back and peered out the doorway. Where's Kate? Good question. We just started for the door when Kate came rushing downstairs, nearly running into both of us. I leaned against the wall, taking in her excited demeanor. "Good news, I take it?" She smiled. "Abby, the oldest witch in Lucis Coven, she's going to gather them all together and bring them here to help us. Many died during the first fight with Cassius, but after I told her what happened in the realms, she said they would be here within a few days." "And their power?" I asked. "Since they haven't been officially linked to the realms for hundreds of years, their magic is still intact. Tristan was right, this might be our best option. What did I miss down here?" She glanced between the two of us. "Oh, you know. Maury and Forrest getting in a fight." I pursed my lips but looked at the front door again. He stormed out. "He'll be back, just give him time." "But we don't have time." "We haven't had time since Baladon escaped his damned cell," I ranted, then sucked in a deep breath and hung my head. "Sorry, I think I'm going to get some air, too." Kate stopped me with a hand on my shoulder. "He loves you, Maury." "I know, that's why I don't understand why." If Craig had known about this vision, I have no doubt in my mind, he would have fought tooth and nail not to wed me too. He was pissed the day he found out about it. As much as he puts on a brave face, he holds me close every night as if it'll be our last together. She nibbled her bottom lip, as though she seemed to be debating what to say next. "We'd all be lying if we said we weren't scared of what's to come. Forrest, he's already lost so much in his life. He doesn't want to accept that he might lose you too." I heard her words and understood them, but it changed nothing. Did I want to die? No, I did not. I wanted to be with Forrest forever, but the weight of saving the realms had fallen on my shoulders, and I would do whatever necessary to save them. I told them I'd be outside if they needed me, and walked out onto the front porch. The town bustled around us, no one realizing how close they were to danger. I longed for a day when I didn't have to look over my shoulder, and fear if I'd make it another day. Hearing Kate say we were all scared, chipped away more of the hard exterior I'd managed to put up since being sent from the realms. Forrest assumed I wanted to die, but that was far from the case. But now was not a time to be selfish and think of our happiness. I loved him, more than anything in all the realms. He had to know that. What he thought might happen scared me, but unless Sabella suddenly had another vision that showed us a different course, this was our path. I stayed on the porch in a chair all alone, ignoring the pangs of hunger I felt, for they were so new to me. I wanted to deny them. And I wanted to deny the call of the bed upstairs. I was exhausted, not that I'd been successful at hiding it. Not that I could hide anything from Forrest. My stomach growled again, and I cursed it quietly, wrapping an arm around my middle. "You don't need food," I whispered to myself. "You are a goddess and immortal. You are starlight and life itself. You are not mortal." But my stomach growled once more in protest, and I pulled my knees to my chest, watching the sidewalk for any sign of Forrest returning. The sun moved across the sky, the sun we'd all missed in the realms. I moved from the chair to the steps and sat in its direct path. It warmed my face and I closed my eyes, letting it wash over me. I felt him before I saw him. Felt his eyes watching me closely, as if he sat right beside me holding my hand. I smiled without even having to think about it, hearing his boots as he walked up the stone path toward the front porch steps. "Did you have a good walk?" I asked, keeping my eyes closed. "I did," Forrest replied in that deep growling voice I'd come to love. Had to clear my head. Get a few things straight. I heard him walk up the steps, and then his arm rested beside mine as he sat down. And I've decided I will be here to aid you in sending the message. However you need me." I opened my eyes. "Thank you." He reached for my hand and held it. "I'll always be here when you need me, Maury," he promised, leaning in and cupping my cheek with his other hand. He frowned, and I wasn't sure what else he meant to say because he kissed me instead, drawing me onto his lap right there on the front porch, not caring if the whole world saw us or not. "Always." "I know," I whispered, not certain what else to say. I wanted to ask him again what his reasoning was for not marrying me, but didn't want to ruin the moment. Once the sun was down, I would have to make ready to send my message and hope the others received it in time to help us. With the coven coming, I had more hope. A little more hope. I doubted any of them knew how to repair the orb, or how to kill Baladon. Killing a god took another god, but this was different. Baladon was more powerful than one god now. He'd been able to turn the minds of the gods he drew strength from, an event I'd never witnessed before. If I tried to flat out kill him, there wasn't a chance I'd do anything more than hurt him. Even Sabella's attack had merely wounded him for a few days. No matter. One step at a time, that was what I told myself. Tonight, I'd send the message and put my other plan into motion at the same time. I had a few more details to work out, but if it worked, I silently prayed Forrest wouldn't hate me forever for it. Chapter 4. Maury. Night had finally fallen, and I stood out in the garden with Forrest by my side. The rest of the group was a few paces behind us. The cord I'd already blessed was tucked out of sight in my pocket. A bowl with gleaming white liquid waited at my feet. It was nearly all the starlight I had within me. I left just enough magic in my body to direct the message toward the heavens and signal all others within the human world that we were here, and we needed their help. "What do you need me to do?" Forrest asked quietly. "Take my hand, and no matter what happens, do not let go," I instructed. I waited for him to call me out, say I was hiding something, but to my surprise, he took my right hand in his. A rush of washed over me, and the light in the bowl glowed brighter. I hoped before this was over that he would see how much stronger we were together, and it would convince him of the truth. And that I wouldn't have to go through with the second half of my plan. I glanced at his face. His brow was wrinkled with worry, and he started to pull his hand away. Then he stopped and kept holding my hand. I wondered if he could sense what I was about to do. I waited for a few more beats, then focused on the task. Holding out my left hand over the starlight in the bowl, one tilted my head back and closed my eyes. I didn't have to look in order to feel the starlight glowing even brighter, as I called to it with whatever little magic I had in me. Forrest muttered a curse. I opened my eyes. My skin was glowing once again, and stars fell from my hair. I locked gazes with him, and could see in the reflection of his that my eyes were filled with stars once again. It would most likely be the last time I ever saw myself like this. My chest ached at the thought of it. Too late to turn back now. Lifting my left hand, I looked to the heavens and the stars above. As the starlight rose out of the bowl, one felt the cord in my pocket move, ready and waiting for my command. I strained to keep the magic going. Forrest's grip on my hand tightened. I gasped at the sudden influx of power as the light soared upward over the greenhouse and into the sky. Behind me, the others gasped at the sight, but my magic waned as sweat beaded my brow. "Is that it?" Forrest asked, watching the starlight I added to the heavens, spelling out the message we hoped all would see. "What if they don't look?" "It will call to them," I explained, sucking in deep breaths of air. "They'll see it." I used the tiny bit of magic left in me, and felt the cord wind its way up my hand and then around Forrest's, holding us together. It wasn't until the cord constricted that his gaze shot down, and he tried to yank his hand free. "What are you doing?" he demanded, but the cord held us tighter, fueled by my magic. "What needs to be done?" "No, I won't let you do this, not now." He tried to tear his hand free again, but he couldn't. "Maury, you don't understand. I know you're trying to keep me alive, but I can't keep waiting to fulfill my destiny." "And what about everyone else, huh? Are you even thinking of them?" he snarled, smoke trailing out of his nose. "What do you mean?" "Of course I am." "Bullshit." He lifted our hands and shot a flame out of his mouth, burning the cord and unleashing our hands. The charred bits fell to the ground between us. I heard whispering behind us, then the door closed with a click, leaving me alone with Forrest in the garden. He was pissed, and before I could even open my mouth to say anything, he held up his hand. "Just save it, all right? You simply don't listen." He stalked away from me, then back again, as the rest of my light faded into the night, leaving me looking like a completely ordinary person. Forrest, I was not even sure what to say. I was doing what had to be done. Why couldn't he see that? You realize the second we become one, we won't be the only one who knows. What are you talking about? Why do you think Baladon hasn't attacked us yet? Why? Give me one reason. It sure as hell isn't because we could hurt him if he did come here. I shook my head. He should be attacking now. I wondered why he hadn't yet. Or he's not worried about us right now because we're not together. For all we know, he's not going to feel the need to come after us until we give him reason to. You said it yourself, there's plenty of power for him to absorb in the realms, he ranted. He's not going to risk showing us his hand until he has no other choice but to come after us, to stop us. He knows all about this prophecy and our plan. My mouth fell open as I took in all he said. He was right, damn he was right. I'd nearly kickstarted Baladon's plan to come after us. But the longer we waited, the longer we kept him blind to what we were doing. If I'd finished the ceremony tonight, who was to say he wouldn't attack within hours? There'd have been no time for us to gather an army in this realm and have a chance at fighting back. I gulped as I realized I nearly got us all killed. I'm sorry, I whispered, horrified at what my quick thinking had nearly done. I didn't. I'm sorry. Gods, I'm sorry. I sank to the ground, holding my face in my hands as reality slammed into me. And here I thought my worst mistakes were behind me. I'd become so desperate, I hadn't stopped to think what might happen once we did finally fulfill the prophecy. We would be stronger, and granted it might repair the orb, but what then? We went back to the realms and faced down Baladon? Just us? And no way to kill him. I wasn't sure what I expected Forrest to do, but he sat down on the ground behind me and pulled me into his arms as if I weighed nothing. His chin rested on my head as his arms enveloped me. I tried to tell you, he whispered, but you are more stubborn than I am, I think. I never used to be. I wiped my eyes as I curled closer to his chest. I want so badly for this all to be over. I'm tired of fighting. Tired of being haunted by that bastard every time the sun sets or I close my eyes. We'll get there, I swear to you we will, but we have to be careful. You do think of everything, don't you? He sat, frowning. Who said that about me? Craig and Kate. You don't do anything without reason. I should have trusted you. I'm sorry. He lowered his mouth to mine, hugging me even closer until I burst out laughing, and he joined me. I forgive you, but no more trying to trick me into marrying you. Deal? Deal. Good, then let's get you inside and grab some dinner. I was going to argue and say I wasn't hungry, but then my stomach growled, and he glanced down at it with an amused look. I scowled at him. All right, you win. I'm hungry. Let's go grab some food. I'm sure they'd like to see that we haven't killed each other, too. Never. He helped me to my feet, and together we checked the sky for my message. You're right. About the need to look up. I feel it and see the message. With any luck, anyone in this realm will come, and we can prepare for this final battle. His arm tightened around my waist and I leaned into him, willing myself to stay strong for a while longer. If not getting married to Forrest would give us the time we needed, then I could wait as long as it took, until we were sure we could defeat Baladon.
Chapter 5. Forrest. Abby and the coven arrived right when they said they would, bright and early. I was awoken by Maury shaking my shoulder and mumbling something about a bunch of women laughing and chatting loudly downstairs. Witches, I said with a yawn. They can be quite loud when they're all together. I can hear. I waited for her to climb out of bed, but instead, she snuggled deeper under the covers, holding on to me firmly. I chuckled, trying to get her to let go, but she shook her head, not budging. We have to go down there eventually. Eventually, being the key word. Still sleepy. I brushed my fingers down her cheek, tucking her hair behind her ear. "Can I ask you something?" "Always," she replied, not opening her eyes. There were no wrinkles on her face anywhere, no sign that she'd been alive for a few thousand years. Eventually, though, if we survived the war, I'd grow old, and she would remain exactly the same. I hated to admit it, but some voice in the far back of my mind wanted her to remain as she was now, mortal, with just a hint of starlight. It was selfishness or jealousy, I couldn't decide which. "Forrest? What's bothering you?" Her dark brown eyes studied me from the nest of my arms and the blanket. She reached up and held my cheek softly. "Just wondering what would happen if you actually became mortal," I whispered. She said nothing for a long while, and I worried I'd upset her by bringing it up, but then she smiled and kissed me. "I think I'd be okay with it, as long as I had you to teach me how to be mortal. We both know I'm not very good at it yet. The whole eating and sleeping thing is a bit strange." "And aging?" I asked with a smile, tapping near her eye. "You'll get wrinkles." Her eyes narrowed. "Not before you." "Oh, you think so, huh?" "Everyone knows it's the man who winds up aging faster because the woman drives him insane," she stated with a matter-of-fact tone, though she grinned. "With you, I have no doubt." I tugged the blanket up over our heads and tickled her, until she was squealing with laughter and begging for mercy. I wasn't about to give her any, when a loud banging started at our door, and I poked my head out. "What?" "The entire house can hear you," Kate replied, sounding like she was laughing. "Get your butts out of bed and downstairs. Breakfast is ready, and Abby wants to talk to us all." "We'll be right down," Maury told her, and I sighed, flopping back on the bed. "Come on." "You were the one who didn't want to get out of bed first," I grumbled. She shrugged, drawing her now shorter hair back into a loose braid that she flung over her shoulder. Several stars flickered against the dark locks, then they fell to the floor around her feet. She stared down at them, puffing her cheeks out as she watched them fade out. "We'll get it back," I promised her. "It's not the end of the world if we don't. Just strange is all." She shook out her hands, and starlight flickered at her fingertips but went out just as quickly as it appeared. After another try, she gave up and said she'd meet me downstairs. I stretched as I climbed out of bed and peeked out the window, checking the street. It was packed with cars, and I grinned, thinking of the first time we met the coven here, and how many witches there had been then. How they'd looked at us all when we'd told them our story. They'd been the first ones to believe we weren't crazy. The first to help us. And now it seemed they would be here to help us again. Only this time, the enemy was not so easily defeated. Once I was cleaned up and presentable enough, I headed downstairs and was immediately pulled into the strong arms of an old witch. "So good to see you're still alive," Abby exclaimed as I hugged her back. "I just wish we had better news," I replied sadly. She nodded solemnly. "Lucy, yes, we were going to have a small ceremony for her this evening with the rise of the full moon. Every witch needs a proper goodbye, even if she's not physically here for it. Think it'll help Kate?" "It will at that." She patted my hand, her eyes on the rest of the witches walking around the house and even more, coming in through the doors. "Did you meet Maury yet?" I asked, needing to talk about something other than the obvious absence of Lucy. "That I have, and I have already congratulated her on a job well done." "With the message, my dear boy. We saw it. I dare say others have too." I was about to tell her the coven was the first to arrive, but she pointed toward the front door, bustling away. Calling after Kate, she disappeared into the kitchen. I turned around, ready to greet whoever had heard our call, the first to come to our aid, but the man who walked through the door lodged the words in my throat and I went completely numb. 3 men stood in the foyer, talking quietly to each other, until the man in front shifted his gaze to mine. "Forrest? Tristan and Craig want to talk to you. What's wrong?" Maury asked, coming up beside me. "You're so pale." "Forrest?" She waved her hand in front of my eyes and broke the trance. "Sorry, hold on a second," I mumbled and felt like I was walking through sludge to reach the man with eyes that exactly matched another dragon. One I'd missed since the day I watched him killed. When I was an arm's length away, I swallowed hard and told myself that though this was not Caden, my father, this dragon was more than a welcome sight. "Hello, uncle." I held out my arm. He stared at it intently, then shoved it aside and yanked me into an embrace. "Nephew. Gods, it's good to see you alive." "You as well," I exclaimed, squeezing him. "Everyone assumed you dead. For years now you've been thought to be dead." I needed my solace, but I feel that may have been a mistake after all that's happened. "No. Father understood why you left. He spoke of you often, how much he missed his older brother, but he told me time and again, the crown never suited you." Keanu chuckled deeply, sounding just like Caden. "I had no idea you were coming here." Sounded like a good plan at the time. He rested his hands on my shoulders. "I may not have been there to save my brother, but I will be here to fight by your side, once you share who this enemy is, of course." That is a very long story. Each time I looked at Keanu, I had to remind myself this was not my father come back from the dead they so resembled. In his prime, Keanu was a damned good fighter. He'd led the army and had been in line for the crown, until a tragedy stole away his wife and 2 children. After the loss, he shut himself away, and then one day he was gone. I never heard from him again, but father always told me he had no doubt his brother was alive. I realized now, they'd probably been communicating one way or another. "And who is this beautiful creature?" Keanu asked, smiling as Mori reached us. "This is Mori," I said, and he took her hand, kissing the back of it as she smiled. She's aw." I frowned, unsure of what to say exactly. "I'm the gatekeeper to the gods, a star and his fiancée," she answered for me. Keanu's brow shot up. Still smiling, Mori added, "Yes, I know. How could a dragon like that land someone like me?" She winked. Keanu burst out laughing as I scowled at her. "She's definitely a keeper," he mused. "Don't I know it?" I growled. "Why don't I show you and your men into the dining room? Abby's just finished expanding it," Mori offered. "You didn't bring any more, did you?" Keanu glanced over his shoulder at the 2 dragons with him, man and woman. "Oh, I might have brought a few. You sure that dining room is big enough?" He whistled, and Mori and I watched in wide-eyed amazement as dragon after dragon walked in the front door. Mori managed to point them in the right direction after each one paused to shake my hand. "See you in a few minutes, nephew," Keanu told me as he joined the rest of his dragons. "Did you know?" Mori whispered, still stunned but grinning happily. "Not at all, but I think if this is a sign of anything, we have a damned good chance of forming that army after all." I didn't want to get my hopes up, and I could tell by the look on her face she was thinking the same. But as the morning wore on, and the dragons and witches made themselves at home, chatting and laughing together like old friends, which it turned out Abby and Keanu were, the doorbell rang and Kate rushed to answer it. I heard her talking to someone, then she bellowed Craig's name. He'd been with me and Tristan, helping set up more chairs as Abby and her witches used magic to expand the dining room to accommodate so many. Craig glanced at me curiously, then rushed to the front door. A few seconds later, he laughed out loud, and I had to find out what was going on. I peeked out of the room to find him enveloped in a bear hug by a very large, very broad demon. "Who is that?" Mori asked. "I'm not sure," I told her as the demon finally set Craig on his feet and stepped to the side. "And I'm not sure I care." Damn. Another 20 demons trailed in as Craig and the burly demon strolled toward us, cackling about something or other, both near to tears, they were laughing so hard. "Forrest, Mori, let me introduce you to the demon who taught me everything I knew before he was banished from Boshan for doing so. This is Bear." The demon, horns jagged and curled at the tips, skin darker than mine and covered in white-etched tattoos, grinned wide, flashing fangs. "Bear?" "At your service," he said. I cocked an eyebrow. "You're serious?" "Afraid it is. My other name was not suited for me, so I changed it." "Well, I think it suits you," Kate said as she held out her hand. Bear stared at her outstretched hand, then picked her up in a hug instead. "Nice to see someone finally," snagged Craig. I told him it'd take a badass to win him over. Yeah, alright, why don't you get the rest of your clan settled in, eh? Craig muttered. The rest of them won't fit. How many of you are there? Craig asked, glancing back toward the closed front door. About 100 or so, but I only brought a handful. The others are in a hotel in town. You took that many from Boshan? Craig asked, surprised. How did Father not find out? Who said he didn't? Bear winked. Not like I gave him much of a choice. I took the roughest of us, his best fighters. If he wanted them back, he'd have a fight on his hand. He patted Craig on the shoulder and waved his arm over his head, calling out to Keanu. The two shook hands heartily, and Craig and I were left watching in confused awe. Do you feel like we missed out on a hell of a lot? I asked Craig. Just a bit, he agreed. Here we were back in the realms fighting between dragons and demons, and those two are acting like old buddies. There's going to be a lot of catching up to do at some point. The doorbell rang again, and we both gave each other a look and turned, wondering who else it might be. I went to open the door this time, and couldn't lie that I was disappointed to find one man, just one man by himself, in jeans, a flannel shirt, and sporting a thick beard, looking back at me. Can I help you? I asked politely. Yes, I believe you can, King Forrest, the man said and bowed his head. Herald. Sorcerer. I received the message. This is the meeting place, yes? Sorcerer. He looked nothing like the sorcerers I was used to seeing. It is. How do I know you are what you say you are? I eyed his street clothes suspiciously again. Allow me. He waved his hand over his front, and I caught a glimpse of dark magenta and midnight blue robes, then they vanished out of sight again. Hard to travel in robes and not draw attention. Sorry, had to be certain. Are you alone? He glanced over his shoulder as he said, for the moment. The others will be arriving as soon as they can, but I fear I don't come with good news. Meaning what? I opened the door wider and let him inside, shutting it quickly behind him. Right after we saw your message, we were attacked here in the human world, he explained, keeping his voice low. A creature made of bone and shadow, one I have not seen in a very long time. One of Baladon's minions? That's what it had to be. That is not good news. We destroyed it. The others are covering our tracks, to be certain we weren't followed. Won't matter, I have no doubt Baladon knows where we are already. Baladon? That is the enemy plaguing you. All will be explained. The dining room is through there, those who have already arrived wait inside. You should join them. He walked away, his shoulders tense. I sensed a bit of regret with his decision to answer our summons for help. Mori slipped her hand into mine, and I relaxed to have her close. Problems? Just wondering how many are going to run for the door when we tell them what's occurred in the realms, who is coming. I don't know. This group seems the perfect ones to take into battle with us, she mused. I noticed Bear and Keanu chatting away, then heading to the nearest table and engaging in an arm wrestling match. Yes, maybe you're right. We won't know until we tell them. I walked with her to the dining room that no longer resembled a dining room by any stretch of the imagination. If Abby was able to use magic like this, we had hope for fighting against Baladon. Then I glanced at Keanu, Bear, the rest of the dragons and demons. Could any of them still shift, or were their powers being drained away just like the rest of us? There was no use speculating, and I walked to the front of the room, waiting for everyone to take their seats. The doorbell rang again, and I readied myself the best I could for whoever had just arrived. And to inform everyone that had joined us that what we faced was not just a simple enemy. Yes, this was going to be fun. Chapter 6. Forrest. Wait, I'm sorry, Keanu interrupted. I just reached the point my retelling where everyone in the realms was placed under a sleeping curse. Keanu shook his head. Everyone? You mean everyone in all the realms, they're just asleep? As far as we know, yes, I answered. Everything happened quickly after that. Keanu looked about as great as I felt after delivering such terrible news. And you 6 were sent here by Lucy and Grayson because of the prophecy of this seer? Sabella nodded. That's about it, yeah. We didn't want to leave, but we had no choice. The 6 of us sat in front of the gathered crowd of dragons, witches, demons, herald, and the handful of shifters who'd shown up late. All of us had the same defeated look on our faces, knowing those in the hall were most likely dead. Sacrificed to send us here on a fool's errand that we'd be able to return stronger. Return able to save them all and defeat Baladon. None of that made me feel that their deaths were worth it though, and I pinched the bridge of my nose, willing the throbbing headache that came on an hour ago to disappear. Mori reached out and took my hand. The pain lessened, but remained as a constant reminder of how badly Baladon had hurt us. We'd been unprepared, still were. You think he's going to come here next? Bear asked this time. Makes sense, Mori responded. Once he drains the magic from the realms, he'll be strong enough to break through and essentially open up this world to his devastation. If that happens, the humans will be defenseless, Phoebe, the head of the shifters, spoke up. Which is why we can't let that happen, Mori added. We need to repair the orb and use it to return to the realms and defeat Baladon, but we don't exactly know how to do that yet. And if the 6 of us return alone, our chances do not look good. And you have a way to kill Baladon? Keanu's gaze locked on me. I gulped. He eyed me. Forrest? You react just as Caden used to when he left something out. What haven't you told us yet? I looked to my right where the 5 who were in this mess with me all glanced at each other too. We told them we were important, but we had not said how yet, or exactly why they sent us back. I wasn't sure how to say that there was a chance 3 of our number, if not all 6 of us, were going to be killed, but then Mori spoke up. Sabella had a vision that shows us defeating Baladon, 3 warriors who have risen, 3 who are bound by love, she said and reached out for my hand again. But the vision did not show us killing Baladon, at least not outright and not without great loss. Keanu's eyes narrowed as he looked from her to me. You're saying you're going to what, all die? Is that it? It's possible, but if that's what it takes, we're ready for it, I said firmly. I can't believe I'm hearing this, Keanu muttered. You 6 want to waltz back into the realms and get yourselves killed. Do you even have a plan of attack? Not yet, I admitted, and honestly, we had no way to know if we would even have an army, but look around you, Uncle. Look at everyone gathered here. If you stand with us, we have a chance to do what must be done and finish the war Baladon started. Bear grunted as he pushed himself up from his chair. I have to agree with the dragon. We don't have any other choice, Mori said. And bringing him here, that won't weaken him? No, he's already drained and killed too many of my kind, Mori explained sadly. His powers will only continue to grow the longer we're away from the realms, not putting up a fight to stop him. Keanu rubbed his forehead as he and Bear whispered together quietly. I can't ask my dragons to risk their lives like this, not even to save the realms. I understand, I do, I told him, but Uncle, when was the last time you shifted? A few days ago, why? Try it now, all of you who can shift, try please. I sat back and waited. Keanu held out his hand in front of him, as Bear focused, and another shifter also appeared to be attempting to shift. I counted the seconds as nothing happened, and all 3 of them growled and snarled in confusion. That's what Baladon's doing to us all. He's taking the magic that makes us who we are, stealing it away. If we don't stop him, we will be nothing. We have to do this, we have to destroy him before it's too late. Do you have any sort of plan then? Bear asked. Anything at all? I rose and addressed the entire room of people who'd gathered together. As we said, we have an idea, which I promise we will explain in more detail. When this meeting started, I was nervous, but seeing my uncle looking back at me reminded me of Caden. I felt Caden's spirit then, standing beside me as I breathed deeply to calm myself and resumed. The realms are in danger. We don't know how many are dead, we don't know what havoc Baladon has wreaked since we left, but I will not stand by, while the rest of my clan and those of the shifters, the demons, the elves are left to suffer at his hands. The 6 of us are going back there, with or without you. I leave the choice up to you now. Will you hide away here in the human realm, and wait for him to find the rest of us? Destroy us? Or will you stand and fight? At my final words, Maury, Craig and Kate, Tristan and Sabella all stood as well. The 6 fighters who had risen to stand against the darkness sprouting from the realms. I held my breath, waiting for them to begin to leave, but instead, Keanu bowed his head, then sank to one knee. I will fight beside you, nephew, until whatever end comes for us. The dragons behind him all bowed their heads too. Bear was the next to do so, and the shifters. Abby and the witches all nodded in agreement. Harold tugged at his beard. Always wanted to fight a god, he mused. I am with you as well. Bear rose back to his feet with a boisterous yell that was echoed by all in the room. The walls shook with the noise, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me, followed by immense regret, wondering how many in this room would live to see the end of the war against Baladon. We did not share with them the other vision Sabella had, nor did I inform them that Harold had already been attacked by a bone minion. That news would wait for morning. Tonight, we had more important things to take care of. Like saying goodbye to Lucy. As the noise settled down, Abby lifted her ancient body from her chair and walked to the front of the expanded room. She whispered to Kate. My gut clenched when I saw tears shimmering in her eyes at whatever the old witch told her. The coven must gather in the garden to say farewell to one we've lost, Abby addressed the room. The witch who once owned this house, and died protecting a young girl she'd taken in and made part of the family. Tonight, we will say goodbye to Lucy. Those of you who wish to join us, please proceed outside when the moon is high. The conversation had taken most of the day, and the sun was only now setting. The ceremony would be in a few hours, and I had much I wanted to speak to Keanu about. And from the look he was giving me, I was not going to get very far without answering some of his questions. Go, Maury told me as she kissed my cheek. I'm going to see about getting the rest of the house expanded, so everyone has a place. I thought the house had been full when the whole coven came the first time. Now, I wasn't sure the witches had enough magic in them to make room for all to stay, but that was not really my concern at the moment. Forrest, you look as though you've been punched in the gut, Keanu said when I reached him. This journey has been far from easy, I muttered. How about some ale? From that look on your face, what you're about to tell me requires something stronger than ale. Come, let us find a quiet place to catch up. And I would love to hear all about how you met this beautiful goddess of yours. By the time the moon was high overhead, the backyard was filled from one end to the other, all gathered around the garden where Abby had constructed a small altar with a pyre beyond it, ready to be lit. Kate stood near the front with Craig by her side. I was going to stay back in the crowd with Maury, but she urged me to go stand up there with her. She needs you both right now, she whispered. And you were close to Lucy too. I walked through the gathered crowd, and when I reached Kate's other side, she immediately reached out for my hand. Craig nodded at me over her head, his jaw clenched. I held Kate's hand firmly in my grip and waited for Abby to begin. Lucy was a kind-hearted woman, but she was strong, so strong. She cared for those in her life with a fierce love, Abby said passionately. She took in those with no one, raised them as her own. And when the need arose, she turned into a true warrior of the light. She fought and died so that these proud warriors would have a chance to defeat the darkness once and for all. Lucy, may your spirit find peace amongst our sisters. She placed her hand on her forehead. Then she snapped her fingers, lighting the pyre. Tears streamed down Kate's cheeks, and as the fire grew, she turned to Craig, clinging to his shoulders. The 3 of us stood in that embrace as the fire burned, cinders and ash rising up into the night sky. I felt wetness on my cheeks too, but it wasn't just for Lucy. It was for all those left behind and lost. And for all those who were still destined to fall. I glanced behind me. Maury stood beside Sabella and Tristan. How many more of us would die? How many did we have to lose before this was all over?
Chapter 7. Maury. After the first day of everyone's arrival, Luce's home was turned into what I could only call a fortress. The setting but it was underscored with the knowledge that at any moment, Baladon might attack. Weapons were brought in by some, while the witches and Harold went to work concocting potions to be used in defense against the darkness that detonated or melted anything they touched. After Forrest shared the update that Harold had already been attacked, guards were set up around the perimeter of the now magically expanded house. Though any human walking by would be oblivious to what went on behind these walls. I continued my work with Abby, trying to repair the orb, but even with her expertise, nothing seemed to work. The orb remained cracked, sparking angrily each time we tried something new. "Shit!" I yelped, yanking my hand back as the errant magic jolted me. I glared at the orb, and considered picking it up and chucking it across the room. This is hopeless. It's never going to be fixed, and we're going to be trapped here. "Patience, Maury, we will get it to work," Abby mused quietly. "How?" "Nothing we've tried has made a difference. Nothing. And without the orb, we cannot get back." That had been another newsflash we dropped on those at the house. It had been taken about as well as the rest of them. If anything, it made everyone more eager to find a way to get back, now that there was a chance we might not ever be able to return to the realms. I was stressed, more tired than before, there was hardly time to eat, and I had no time with Forrest. I never realized how much having him by my side soothed me, and kept me calm, until the very moment when I was ready to tear the greenhouse apart in a sudden flash of anger. Why could nothing be simple, and work out the way we wanted? We had gone through nearly every herb in this glasshouse, and though Abby told me to have patience, I saw the concern on her face. A concern that she, too, was running out of ideas. We could make all the plans we wanted, but unless the orb worked, we could do nothing but sit here and wait for Baladon. I tapped my nails loudly on the wooden counter, willing the orb to just work for me like it always used to. But all it did was sit there and taunt me. My fingers stung from where I'd been jolted, and I was considering taking a hammer to the orb, instead of throwing it, when the door to the greenhouse opened, and a calming sensation hit me. "You know if you keep glaring like that, your eyes are going to cross," Forrest murmured as his arms wrapped around my waist and he rested his chin on my shoulder. "I'm not glaring," I muttered. "Really? I can feel your anger all the way inside, love." "Sorry." "No need to apologize, but you can't get so upset over it. The orb will work again." "How do you know that?" I snapped, then bit the inside of my cheek. He didn't even bristle at my furious tone, and I leaned back into him, loving him all the more for it. "I just want one thing to go right, is that too much to ask?" He moved, so he stood beside me and gently turned my head to face him. "The message in the stars. That went well, if you didn't notice the house full of people, all ready and willing to go to war with us." "I did, but this right here. This is our way back." "We'll find a way," Abby repeated Forrest's sentiment, then hobbled toward us. "Harold received word today. The other sorcerers will be arriving soon. Between them and the coven, we're going to attempt to reach out to the realms, see if we can contact anyone there, get a message through." "You can do that?" I asked, surprised. "Without Baladon knowing?" "I believe yes, so don't worry so much right now. You need to rest and put something on that burn." "Burn? What burn?" Forrest took the hand I'd been trying to hide behind my back, and clicked his tongue at the sight of blistered, reddened finger. "You're not exactly yourself, you're mortal, remember? You can be seriously hurt now." "It's just a small burn." I pouted, but he guided me out of the greenhouse and back into the house. He said nothing else to me as he led me upstairs to our room and closed the door, blocking out the constant hum of noise from downstairs. "Sit," he instructed, then went to the dresser. I plopped down on the edge of the bed. He returned with a first aid kit and started dabbing a white cream on the burn. I winced at first, but it soothed the injury, and I settled back down. "You're worrying too much," I told him. "Think I'm allowed to," he replied without looking up. "Is there something else bothering you?" He shook his head, but his shoulders tensed. "We're all going to get through this," I whispered, and his hand stilled in patching up my finger. Somehow it'll work out like it's supposed to, right? The orb will magically start working, and we'll face Baladon, and we'll all live happily ever after. His brow rose as my tone turned bitter. Wow, that speech certainly lifted my spirits. I grimaced. Sorry, doing my best here. No, it's me, I can't stop thinking of those we left behind. And now we're going to be taking more to the realms with us. Probably to die too. It feels wrong. I shook my head. You're not making them come with us. That does nothing to make me feel better. He finished bandaging my finger and set the kid aside. I need to get back to the others. We're formulating a way to trap Baladon long enough to kill him. Kill him how exactly? Using the powers in the riddle, if they come back. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, clearly aggravated. I don't know, but we're working on it. Get some rest before you go back at it with the orb and Abby. He kissed the top of my head and left. For once, I didn't argue with his suggestion and lay my head on the pillow. My eyes closed, and I felt myself slip immediately into sleep. My dreams were anything but peaceful, and when I opened my eyes what felt like hardly minutes later, I frowned. The room was pitch black, which was odd because I was fairly certain it was barely noon when Forrest had brought me up here. Had I slept all day? I rolled over to look at the window but saw nothing outside. No stars and certainly no light from a full moon. I rubbed my eyes, confused, reaching out to the other side of the bed. Forrest. But he wasn't here. Was I still dreaming? I pinched my arm, cursing at the pain. I was awake, but the room. I couldn't see. My pulse raced as I sat up slowly and fumbled for the sword we kept near the bed. I snagged it by the hilt and gingerly scooted across the bed toward the side near the door. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. With each shaky breath, the temperature dropped until white clouds appeared in front of my face. The moment my toes touched the floor, I gasped. It was freezing. I braced myself for the cold and planted both feet firmly on the wooden floorboards. The door was only a few feet away. If I could just get out of this room, find Forrest. Something icy suddenly wrapped around my ankle and yanked me backward. Where do you think you're going, gatekeeper? A voice hissed from the shadows my sight couldn't penetrate. The tendril dug into my skin, and I swung the sword, aiming for the space in front of me, but the creature, one I hoped never to witness again, only cackled with glee. Baladon has requested your presence. No. Forrest, I screamed, my words failing as a second tendril reached out and snagged my other ankle, biting into my skin. I yelled as loud as I could, until I was lifted off the floor and the beast slammed into the wall. The sword fell from my numb fingers and my head spun. I tried to shout again, but a third one slithered up and around my neck, cutting off my air. I reached up, scratching at it and tugging at it, willing my power to work. Stars exploded in my hair, but they went out just as quickly, falling harmlessly to the floor. They lit up enough for me to see the monster holding me captive, and my heart raced so fast I waited for it to give out. The creature was as tall as Baladon, hunched over in the room. Horns sprouted from its head forming a crown, and it had no legs, only tendrils that kept it upright. A flicker of pain slashed down my cheek from the sharp end of a talon. I pulled away, still fighting to get free of the vice around my neck. Mori, Forrest growled and slammed into the door. Mori. I opened my mouth, but only a croak emerged. I tried again, and the tendril tightened as the air became charged with magic. It was going to take me back to Baladon. And the prophecy, it would never be fulfilled. I kicked and flailed, attacking with everything I had, but the beast only cackled again. You will not escape, gatekeeper. Save your strength. More voices sounded outside the door. Then something heavier hit it, and wood cracked. A few more hits and the door exploded inward, bringing with it bright afternoon sunshine, flooding in from the rear of the house. The creature hissed and snarled, curling in on itself. It dragged me from the wall and used me as a shield, putting me between itself and Forrest. Let her go, Forrest snarled, raising his sword. Craig and Tristan flanked him. I do not listen to you, dragon scum. Let her go now, or I'll tear you to pieces and set you on fire." The beast tugged me further back, trying to keep itself out of the rays of sunlight. We needed more light, we needed fire. I locked gazes with Forrest, pleading for him to do what I hoped he still could. His dragon fire had worked a few days ago. Would it still work now? He gave his head a subtle shake, probably worried he'd hurt me. But we had no other choice. "Do it," I managed to rasp, until the tendril squeezed my throat even more. Forrest hesitated, but I felt the rip open up behind me. The monster was about to take me through it, into the realms, to Baladon. Forrest took a deep breath and blew fire. It wasn't as strong as it usually was, but it was enough to burn the tendrils, holding me captive. The beast shrieked and its grip slipped, letting me tear myself free. I threw myself forward into Forrest's waiting arms, then he set me behind him and charged into the room with his blade swinging. The monster screeched in pain as black blood squirted into the air, drenching Forrest. He snarled as he went after the beast, again and again, until it collapsed in a bloodied and broken heap on the floor. "Baladon is coming for you. All of you," it warned, voice gurgling as it choked on its own blood and finally died. Forrest kicked it one more time for good measure, sheathed his sword and rushed to me. His hands gently touched my neck and the scratch on my face. I flinched at the pain. "Come on, let's get you downstairs to Abby." All I could do was nod as he scooped me up and carried me out. My ankles dripped blood all over the floor, and his growl grew deeper, more violent as he noticed my other wounds. I worked at keeping my eyes open, but the attack wore me out, and my whole body hurt. I tried to speak, but all that came out was a scratchy croak. I went to clear my throat, but it was like coughing up shards of glass. "Hush, love," Forrest whispered. "Whatever it is can wait." For once I listened to him, and just let him carry me to the kitchen where Abby, Harold, and several other witches were. "Maury. What happened?" "She was attacked." Forrest sat me in a kitchen chair. "Baladon's beast." "Personal guard," I rasped, holding a hand to my sore throat. "That thing?" Forrest asked sharply. I nodded. "It came for you to what? Take you away?" I nodded again, and his hand closed around mine. I had no way of knowing if any more of them would come, but if Baladon was risking sending his personal guard after me to stop us from fulfilling the prophecy, we couldn't wait much longer. We needed a plan, and Forrest would have to admit there was no more holding off on what needed to be done. Abby tugged up my pants legs and bandaged the wounds there. I turned my head against Forrest's chest, biting my lip to stop from crying out from the pain as she tended to me. Each touch stung, but what worried me more was how that beast had gotten inside the house. Had it opened a portal right into our room? I never felt a thing while I'd been sleeping. If his guard got in once, they could easily come back again. "I won't let him take you," Forrest promised. I glanced up to meet his gaze. "We need to know what he's doing," I whispered hoarsely. His brow furrowed as I tried to keep talking. And yet I couldn't stop. I had to speak. "He's up to something, if he's coming after me. The rest of the sorcerers should be arriving shortly. Between our power and the coven, we'll try and pierce the veil into the realms." Harold gave me an encouraging smile, then said he was going to make contact with his brethren and see how close they were. Abby moved on, to the wound at my neck and the small one on my cheek, her eyes darkening and several muttered curses slipping out. "How's she doing?" Kate asked as she and Sabella rushed into the kitchen. "She'll live," Forrest growled. "The beast, what did they do with it?" "It's gone," Sabella replied quietly. I froze, worried it hadn't been killed at all. "Craig and Tristan took it outside, burned what was left. There's no sign it managed to open a portal either," Sabella added. As Abby finished putting a salve on my neck to soothe the cut, she told me to get some rest and recover. Forrest asked if I wanted to go back upstairs, but I shook my head. I couldn't even think of being in a room again. Or even closing my eyes, not after that attack. If Forrest had been a few seconds later, I would have been stolen away, back to Baladon's prison. "Why don't we go outside then? Rest in the hammock," he suggested. I nodded. We'll send for you when the sorcerers arrive, Abby assured me, patting my cheek gently. We'll place some more wards around the house and yard as well. Forrest helped me up, and we walked out into the backyard. The sun shone warmly on us, and we sprawled out on the hammock beneath the large oak tree next to the greenhouse. I curled into his side, shaking as the adrenaline wore off. His strong arms held me close and we swayed calmly back and forth, not saying a word. Not that we had to. I felt his anger simmering just below the surface, along with his fear that I could have been stolen away so easily. I wanted to assure him it wouldn't have been his fault, but my eyes drifted shut, and before too long I was asleep. Chapter 8. Maury. By the time the sun was setting, Forrest and I stirred in the hammock. I felt more rested than I had in a long while, though my neck and ankles throbbed. He cupped my cheek warmly as he kissed me. "Feeling all right?" he asked. "Yes, think so," I said, voice still a little rough, but my throat didn't hurt as bad as before. "Sounds like the sorcerers have arrived." He glanced toward the house, and I followed his gaze, hearing the extra voices inside, though to be honest, it was hard to tell with so many taking up residence here now. From the outside, the house appeared as a large two-story, but inside the witches had transformed it into a mansion with more than 50 bedrooms, several bathrooms, and even a second kitchen where they'd been busy mixing potions. Ready to go inside. Carefully, we extracted ourselves from the hammock, nearly flipping it over anyway, laughing as we staggered into one another. His hand never left mine as we hurried back inside to find Abby and Harold having a heated conversation in the kitchen. "Something wrong?" Forrest asked. "No, just differing opinions as always," Harold informed us with a wink. Abby rolled her eyes. "Of the two of us, I am the eldest, and I say we do it the way I suggested. Why don't we compromise just this once, eh? For old time's sake." "I mean, the world is about to end, Abby," Harold mused. "Why not live a little before it does? Be adventurous." Fine. We'll see what the others have to say about it." "Where are the others?" I asked quietly. "Already gathering in the summoning chamber." I frowned at her. "I'm sorry, the what? You added that to the house too?" "Didn't have much of a choice, we needed the space. It's beyond the old living room. Go on now, Kate and the others are already in there." Abby shooed us out of the kitchen, and we went on our way to the new summoning chamber. There were no chairs, but the new sorcerers, wearing their robes instead of the flannel shirt Harold seemed to favor, were busy drawing chalk circles and symbols on the stone floor. The witches were following them, dropping herbs from bowls. Every now and then, a blue spark lit up an area of the circle, and the witch would nod. I took it as a good sign, not even sure if this would work or not. "What do you think they're going to see?" Kate asked me as I planted myself at her side. "Hopefully nothing terrible," I replied. "Hopefully Baladon miraculously dead, and the realms back to normal." "That would be a miracle," Sabella sighed. "Crazier things have happened, right?" Abby and Harold arrived a few minutes later with Keanu, Bear, and Phoebe in tow, all wanting to witness this attempt. Abby told us to remain near the door, and away from the circles, so we would not get caught up in the magic. We did as she instructed, then watched as the sorcerers and witches joined together, covering every chalked line in the chamber. Abby and Harold were last, both raising their right hands to dim the candles, until the only light came from the subtle blue glow of the symbols. "If we're able to see," Abby told us, "the images will appear there on the far wall." "Say nothing," Harold added. "We do not know what we will see or who. And if the enemy realizes what we're doing, he may try to send his minions through." I stiffened, but Forrest was right there by my side to calm me. I'd faced down Baladon's minions before, but this last one pushed me close to the edge of breaking. I'd been so close to disappearing again, so close to losing everything I had. My troubled thoughts faded away as the blue light flared brighter, blinding us, and magic swirled throughout the chamber, intense and electric in nature. Holding my breath, I watched as that magic continued to flow and move, until it slammed itself into the far wall, forming a perfect circle. The witches and sorcerers all had their eyes closed, and I sensed them reaching out toward the realm, using the same magic the orb was powered by. They were close to the realms, knocking, so to speak, at their door. The blue light turned violet, and then they were through. I took a half-step closer, drawn in by what I saw on the wall. It was near Turolf, but we couldn't see much of anything. Just darkness and fog. The image shifted and drew closer to the castle, but then suddenly the view was cut off by a monstrous shadow form. "Pull back," I yelled to Abby and Harold. "Break the connection." "Maury, what is that?" Forrest asked worriedly. "It's him. It's Baladon. Pull back." Two red eyes opened wide, living flames deep in their depths. Lips parted to reveal bright white fangs. His booming laughter echoed around the chamber, deafening us all. "You fools," he hissed. I watched, petrified. His hand broke through the portal, snaking out toward Abby and Harold. "You will not defeat me. You are powerless. You will die at my hands, and I will be unstoppable." His hand was followed by his arm, but he didn't reach for Abby and Harold. Instead, his fingers inched toward the blue symbols on the floor. His fingers made contact, and a shrill shrieking echoed through the room. The witches and sorcerers yelled right along with the sound, as if Baladon was killing them all at once. They clutched their heads, falling to the floor one after the other, until only Abby and Harold remained standing. The blue light lifted from the symbols and the wall, sucked right into Baladon's grasp. He was going to kill them all. Abby, yelling in fury, reached out her right hand and slammed it into the symbol. Baladon's bellow of rage was cut off as the portal sealed shut on his arm, slicing it cleanly off at the elbow. It landed with a sickening thud to the floor, bleeding out across the stones. Kate ran to Abby, helping her up slowly as the rest of us moved in, checking every witch and sorcerer. Thankfully, none were dead, but I feared something much worse had just transpired. "Abby?" Kate was asking her softly. "Abby, can you hear me?" The old woman nodded, but she stared at her hands wide-eyed, looking lost. "The magic. He took it. Drained us of it." "What?" Craig snarled. "No, he couldn't have." "She's right," Harold whispered, sitting on the stones and shaking his head. "He's too strong. I don't think we can stop him." "We have to," Sabella argued. "We can't simply give up." "We might not have a choice," he replied, defeated. "I've never felt darkness like that, never-ending, so filled with malice. I'm sorry, truly I am, but I don't know what else we can do." I glanced over my shoulder. Forrest stood there by himself, where I'd left him when I tried to get a better look. His head hung down, his arms crossed firmly over his chest. His gaze locked onto mine, and then abruptly he was moving through the room and out the door. I wanted to go to him, but stopped myself. He needed time to think, and I would give him that time, for I was sure he had just come to the same conclusion I had. Our time was up. We had to move against Baladon now, before it was too late. I glared across the room at the severed, twitching hand of Baladon, wishing we'd taken his head instead. He'd regenerate quick enough, but until then, at least he'd be the one in pain for once. Our army of witches and sorcerers were now reduced down to men and women who had the knowledge, but no true way of using their magic. We had shifters and dragons who couldn't shift, demons who could not go into their rage state. And 6, destined to kill Baladon, who were also currently powerless. Oh yes, this war just kept getting better by the day. Harold's words repeated themselves over and over in my head. Baladon was too strong, he could not be defeated. Deep down, I knew that was not true. He would be. The question was, were we ready to die to ensure a victory?
Chapter 9. Forrest. I gazed up at the night sky, having been out here for the last couple of hours. Seeing what Baladon had done so easily gave me the answer I had not wanted. Not yet. But there was no more trying to fight destiny. Whatever plans we'd made, we had to start acting on them now. My gut told me, as soon as Maury and I went through with the ceremony, our time here would come to an end. There would be no time to rest. No time to enjoy our lives, not that we were truly enjoying them now. I had told her, when we had no other options, I would finally agree to a wedding. That time it seemed had come far too fast in my opinion. You won't find what you're looking for up there. I whirled around. Abby stood on the front porch, also staring at the stars. You know what must be done, Forrest. I can't be hesitant to go through with it? I asked, knowing what's going to happen. No one knows for certain what will or won't be. But Sabella's visions, the riddle and the damned prophecy. They can all be changed, she said with a shrug. I never imagined myself being powerless, but look at me now. I'm an old woman with no magic, but do you see me running away? Nothing is set in stone. Every seer knows that her visions do not always mean what they appear to at first, just as I know how quickly life can change. These deaths you worry about, they may never come to pass. Or they will, and this will be solidifying our futures, or at least Maury's future. One life cannot be more important than the realms, she told me sadly. No matter how much we love that one person. Maury's accepted this, and it's time you did too. I didn't want to agree with her, but she was right. I was a king, and my people came first. Maury and I were meant to be together, and I wanted more than anything to believe our relationship would have lasted more than just these few weeks we'd had together. That we would spend centuries together, grow old together, maybe even start a family one day. I smiled sadly, wondering if any of that would come to pass or if this was it. War is never easy on anyone, she mused. It takes so much from all involved. Sometimes it feels as though we cannot lose any more or will break, fall apart completely. Never find the will to get back up and fight, but fight on we must. If I'd been facing these odds without Maury by my side, I would not feel as determined as I was at this moment to find a way to stop Baladon and to save her life. To live until the end of this war, so we could be with one another. She gave me the strength I needed to finally accept what the logical next step had to be. I thanked Abby for her words, then walked past her toward the door. And where are you going? She asked with a crooked grin. To make a plan to kill a god, I told her. And plan a wedding. For 2 straight days, I locked myself away with Craig, Tristan, and the other leaders of our small army. We fine-tuned our options for attacking Baladon once we returned to the realms. Before disappearing with them into one of the many added rooms to the house, I set Kate and Sabella the task of getting the house, as well as Maury, ready for a wedding. They'd both nodded enthusiastically, and set to work to see to all the details. By the end of the second day, our plan was sound, though none of us were ready to assume we could pull it off, having no idea if the orb would work and get us back to the realms, and what we'd even be walking into. The base idea was to get Baladon separated from his army of minions, and while our army took them on, the 6 of us would attack the god of monsters, using whatever means necessary to kill him. It was basic as far as plans went, but it was all we had. We had a stash of weapons and potions that could cause some serious damage, a few that, with any luck, would render Baladon powerless for vital seconds, give us some advantage. I'm calling it a night, Tristan announced, rolling up the only map of the realms we had. I think we need to go through a few more scenarios, I said, not ready to turn in yet. I want to make a run at getting into Maury's realm and making a base there. We might be able to seal it off, keep Baladon unaware that we even made it back. We can worry about that later, but tonight, we have something more important to celebrate. Craig walked over to the far wall and picked up a crate with bottles that clinked as he carried it. It's your last night before becoming one of us. Part of the Worried Husband Club? I laughed. I guess it is. And don't worry. The girls are taking good care of Maury tonight too because you two are not staying in the same room. You're getting hitched tomorrow. Tristan and Craig passed around bottles of ale until everyone had one, and we lifted them in a toast. To another one of us finding his soulmate. May you two be forever happy. I clinked my ale against theirs and drank half of it down. There was truly nothing left to figure out. Nothing left to plan for. All that remained now was fulfilling the prophecy and facing down Baladon. I finished my first ale and drank a second, sensing nothing but happiness coming from Maury somewhere else in the house. After an hour or so, when Keanu and Bear broke out into song, I snuck from the room and went in search of my wife-to-be. Butterflies flooded my stomach as I snuck through the house, smiling to myself at what was going to happen tomorrow. I was beyond thrilled, and though I knew the guys would track me down at some point in order to keep us apart tonight, I had to see her. For 2 days I'd been distant, and I expected her to be upset. But instead, she'd spent her time with Abby and the other witches, working on plans of their own. She understood my need to think and come to grips with what we were all about to do, and that just made me love her even more. I covered the whole first floor, and was about to start climbing the stairs to the second when I came face to face with Maury. She beamed at me and threw herself right into my arms. I caught her easily, kissing her soundly as she giggled. "I take it you're having a good time?" I asked, admiring the fake tiara and bright pink veil and sash someone had thrown on her. "What is all of this?" According to Kate, it's what normal women do the night before they get married. She laughed as she removed the veil and sash, tossing them over the railing. "Do I get to know what you all have been planning for the last 2 days?" "Just getting everyone as prepped as we can be," I told her. "Can't make anything definite until we return, and right now I don't even want to think about it." "Good." "Me either," she murmured, then kissed me again. I turned so she was pressed against the wall, running my hands through her loose black hair and wondering if we could just move up the wedding to tonight. But in the back of my mind, I didn't want to ruin these last few war-free moments. I held her waist firmly as she pulled me even closer to her, kissing me as if this was our last time together. For the night it would be, and I prayed to whatever gods might still be listening that we would make it through this alive. "I want you to know," she whispered, "no matter what happens next, you are the best thing that's ever been in my life." "And I would be lost if I hadn't found you that day," I replied. "I'd have no purpose." "You're a king, you'll always have a purpose. And you, love, are about to become a queen. Are you ready for it?" She puffed out her cheeks but smiled as she said, "I'm ready to go and save our people and finish this war once and for all." A sudden need to hold on to her forever struck me, and we kissed again, more frantic than before. I was considering sneaking off to a quieter, less out in the open part of the house when I heard squeals of laughter sound from the top of the stairs. "There you are," Kate announced as she bounded toward us. "All right, that's it, the party's over. You can see her tomorrow." She shooed at me, until I let Maury slip from my arms and be pulled away. "Good night, Forrest." I shook my head, but as I turned to head back to the other chamber, Craig and Tristan had apparently finally noticed I'd gone missing and had come to collect me. "I told you he snuck out," Craig said loudly. "Come on, there's more ale to drink." "And more songs to be sung, sadly," Tristan muttered, digging his finger into his ear and wiggling it. "Someone should tell them they can't carry a tune." "Good luck with that," I replied and let them pull me away. I shot off the couch with a snarl, glaring into the darkness of the living room I'd crashed in for the night. Snoring echoed around me from the others, all passed out. None of them woke as I climbed off the couch, stretching and grumbling about sore muscles from sleeping in such an awkward position. But the aches hadn't been what woke me. Maury. I'd been with her somewhere in Gregornath. There'd been a crown on her head and she'd been smiling in the sunshine, but then everything changed. Darkness rolled across the land and swept her up in its grasp. I'd raced after her, trying to save her, but Baladon was there. He made me watch as he slowly killed her, then approached to kill me. I wiped a hand down my tired face, looking at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The cold water did little to help soothe my racing pulse, and I walked silently through the house, heading upstairs searching for Maury. I had to see her, make sure she was truly alive. I checked our room first, but it was empty, and went on to Sabella's and Kate's next. I found the 3 of them in Kate's, all sound asleep on the floor with blankets and a whole lot of pillows. Maury was near the window, awash in pure moonlight. Her chest rose and fell, and I sighed in relief, backing out of the room and shut the door quietly behind me. It was only a nightmare, but any day now, that nightmare would become real. There was no time to back out of our plans now. If Baladon came for her, I would die fighting to keep her alive.
Chapter 10. Maury. I couldn't stop fidgeting with my bouquet, and Kate finally reached over and just took it from me. Thanks. Welcome. It might be a thrown-together ceremony, but you're not going to walk downstairs with nothing but thorny stems in your hands, she remarked with a warm smile. You can't tell me you're actually nervous. I am, I said, my laughter shaky. Finally, Forrest had given in to reason, and we were binding ourselves to one another. The small army we gathered was as prepared as they could be, and though we had a theory on how to destroy Baladon, we wouldn't know if it was viable until we actually faced him down. We would wed today. Tomorrow we would work on repairing the orb with renewed hope, and cross our fingers it would work well enough to get us all back home. I should have been thrilled, but my gut had been in knots since I woke up this morning. I half expected to be attacked during the night if word got out what we were doing, for Baladon to send another of his personal guard after me, but nothing. The house had been silent. I'd wanted to stay with Forrest last night, but our friends had kept us apart in true mortal tradition. Or so they told me. The house was already filled with our small army, but the atmosphere was so different now. There was a cheer going up every now and then as music was played and food and drinks were passed around. Everything about this day should have made me excited beyond reason. So why did my knees feel locked in place at the notion of going downstairs? Nothing's going to happen today, Sabella promised. You don't know that. None of us do, I admitted quietly. Baladon, he knows everything we know. But he's not here yet, remember? Just his arm which we've already burned, she added as an afterthought. We have time. This, what you and Forrest are doing right now. This is the last piece to the puzzle. She hugged me close as she whispered, that asshole would be a fool to think he could stop this ceremony from happening. I didn't agree. Baladon was stronger now that he had the realms to himself, leeching all the power he could from them. Even more, since he attacked the witches and sorcerers. It was luck Abby managed to close off the portal before the last of what she had was stolen away. There'd been no one in his way. We'd all been walking on pins and needles, waiting for when he finally made his move, since we tried to spy on the realms. It was coming, I felt it like a nightmare creeping in, and the tiny pep talk did nothing to console me now. The final battle would be here before we knew it, and though I did my best to stay positive, my heart told me we were far from ready. Our army was not ready. The orb wasn't even fixed yet. We could put on brave faces all day long and give speeches, but the truth was, if Baladon attacked us now, I feared we were dead. All of us dead, and Sabella's vision would come true. The voices on the first floor quieted, allowing soft string music to flow upstairs and reach us. I think that's our cue. Kate handed back the small bouquet of roses she'd cut for me that morning. Don't fall down the stairs. Thanks, really helpful, I replied and watched as she and Sabella proceeded down the steps. As Sabella's red hair disappeared around the corner, I started down myself. The ceremony was taking place outside in the garden, but there were so many people here, they'd started lining up inside. I was greeted with happy smiles and several hugs on my way down the makeshift aisle through Luce's home. Briefly, I wondered if she ever expected to have a wedding here, and whether or not she'd be disappointed it was mine and not Kate's. Then, I was at the doorway leading into the garden, and my feet came to a sudden halt. Forrest stood near the greenhouse, and the moment our eyes locked, his shoulders stiffened, and he lowered his head, wiping at his eyes quickly. Craig patted him on the shoulder. Tears burned in my own eyes. We'd waited far too many lifetimes for this moment to finally happen. I started moving again, and before I knew it, I stood across from him, with Harold between us, beaming with happiness. Breathe, Forrest whispered as he took my hand. Working on it, I replied. You're trembling. It's good trembling, promise. I wanted to hurry up and get it over with, as much as I wished the moment would never end. Harold held up his right hand and the crowd that gathered outside silenced. Today, we are here bind together two souls whose love has brought them far in this life. And will yet take them further. Maury and Forrest, with this cord you will become one, now and until the end of time. He wrapped a silver cord around our hands and tied a simple knot at the top. He held our hands in his. I ask for the blessings of the gods and all the realms and races, and those gathered here today, to sanctify this union and make it whole. The cord warmed against my skin as it gave off a faint glow, surprising me. It appeared there was a little magic left in us after all. Now then, Maury, if you would speak your intentions? Harold asked. Right. I smiled as Forrest nodded at me with a grin of his own. Well, what more is there to say aside from, you saved my life more than once. You are my strength where I am weak. My compass when I'm going off course, and I have loved you for more years than I can count. You and I were meant to be together, and I will forever stay by your side from now until the end of our days. I didn't say anything about how limited those days might be, but I knew he sensed the unspoken words from the way his smile faltered just a hint. And Forrest? Your turn. He cleared his throat roughly. I dreamt of you for many nights before I met you. A star shining in the heavens. You called to me. I cannot imagine my life without you in it now. You are my light even in the darkest of times. I love you more than words could ever describe, and I will be your rock, your protection, and by your side through whatever life throws our way. I will be here, Maury, for you, forever. I swear it upon my life. I sniffed hard, wiping more tears. Even Harold had to take a moment to use his handkerchief before he was able to continue. Now then, on this day you are made one being, one soul. May your souls be bound together forever by your love, and give you the strength you need to carry on. He closed his hands around ours again, and this time the cord glowed brighter, then it turned into tattoos, marking our skin for all time. Unlike Tristan and Sabella's though, our tattoos shifted and rolled over our skin, glowing still. Maury? Forrest asked curiously as we both tilted our arms to watch as the tattoos continued to move up our forearms. I don't know, I replied. I'd never seen two gods wed, or a god to a dragon. But we were far from just a goddess, a star and a dragon. We were the final piece of the prophecy, and the tattoos continued on their journey until they slipped beneath the strap at my shoulder and up the sleeve of Forrest's shirt. He gasped the same time I did, and with our hands still clasped together, we reached up, and each pulled aside our clothing enough to find the markings there on our chests below our collarbones. The tattoos matched, forming a star with a dragon curled around it protectively, wings splayed and fire dripping from its mouth. I touched mine gently, amazed to find it warm. I reached out to touch his. Well, that was certainly a new ending to this ceremony, Harold mused. I'd say it's a good sign, yes? Yes, Forrest and I agreed at the same time, then laughed. Now then, may I suggest you kiss your new wife, King Forrest? He had me in his arms a second later, and I wrapped mine around his neck. He lifted me off my feet as the guests, our friends and family, erupted in cheers and hollers, whistling as the music started again and the witches announced food and drink were served. There was no way to predict the future, not anymore, but I no longer gave a damn. This night was for us, and I was going to enjoy every last second I had as Forrest's wife. Holding hands, we headed for the kitchen, ready to eat and drink the night away. Ale and wine flowed as music played on loud and boisterous. Forrest and I danced, holding tightly to each other and laughing as if the weight of the world was not pressing on our shoulders. I could see our future in these happy few hours. Could see us being together in Gregornath, or back in my realm. See us being together with no other worries to bring us down, other than what we might decide to eat for dinner every night. Or where we would spend the seasons, his castle or my temple with its stone maze. I wanted to hear his laughter every day for the rest of my life, no matter how long that might be. Are you happy? He whispered in my ear as he drew me in close. More than you know, I replied, standing on my toes to kiss him. This night couldn't be more perfect. He lifted me off my feet, spinning around as he kissed me again, not letting my feet touch the ground for a second. Not until he asked if I needed more to drink, and we danced our way inside to the kitchen. The house was filled with laughter and talking, and there wasn't a dour face to be seen. I spied Kate and Sabella across the living room. I turned to tell Forrest that I'd be back in a moment. Suddenly, Sabella let out a scream, clutching at her head as she fell to her knees. Tristan's growl sounded behind me, and suddenly he was at her side, asking her what was wrong as she shrieked again. He held her tightly in his arms, trying to calm her, but then the air dropped to an icy chill. Craig sought out Kate, holding her to him, as Forrest did the same to me, looking around confused. Silence fell within the house and outside it as we all held our breaths, waiting. Even Sabella's screaming finally cut off, but the words that fell from her lips sent an even deeper chill into my bones. "He's coming," Forrest growled, and a moment later the ground gave a mighty tremble. It started, then stopped abruptly, then it started up again. It was like an earthquake was trying to tear apart the house. But it wasn't an earthquake. No, it was Baladon. He'd come at last, and he was tearing a hole into this realm right in front of our eyes. The floor cracked and split down the center of the house from the front porch to the back door. Many rushed to get out of the way as the cracks split wider and wider, and the shaking became one continuous rolling motion. It was like the ground itself had come alive and was ready to try and swallow us whole. There was one more rumble, and when the split opened wider, Tristan and Craig, Abby, Harold, Keanu, Phoebe and Bear jumped into action. Weapons were collected, and clothes were stripped, revealing the armor everyone had been wearing underneath. This morning, before we all got ready for the wedding, we discussed the chances of Baladon attacking during the ceremony. It was agreed we would have everything ready when it was needed, and those who could would be dressed and ready for a fight. I had expected more of his minions to come for us, not Baladon himself to split open the ground. Black smoke flowed up and out of the crack, steadily growing wider and wider, as our small army made ready to face whatever was about to come through. "I'm sorry," Forrest whispered to me. "For what?" I replied, tearing my gaze away from the crack to study his face. "Forrest, I don't know if we're going to make it out of this alive. And I'm just sorry we didn't have more of a life together." He leaned in and kissed me fiercely, crushing me to him. "It's been one hell of a ride, love." I kissed him as passionately as I could, needing him to feel all the love I had for him. But then the moment was over, and we made ourselves ready for the fight. I tore my dress right down the middle to reveal breeches and leather armor. Forrest didn't even have to change, but he did grab a sword offered to him by Craig, who was already bearing the executioner blade. Kate kept looking at her left arm, waiting for the shield to appear, but it wasn't there. I guessed it was too much to hope all our abilities would come roaring back the moment Forrest and I solidified our bond. I took another sword and gripped it tightly, waiting as the cracks split the walls of the house, and it started to collapse out into the front and back yards. I waited anxiously for Baladon to show his leering face, but something tugged at my center, forcing me to walk away from Forrest and through what was left of the kitchen. "Maury," Forrest called to me, but I kept going. A roar issued out of the crevice, making my skin crawl, and memories flashed through my mind. Memories of Baladon throwing me in that cage. Of him hurting me over and over again. But still I walked on, needed to get to what called to me. The ground rolled beneath my feet, and I fell forward, nearly tumbling into the crack that had opened up. I would have, if Forrest hadn't grabbed hold of my arm and stopped me just in time. "What are you doing?"
"We need to get out of here."
"No, we don't. The orb, I can hear it." "What do you mean?" "Maury, damn it." I tugged free of his arm, sprinting now toward the front sitting room where we'd been working on the orb for the past few days. Even with all the shaking and quaking going on, it managed to keep itself firmly planted on the coffee table. As I neared, it sputtered with life, sparks shooting out of the crack that had broken in the first place. I stepped even closer, and it happened again. "Get everyone together, as close as they can. Hold hands and get me, Sabella and Kate. We need them all. Hurry." Over the roaring coming from the crack, Forrest bellowed out my orders. I was just a foot away from the orb when Sabella, Tristan, Kate and Craig all came to join us. Everyone else pushed in as close as they could, asking what was going on. Forrest relayed the instruction again, for them to hold on to each other. "What are we doing?" Kate asked. "The orb's broken." No, it's not, I murmured and started to reach for it. Forrest touched my shoulder. Everyone, hold on to each other, I yelled. I turned to Kate and Sabella. Grab the orb with me at the exact same moment. I don't understand, Sabella said, but did as I asked. Tristan held fast to her shoulder, as another reached out and held onto his. Craig and Kate stood the same way, all staring at me, waiting. I took a deep breath, knowing we were running out of time, and counted down from 3. Kate, Sabella and I gripped the orb at the exact same moment, and we all 3 gasped at the shock of power that burst forth. It shot up my arm. A collective gasp echoed down the line and all around us as it passed through every single soul gathered. The orb sparked and glowed so bright it was blinding. I tried to keep my eyes open the best I could, as the orb pulsed with power and repaired itself. I've come for you all. Baladon's roar exploded through the house, taking out the remaining walls and the roof. The force of it nearly tore us all apart, but I screamed to hang on. Forrest's hand gripped my shoulder harder as with Sabella and Kate, I clung to the orb. A whirlwind of shadow swarmed around us, and at its center stood Baladon, red eyes flashing as he hefted his staff, making ready for the attack that would solidify his place in the mortal world. But we couldn't let that happen. We had to shut it down, close it, before it was too late. We had to return him, and all of us, to the realms. I attempted to speak, but the wind whipped the words away from me, so instead I focused on the realms, on the last place we'd all been in Tyrolf. I imagined it, even as I visualized the portal closing behind us, cutting off Baladon's access to this world. I willed the image to spread from my mind to Sabella's and Kate's, then to Forrest's, wondering if our connection was as strong as I hoped. The orb was hot against my hand, and I winced but didn't dare let go. Baladon's eyes narrowed, and when he spied the orb, he bellowed in rage and came straight toward us. I waited for the blow that would send us flying and shatter the orb, but it never came. Instead, the white light crushed the swirling darkness around us. I felt my feet leave the ground. Baladon roared furiously, but then we were soaring through the portal created by the orb. I heard panic screams and more yells as we spun end over end. I wanted to reach out for Forrest, but my hand was trapped against the orb. When my feet hit solid ground, I grunted and rolled through grass and mud, the orb falling from my grasp. My body finally came to a stop, and I shook out my hair, glancing wildly around the field we landed in, tall grasses as far as the eye could see. "Forrest," I yelled, trying and failing to get to my feet. "Forrest! Here!" I took off in his direction. His tall form appeared in the grass, and I leapt into his arms, tackling him right back to the ground, kissing him. "What happened? Are you hurt?" He ran his hands over my arms and back, checking my face. "No, I'm fine." "Did everyone make it?" "Kate." "Sabella," I called out as the 2 of us got back to our feet.
Over here.
Kate waved her arm over her head, and I saw Craig not too far from her, helping others up and out of the grass. Forrest and I did the same on our way toward them. I was surprised to see no one injured. Every last person who'd been at the house made it. I spied a swath of red hair through the crowd, and rushed forward to Tristan and Sabella. Sabella had something clutched in her hands. When she moved, I saw the orb and sighed with relief. "It's whole again." Held it out to me, then gasped. "Maury. Your hair, your eyes. Your power's back." "What?" I held up a lock of hair and watched as stars winked into existence. I shook my hair out, and more stars flowed down and landed at my feet, only to be replaced by new ones immediately. Kate reached us, and when she saw me in all my starlit glory again, she lifted her left arm, and the Vindicar shield appeared while her eyes flared with her inner power. Sabella held out her right hand, and when she spread her fingers, white light flowed along her fingertips and palm. "We're back, we're all back. Can you shift?" Forrest, Tristan, and Craig all stepped back from us. I watched in awe as his dragon form released once again. Tristan turned into the great wolf he was next, and Craig's face shifted with a snarl, revealing his true demon nature. I sighed in relief at the sight as they all shifted back again. So Baladon had not taken all the magic from the land just yet. Good, that was so very good. That meant we still had a fighting chance. We were definitely in Tirolf, and far off in the distance the castle appeared to still be standing, but that wasn't what had me frowning or giving the sudden urge to get out of the open spaces. Baladon. He'd been at the house when we came back through. So where the hell was he? Baladon, I whispered to Forrest. He growled in reply, but there was no sign of the beast anywhere. Do you think he didn't come back through with us? No. He had to, right? He said. I wanted to believe him, but he should have been here then. I paused as I glanced around the field. I blinked, not even realizing none of us noticed it. The darkness, it's lifting. We can see, I pointed out. Those of us who had only seen this realm in darkness for so many months looked around in awe at the sight. There wasn't sunshine, no, but the darkness had indeed lessened. Thunder boomed, then lightning lit the sky overhead. I was more than ready to enjoy a nice thunderstorm and dance in the rain as we celebrated the fact that something had changed with Baladon's hold over the realms. But this lightning wasn't normal. It cracked and turned shades of violet and red, splitting open the sky overhead. I cursed and reached for Forrest's hand. We have to get out of here, I whispered. We have to run. What, why? It's just a storm. No. It's him. Run. Head to the trees. We waved everyone else on, making sure we six were the last to take off for the shelter of the trees. Instinct told me to head for the castle in the distance, but there wasn't enough time to get there and hide. The forest here stretched on for miles and led into Boshan territory. The darkness might not be as bad as it was before, but Baladon's creatures could still be lurking about. We might have made it back to the realms, but we were coming home blind and unaware of what we'd face. Another sharp crack of lightning made me jump, and Baladon's roar followed it, but none of us stopped running. We didn't stop until his yells finally died away, and all we heard was thunder as a storm moved in over the land. The line ahead came to a sudden stop, and we tripped over our feet trying not to take anyone down with us. What's going on? We need to keep going, I insisted. Ahead, Abby was yelling our names and waving her arms over her head. I took off after Forrest, the other four right behind us, moving our way swiftly through the small army. When we reached the front, my feet dug in and my jaw dropped. Maury? What's going on? Sabella asked as she caught up with us. But then there was nothing left to say. She stared for another few beats, then launched herself forward into the two shifters standing in front of us. Alive. Tristan growled and was right there with her, hugging the members of his pack he thought dead. Hank and Danielle. They'd survived after all. How? Tristan asked. I don't understand. What we saw, you should be dead. Should be, Hank agreed. You've missed a lot, and we'd love to tell you, but we need to get out of sight. Follow us and stay quiet. Giving me orders now. Tristan clapped Hank on the back. Hank grinned right back at him. Hey, if you're back now, I will gladly hand back over the reins of leadership. They're a bit heavy for me. He led the way deeper into the woods with the rest of us following behind, wondering what happened in our time away from the realms.
Chapter 11. Forrest. I waited to be attacked as we followed Hank and Danielle deeper into the trees. Eventually, we passed over the creek that marked the boundary of Tirolf into Boshan, and yet we walked on. No one spoke except for Tristan, asking questions too quiet for me to hear. Hank answered, but he seemed hesitant to say too much. Where do you think we're headed? Maury asked me, slipping her hand into mine. Not sure yet. This is Craig's territory, so I don't know it as well as my own. Why couldn't Baladon have waited just a few more hours to attack? Or another day? I'd wanted our wedding to be perfect, now that we finally had one, but he had to interrupt the festivities. Maury gave my hand a firm squeeze as if she knew what I was thinking, telling me it was all right. We were bound now, and our strengths had returned. The orb was even healed, and it had all been part of the prophecy. But I was far from excited. Being back here meant we were also one step closer to the rest of that damned vision coming true. I had only glanced away for a moment, but when I looked up again, I frowned. Where did they go? Huh. Maury stopped too, shaking her head. There's an invisible entrance in that mountain. Who created that? I don't know. Each person passed through the mountain, as if there wasn't even a mountain there. Keanu went in, followed by the dragons, then Bear and his demons. Phoebe and the shifters went next along with the witches and sorcerers. I didn't even feel any magic emanating from this area. Once everyone else was through, it was Maury's turn, with me right beside her. Tristan was still talking quietly with Hank, but he shook his head and said something about waiting until we were all safe inside. Trust me, you're going to need to sit down for this one. All of you, he said, and his gaze shifted to Kate, then he waved us all inside. Welcome to Sanctuary. Maury walked through first, followed by myself. By the gods, she whispered. This is incredible. It's a fortress inside the mountain. Was this always here? She walked slowly forward, her head tilting back as far as it could go as she took in all the details. The stonework was impressive, but just like with the door, I had no answers for her. I never heard of a fortress inside a mountain, but there were many things I'd learned of late. About my own lands. Or myself. Kate and Craig followed us in and stared around in awe. Tristan, Sabella, Hank, and Danielle brought up the rear. Are there guards? I asked. Yes, you didn't see them. Danielle replied with a wink. They're there, enough to warn us if there's an attack. And have there been any attacks here, I mean? Not here but nearby. Baladon's forces have been moving closer every day. His forces? Maury asked this time. Wait, I don't understand. When we left, you were fighting for your lives, and everyone was asleep. What happened? More than we can tell you here. Come, we'll get you something to drink, eh? You and the small army you managed to scrounge up in the human realm, Danielle said, leading the way deeper into the mountain fortress. Hank, make sure the newcomers have what they need, show them around. He bobbed his head and was off, whistling to get our small army's attention. The further we walked, keeping up with Danielle, the more shifters, elves, demons, and dragons came out of rooms and corridors to greet us. I stopped short at the sight of so many. When they spotted me, I feared they would jeer at me, cast me out, but instead they rushed forward, swarming me with embraces and asking how I'd lived. All they heard was we were sent from the realms, but no one knew for certain what happened to any of us. I shook hands and hugged them back as Maury watched on with a warm smile. I do have some good news, I announced to my dragons. My uncle Keanu has returned with many more to expand the clans. And I have a new queen. May I introduce you all to Maury, my wife? She waved at them, and then she was the one getting hugged and her hand shook. Several of the women commented on the stars in her hair and eyes. She told them she used to be a star until the gods made her what she was now. They had just met her, and already they loved her. I took the moment to look around and found Craig pulling a bruised Luca to him, his second in command. Tristan was doing the same with the pack leaders and other shifters. There were several sorcerers here, too. So many awake and alive. But it was the few I didn't see that had me anxiously scanning the crowd, waiting for their faces to materialize. The longer I went without seeing them, the more my gut clenched. Danielle, I asked quietly as I reached her, Drake and Ashan. Where are they? Her eyes flared yellow as she growled. As I said, King Forrest, there is much to discuss. She nodded her head, and the six of us continued to follow her deeper into the fortress. We walked up several flights of stone steps and down a long corridor, ending in a circular room with no windows, but one other door. Torches lined the stones, and a cracked wooden table sat in the center with a few mismatched chairs. Once we were all inside, Danielle shut the door and came over slowly, joining us. A lot has changed since the six of you left, she said quietly. We were only gone 3 weeks at most, Tristan said, shaking his head. You appear to have aged years. What happened? Danielle leaned her sword against the table, then rested her hands on it, glaring at the wood as if it was Baladon and she was going to tear him apart. After you left through the portal, Hank and those still alive, we managed to escape the hall, thanks to the magic Grayson and Lucy weaved into the portal. What? Kate shook her head. I don't understand. I don't either, honestly, but the blast brought down the entire hall, crushed those things beneath stones, and let us get out. We took all we could with us, those who hadn't fallen asleep and could move. And the others? Craig placed a hand on Kate's shoulder. Lucy and Grayson? They lived, Danielle announced. A collective sigh of relief sounded around the room. Boris? Boris didn't make it, she added sadly. Tristan growled, hanging his head. She cleared her throat, clearing the emotions away. He covered our retreat, but one of those monsters broke free and he stayed behind. I never saw him again, but I heard his dying howl, and that was bad enough. Haunts me still. We let the silence fill the room for a moment, then Tristan coughed roughly and asked her to go on. We ran into the woods seeking refuge where we could, but Baladon's monsters, they didn't come after us. For weeks we stuck to the trees, seeking out any who might have been missed by the curse. We found several pockets of dragons and demons joined forces, she explained. After a while, our numbers grew great enough that we set up camp at the edge of the Dara lands, far to the north. The mountains would have given them a natural defense. It made sense, but Tristan was right. The lines etched into Danielle's face spoke of years of battle, not just days. And then? I asked, urging her along. And then we were attacked. One night, Baladon's minions moved in, and by the time we realized we were under attack, it was too late to mount a defense. We retreated again. Each time we set up a camp, they came at us, and our numbers started to grow fewer, but then something strange occurred after the first 2 months. Months? Sabella asked sharply. What do you mean, months? Danielle looked each one of us in the face. Whatever Baladon's done to the realms has messed with the time difference. From the last count, the 6 of you have been gone 7 months, 3 weeks and 4 days. And in all that time we've been fighting. But all those people out there, I said slowly, you said your numbers were growing smaller from the attacks. They were, until people began to awaken from the curse that had fallen over the lands. My head was spinning, and from the confused and horrified looks on the others' faces, I wasn't the only one trying to wrap my mind around what we'd missed out on. 7 months of the war. 7 months of non-stop fighting against Baladon and the monsters at his call. Tristan started asking her question after question, and it was all I could do to listen and retain all she told us. She told us all. The lands were mostly destroyed. Forests burned down, castles obliterated, all of them. He took out every stronghold they might have held. The curse had begun to lift, but Danielle had no idea why. She said it started with the elves. Drake, Ashan and their entire army had run into one of the small refugee camps set up by Danielle. They'd been amazed to see them all awake, and sent out scouts willing to risk their lives to see if any others had awoken as well. They'd found hundreds hiding out, needing a way to get out of Baladon's sights. And this place? Kate asked, waving her hands around. Where did this come from? Something else to thank the Daras for, she said with a smile. It was theirs from thousands of years ago. We found the entrance, but it was too exposed. Lucy, Grayson, any other who could use magic worked to conceal the opening, and we've managed to keep everyone here alive. Well, mostly. Meaning what? Tristan growled. Danielle? Where are Drake and Ashan? Which direction did you come from? She said instead of answering his question. The portal dumped us out in Tirolf, he told her. Why? Then you didn't see the front. Baladon's been attacking us from Gregornath and the Dara lands mostly. We tried to hold back his forces, attacking in small numbers, wiping out his troops, but the front moves closer every damn day. Before long, he's going to overrun us. I held up my hands at her words. Front? You're talking as if there's an actual battlefield out there right now, with what? Trenches. How large is Baladon's army? Danielle's eyes flared even brighter as she snarled. Bigger than we ever imagined. The few you brought with you? Times that by 100 and add another few thousand. Curses, Craig uttered, pacing away from the table. That's not possible, Maury whispered. How? We don't know. They're not of the races, I can tell you that much. Bone figures writhed in shadow and more of his damned monsters. Spiders, basilisk, harpies, and banshees, creatures I never imagined existing in this world, she spat furiously. Drake, he thought he and Ashan came up with a plan to infiltrate the main camp and try to take out the commanders, weaken them however we could. She hung her head, leaning heavily on the table. No one returned. Dead. They're all dead. I asked in disbelief. We sent 2 scouts to find out what happened, if any were taken prisoner that we could rescue, but they came back saying the elves had been displayed as an example. Drake and Ashan's heads were on pikes near the main road in. That was 3 months ago, and they've been gaining ground ever since. Maury's hand found mine as she leaned into me for comfort. I held her close, not sure what I could offer her right then. I expected to come back and find the place mostly as we left it, but this. I never imagined it would be this terrible. So many dead because of that monster. So much of a war we missed out on fighting because we'd been sent to the realms. Had it even been worth it to flee? What had we accomplished besides bringing more of the races here to their deaths? The darkness, when did that begin to lift? Sabella's head was tilted as she asked the question, and I wondered what she was thinking. A few days ago. At first we thought it was just a trick, but every day it grows lighter. And you have no idea why. Or why anyone woke from the sleeping curse, she asked, walking slowly around the room. No. Is there something you wish to say? What would have been days ago for you, and what was only hours ago for us? Forrest and Maury were wed and the circle complete, Sabella said quietly. The timing, it's too perfect to not mean what I believe it does. Care to share? Tristan growled. Hope, that's what it means, she explained. The light is returning because hope has come back to the realms. And the curse. If the people had been waking up for months, that could have nothing to do with us being wed, so what caused that to happen? That I'm not sure about, not yet. I wasn't sure about any of it, and longed to see Gregornath, to know how many of my people were nothing but corpses on the ground. My anger rose, and smoke trailed from my nose, but before I could vent my anger, the door opened. Kate jumped to her feet, rushing to the door. Mama. Kate, oh my dear, Lucy replied, holding her close. You made it back. I knew you would. How did you survive? I saw you hit. Grayson is very good at what he does, she explained and motioned behind her. Grayson walked in. He appeared a bit worse for wear, and had gotten rid of the sorcerer robes for breeches and armor. I have a very large scar but otherwise am alive. We made it back, the orb is repaired, and we have our powers now stronger than ever, Kate told her. Forrest and Maury, they're wed now. Good, that's good, she said. I couldn't take it any longer. Why? I snapped. The room fell silent at my sharp tone. Forrest? Maury asked, trying to turn me to her. I brushed her off, glaring at Lucy. Why did you make us leave? What good did we do while not here, huh? How many are dead because we weren't here? Lucy's eyes were sad. Forrest, you would have been put under the curse. I cut her off. Or not. We could have escaped with the others, and been fighting alongside them this whole time. So many might still be alive, and yet you made us run. I want to know why. Why would you do this to us? Kate stepped between me and Lucy, but the witch gently pushed her aside. I understand your anger, Forrest, I do, she said. I shook, struggling to keep control. But if you had stayed, there's a chance any one of you would have died. And then what? But Baladon has an army gathered now, I muttered. He's stronger than ever. Do you understand why power has returned to Maury, Sabella, and Kate? Why you three are able to shift again? Tell me, did you ask any of the others if they could, those who remained behind? I took a half step back, confused. What are you talking about? Danielle, can you shift? She asked without turning away from me. Not for 4 months now, she stated. Tristan cursed quietly beside her. And the dragons? The demons? Can any of them shift into the creatures they were born to be? Lucy went on. None. But you six, you have returned powerful and strong. Lucy gripped my arms firmly, forcing me to stare into her eyes. Do you understand now, Forrest? Slowly, I nodded as my face burned hot with shame at my outburst. Baladon. Yes, Baladon, she snapped. He has taken the magic from the lands. What once blessed the races with unique gifts is now gone. All of us here, we are no better than mortals now, just like the rest of those you brought from the human realm. Honestly, I'm surprised the magic concealing this fortress has held up. Won't be long now though, until it fails. So yes, be angry that you lost so many of your kin. Be furious, but save it for the final battle. And it's coming. It draws closer every hour. But because we sent you away, the magic that's within you now does not come from the land. It comes from within, and that is far stronger than any magic that bastard could ever hope to have. Lucy, I'm sorry, I whispered. She shook her head. No need to apologize to me. Trust me, I understand your rage more than you know. Keeping the six of you out of the realms was the only advantage we have left. But he knows we're back, Maury told her. He was breaking into the human realm when we used the orb and brought everyone here, including him. Destroyed the crack he made too. Which means he's trapped unless he gets a hold of the orb, Lucy whispered. It's safe? We have it, yes, Sabella assured her. What do we do now we're back? This isn't exactly what we planned on walking into. That was an understatement, but I kept the comment to myself. Why don't you take the night to rest, and in the morning we'll fill you in on what we know of Baladon and his defenses, Lucy suggested. This was a lot to take in, and if we try to plan now, none of you will be thinking rationally. She directed the last to me. I rubbed the back of my neck sheepishly. Lucy turned away from me. Danielle, can you show them to some spare rooms? And there is food and drink in the Great Hall, if you are in need of any. The four of them said they would head there first, but I couldn't stomach the idea of eating and drinking. Or facing the dragons left alive. Not yet. I needed a plan, a sure way to save them from this war before I faced them all again. I think I'll turn in for the night. I asked Danielle to show me to a room. Do you want me to come with you? Maury asked. I shook my head. No, I'm all right. I need a few moments to think. I kissed her lightly and let Danielle lead me through the fortress. I paid attention to nothing as I went, looking at the stones beneath my feet, listening to the chorus of voices echoing up from the hall. The higher we climbed, the more the voices drifted away, until all was quiet except for the sound of our muffled footsteps. When Danielle finally came to a stop and pointed into a small chamber with a bed and a single torch I told her not to bother to light, I'd manage. I was ready to fall into that bed and try to forget the past few minutes. Forrest, Danielle said, stopping me. I know you're not my king and my words may mean nothing to you, but for what it's worth, your people have fought bravely these past months. Thank you, but that is their way. They are dragons after all. No, but it's more than that, she argued. They speak often of you, of how brave you are. How good a king. They've held on to hope all this time that you would return to save them. None of them doubted you, not for a second, so don't doubt yourself. She turned and left me standing in the doorway to contemplate her words. They had hope that I would return and save them. That's what she said. How was I going to face any of them tomorrow, and tell them the truth that we might still be able to shift and use magic, but we were no closer to understanding how we were supposed to kill Baladon? The only clue we had was the six of us must face him together, but after that I had no idea what to do. I pictured Maury facing Baladon down alone, with just Sabella and Kate by her sides, and it made me snarl, slamming the door shut behind me. I lit the torch with a burst of fire from within and watched it crackle, running my fingers lazily through the flames. The door opened behind me, but I didn't have to turn to know who it was. You can't hide away forever. Maury shut the door behind her. Forrest? Talk to me, please. What do you want me to say? My hand fell to my side. I just learned my people have been fighting against Baladon for 7 months, waiting for the day I would return. And you have returned, she said softly. There's hope again. Can't you feel it? Months, Mori, they've been fighting Fang and Claw for months. They don't want their king, they want a swift end to this war, but we can't give it to them. You know that just as well as I do. I spun around, running my hands through my hair in frustration. How do we kill him? How? We will find a way. I don't believe we would have been brought back if we couldn't. I can't do this, I whispered. I can't watch you stand against him. I won't. I won't be alone, she said fiercely. If we face Baladon, we face him together, remember? Now and forever, Forrest. I meant what I said. Didn't you? Of course I did. Then there's nothing else to think about, she insisted and pulled me into her arms. You and I are strong enough to face this head-on. It doesn't matter how large Baladon's army is, or what monsters he pulls from the abyss. We are destined to end this war, one way or another. It's the another part that bothers me, I mumbled. I'm sorry, I thought I was ready, but now that the moment's here. But it's not here, she said, picking up where I lost the words to speak. Not yet. I let her star-filled hair fall through my fingers, lighting up the dim room. I was going to remember this night with Mori, for as long as I had left to live in this world. Her hand ran up my back, and I relaxed at her soothing touch. No matter what the days bring, she whispered, standing on her toes. She pulled my head down to hers. Know this, I love you. I will always love you. And I you. I captured her mouth with mine. The kiss grew heated, and it no longer mattered what awaited us outside this door. We had tonight in each other's arms. Not even Baladon could steal this from us, not with all the power at his command or the minions he controlled. No, tonight was for Mori and me alone. And I swore to make it last as long as I could.
Chapter 12. Mori. I stretched my arms over my head as I yawned, curling deeper into the blankets and the warmth left behind by Forrest's body. But Forrest was missing. I opened one eye, then the other. He sat at the edge of the bed, slipping his boots on. What time is it? I asked sleepily. He grinned over his shoulder, eyes shining with mischief. Early. Go back to sleep. No, I'm up, I insisted and yawned again. You know, I thought coming back here would have meant no more sleeping. Or eating. My stomach grumbled, and I glanced at it curiously. Think your mortal ways have spoiled this goddess. And that's a bad thing? No, I quite enjoy sleeping. I think even dreamt last night. What about? I said nothing. Instead, I shifted to the edge of the bed and wrapped my arms around him, holding him close. He chuckled as I nibbled his ear. Is that so? And it's all your fault. I think I'll accept that blame. He turned to kiss me, and I squealed with laughter when he pulled me right onto his lap, deepening the kiss, then leaning back with a sigh. You really can go back to sleep. I'm going to track down the dragons and Keanu. I need speak to them. See what they can tell me. No, I'll go see if Lucy or Grayson are around. Maybe start picking their brains on this whole facing our prophecy thing. Smoke slipped from his nose at the mention, but I ignored his reaction. He'd get over it eventually. I hoped. I climbed out of bed and tugged on my clothes. I blew a kiss as he left me alone to finish dressing and braid my hair. I left a few minutes after he and wandered the fortress, taking my time to admire the details I hadn't been able to last night, in my rush upstairs to get to Forrest. I'd sensed his unease and his anger at himself for believing he'd failed his people, when in fact, he had been what kept them fired up and motivated this whole time. He was their beacon of light, and it was high time he realized that. Speaking with the other dragons would bolster his confidence, which we would need desperately before too long. I hadn't even reached the main level of the fortress inside the mountain when a loud whistle caught my attention, and I backed up a few steps to find out where it came from. Sabella and Kate sat in a room that appeared to have been a library at some point. I waltzed in, and they whistled louder, catcalling and laughing as my cheeks grew hot. Really? I asked as I joined them at their rickety wooden table. What? I mean, last night was your wedding night, Kate reminded me with a wink. So I think I'm going to keep all those details to myself, I announced, and they both groaned. Oh, come now, you don't really want to know, do you? Kate shook her head. Gods no, he's too much like my brother. Good, then get your laughter over with and inform me why you two are up so early. Couldn't sleep, Sabella said, then yawned. And Craig couldn't either, which meant I was up early, Kate grumbled. Drives me nuts sometimes. Worrying so much about everything. They all are, Sabella said. I nodded in agreement, knowing exactly what they referred to. Is Lucy up yet? Kate nodded.
Said she'd be along shortly.
She's catching up with Abby and the rest of the coven. Now that she's not dead. She let out a heavy sigh. I still can't believe she lived. She Hank Danielle, Sabella said quietly. Forrest, though, I wish we could have given him a proper send-off. He deserved one. I'm sure they did when they had a chance, I said. Yeah, probably. She coughed a few times and sat up straighter. Right then, we need to come up with a way to end this war, so let's get started, shall we? Any ideas? Aside from being ungodly reckless, tracking down Baladon and facing him head-on. No, Kate announced. And if we even come close to suggesting that, I guarantee the boys will chain us all to a wall to stop us from running off. I leaned over the table, noticing the map that was laid out between the three of us. Is this the front Danielle mentioned? I asked, tapping a long line of small X's on the map. Yeah, and the main encampment is about 10 miles from it here. Kate pointed to the square someone had drawn on the map. According to the scouts' last report a few days ago, the camp was heavily guarded, and the army is camped between the front line and the main body back here. Baladon could be anywhere now, since we dragged him back from the human realm. Danielle mentioned last night she was sending a few more scouts out today, but she's only taking volunteers. Don't blame her, I murmured, eyeing the battlefield, wondering how depressing it would be to see it in person. No one else but the 6 of us could shift or use magic. As for Baladon, he knew we were back. So how to weaken him, so we would stand a chance to attack? Do we know how many of the numbers here are able and willing to fight? I asked them. 300. Maybe 4 plus the army we brought with us. Kate said. And the rest? Danielle said they've either been taken captive under that sleeping curse, missing, or dead. There's a fair number here too old or too young, many more wounded, she added. What exactly did you have in mind? Not sure yet, but we need to see this up close if we're going to make a plan. Pulling Baladon back into the realms, think it wounded him? Kate mused. It's possible, I said slowly, peering down at the map some more, tilting my head one way then the other. I found where we were currently located, and looked for routes to take to the enemy lines that would keep us out of sight. If we drew out Baladon for one final showdown now, he would come for us, but his army would go after any left unprotected, the small army we did have. And what about the prisoners they had? Our first plan should be to free the prisoners, I suggested. Take away any chance he might have of using them against us. Sabella and Kate stared at me like I'd gone insane. You want to what? Sneak into his camp and bust out the prisoners? A rescue mission? Yes. I failed to see the problem. 1. The guys will never go for it, and 2. How the hell do you plan on sneaking in there without being seen? Sabella leaned back in her chair, shaking her head. No, even with the gift of sight, I can't see a way this plan actually works. Haven't even made the plan yet, I whispered. All right then, make one, let's hear it. Kate waved her hand over the map. How do we get past the troops camped outside the main group? I rose, leaning over the table, and stared at the front line and the distance from it to the main camp. Trees flanked both sides of the army, but after what Danielle said, I doubted they offered much cover. Even so, a little cover was better than no cover. I walked my fingers through the tree line to where it butted up against the main camp. Where would you keep your prisoners? I asked, not looking up from the map. At the rear of the camp, Kate said. It's what Celandine did back in the day, she explained when Sabella and I glanced at her. What? I have all her memories, and she fought in a war too. Right, so if Baladon is being smart, he'll keep the prisoners near the rear, I went on, to make it harder to get them out, yes? The seconds ticked by and then minutes as the three of us pored over the map. There had to be a way to get them out. We just had to find it. Wait, I whispered, the orb.
What do you mean, the orb?
Sabella asked. We sneak in a very small group of us to the cages, and then we use the orb to transport them out, far enough away from the battlefield so they can escape, and where no one sees us appear. Sabella puffed out her cheeks, muttering to herself as she tilted her head back and forth. I guess in theory it would work, but what happens if you wind up transporting any of the bad guys? Or I don't know, what if Baladon himself shows up? You'll risk everyone we rescue getting killed. A risk we might have to take to get them all out. You agree with this plan? Seriously? Sabella asked Kate. And to think, I used to be the crazy one. It's either that, or we have to use a distraction to pull the entire army away from the camp. That's risking far more lives lost and more destruction, Kate argued. We sneak in, maybe draw the attention of the guards near the cages, they maybe sound an alarm if we can't get out of there fast enough, but once we're gone, there's no way to trace where we went. So it's settled then, we rescue the prisoners first, I stated. Is that so? Forrest growled. The three of us whirled around, looking into the furious faces of my dragon, Craig and Tristan. Forrest's arms were crossed and his jaw clenched as he shook his head at me. You're already planning to charge headfirst into the enemy's hands. We haven't even been back a full day. We were just going over our options, I said lightly. Not making any actual plans. Forrest's scowl said he did not believe a damned word. You expect us to believe that? He asked. Oh come on, can't we just throw ideas around without deciding to take off? Sabella said. It was Tristan's turn to growl and snarl. What? I recall you doing just that not too long ago, mate, he said, growling each word harshly. That was different, she insisted. I don't see how. You went against my orders then, and you're about to do it now. Oh, just calm down all of you. Kate waved her hand, as if we had not been in fact planning to go rescue the prisoners. None of us had to say it to know we would certainly go without telling the guys, if only to spare the lecture and dragging them with us. Calm down, Craig muttered. You're standing there plotting how to sneak into Baladon's encampment, and you want us to calm down. Yes I do, she argued, staring him down. Do you really think I would do anything without telling you first? Forrest rolled his eyes. Craig barked a laugh. I recall you running off to face our enemy once before. Remember how that turned out. I will not let you risk your life on a whim that this plan, whatever the hell it is, will work and not get you killed. Whatever you do, you're doing with me by your side, understand? And if I'm trying to keep you alive a bit longer, she argued. That argument applied to all of us, as far as I was concerned. Forrest's eyes narrowed as I held his gaze, wanting him to understand we weren't doing this to throw our lives away. But if the three of us did fall, that left the three of them to keep fighting. And who knew? Going to the camp might give us our chance to attack Baladon and get it over with. Where you go, I go, Craig stated. And nothing you say is going to change that. Got it? Kate opened her mouth, probably to keep arguing, but he turned on his heel and stormed out. Tristan did the same, and left Sabella with a furious growl. I waited for Forrest to follow, but he sighed and joined us instead. You're not going to go pout with them? Kate asked. What's the point? They should know by now how this goes, so let's hear it, he said, giving in. What's this plan of yours? I reached for him, but he held up his hand. Sabella and Kate gave him annoyed looks. I looked at his upraised hand. Really? I never said I wasn't annoyed with you, but I want to hear this plan. 5 seconds or I'm leaving. He tapped his fingers on the table, waiting. I finally gave in, shaking out my hair hard so stars tumbled down over him on purpose. I started explaining the plan. Kate and Sabella chimed in, outlining all we'd figured out so far. Forrest's face remained perfectly blank throughout the entire time. He never said one word, and when we finished, he rested his palms on the table and got up. For a moment, I was distracted by the way his shirt pulled tight around his muscles, and my face burned hot as I tried to swallow around the sudden lump in my throat. He shot me a sideways glance, his lips twitching in a smile, then turned back to the map. Damn dragon. He knew exactly what he was doing. Minimal loss of life, if, and that's a big if, it goes according to plan, he finally said. But you're right. Getting the prisoners away from Baladon this early in the game will stop him from using them against us. It'll bolster our numbers too. So that's a yes? I asked tentatively. As much as I hate to say it, yes, it's a sound plan, but I'm not the one you have to convince. He looked at Kate and Sabella, who both groaned. Have fun with that conversation. They marched out of the room together, leaving us alone. The door closed behind them, and Forrest just stood there staring at me. What? But he said nothing, still. Barely even breathed. I grew anxious under his watchful gaze and fidgeted, not even sure what I should say at this point. I wasn't going to apologize. At some point, we would have shared our plan with him. It just might have been after we attempted to carry it out and were successful. He was king of the dragons, just like Tristan was the shifter alpha, and Craig was the demon king. Their people needed them here to boost morale. If I gave him that speech, he'd get pissed all over again. Are you really just going to keep standing there? I finally blurted. He burst out laughing. To see you make that face. I might. He pulled me into his arms. What am I going to do with you, huh? You're as bad as the rest of them. What can I say? You didn't marry a pushover. No, I didn't. He rested his chin on my head, his arms curling even more firmly around me, as if he was afraid I'd take off at any second. Can you just promise me one thing? Swear I won't tell anyone your ticklish spot. He laughed, and I warmed as that rumbling sound echoed through me. As much as I appreciate the thought, not that. Just be careful, all right? Whatever plans we make, we're all going to be in danger, and I don't want you taking any unnecessary risks. For my sanity's sake. I was about to tell him I couldn't promise that, but bit back the words and nodded instead. Promise, I replied softly. If that was what he needed to hear then, that's what I would tell him. Good, now then, should we go find the others and make sure they're not trying to tear each other apart? We could, I said with a grin, or not. I wound my arms around his neck. Chapter 13. Maury. So much for plans. Have you three completely lost your minds? Lucy yelled, not much later. That's what I said, Craig grumbled until Kate elbowed him in the gut. What? You said you were fine with this plan, Kate shot back. That's why we're telling Mama and everyone else about it. You can't just suddenly change your mind again. I can do what I want, love, he said, holding her tightly in his arms. I said it before, and I'll say it again, I do not agree with this plan, but I did not say I wouldn't go along with it, he added quickly. I swear with anyone else it would never work. You saying I'm special? She teased. His lips thinned. Yeah, let's call it that. He kissed her, and the argument was over, for the moment at least. We have to get them out, I insisted. The longer Baladon has them in his grasp, the more likely he'll use them. Please, Lucy, we need your help with this. She rubbed her forehead furiously as a stream of curses slipped from her lips. What exactly do you need? Danielle jumped in. We need an exact layout of the camp, I told her. Where the cages are, how many guard them, what the tree line looks like. She glanced behind her at the door to the hall. 4 scouts should be on the return trip. Once they're here, I'll send them to you, and you can ask them. I have not been to the main camp in many weeks, and it's probably changed. She left the hall to go wait for the scouts, leaving us with Hank, the other pack leaders, Luca, Nora, Keanu, Bear, Phoebe, and the others who had turned into commanders during this long war. All had appeared eager enough to hear out our first plan, but now that we were starting to get into what we wanted to do, I saw the fear in their eyes. I understood that fear all too well. What happened if this plan went south, and they wound up imprisoned by Baladon instead? Or worse, he caught us all and killed us. They had every right to be afraid. Being kept in a cage was the worst fate, watching your family, your friends killed slowly and painfully. It was happening to those he had captive now. There was no other reason for him to hold them unless he was draining them of their life and whatever magic was left in their bodies. I was fairly certain we'd wounded him returning him here, and if that was so, then the prisoners in the cages had less time than we might hope. We can't wait days to make this attack, I spoke up suddenly just as Danielle returned to the hall. What do you mean? Forrest asked. I mean Baladon is using those prisoners already, taking what he can from them. The longer we wait, the less we'll be able to save. We have to move as soon as the scouts return with their report. Will it weaken him, taking our people back? Luca growled, gripping the sword at his hip. It will help if nothing else, but I'm not certain where else he's drawing power from. We are, Lucy said, glancing toward Luca and Nora. They discovered it a few weeks ago, but with no one able to shift or use magic, the plans we came up with would have ended in our deaths. And for the moment, Baladon seems unaware that we know his secret. Secret? What secret? Sabella perked up. That he has a straight connection to the abyss, she explained, her gaze shifting to me. Mori? My mouth had fallen open, and I was cursing, hadn't even realized it. Sorry, it's just, if he's drawing from the abyss, that's the center of all darkness in all creation. It's what gave birth to him in the very beginning. If he's pulling on it, we have no other choice. No other choice than what? Forrest glanced at me worriedly. What, Mori? We have to close off his access to it completely. All right, so we go where it is and we what? Collapse the portal. Can't be that hard, Kate said, but I was already shaking my head. No. It takes the strength of a god to close off a portal as powerful as this one. But you are one, Kate pointed out. And Sabella's half. And since it's the portal to darkness, evil, it requires something else. Blood magic. Something I know nothing about, and to use it, I would taint my starlight, I told them quietly. We'll come up with a way, but right now I say we focus on the prisoners. My words made a hush fall over the hall, but there was no lying about how difficult closing the portal would be. I hadn't told them the whole truth yet, but I'd get to it eventually. It wasn't just blood magic required. I knew what it had taken for Baladon to open that portal, sacrifices. 10, maybe 20. To close it would take my power, as well as more sacrifices, potentially far more than were needed to open it. We could use Baladon's minions, but it wasn't as if they'd willingly throw themselves into the abyss. We'd have to trick them at just the right moment to make it work. Mori? Forrest held my hand and was eyeing me funny. It's nothing, let's get back to the plan. I attempted a smile that failed miserably. I listened as the others spoke, knowing as soon as Forrest had me alone he would ask what I wasn't telling everyone else. But one problem at a time. I paid close attention to the plan, nodding along with what made sense, and adding suggestions here and there about how to approach the cages and get everyone connected so we could use the orb. I longed for this meeting to be over, if only so I could try to reach out to the other gods. Since we'd been back, I tried a few times calling to Thorn, but there'd been no reply. Though he told me they were leaving the realms and moving on, I longed to hear his voice one last time, have him tell me we were on the right path and that all of this fighting and dying would not be in vain. The idea of all the gods being killed and destroyed tore me apart. I wished I could visit my home, but it was too dangerous. Baladon might expect me to go there, and he probably had a trap set and was waiting. He'd had months to plan his attacks in case our return occurred. And he knew we'd be coming for him at one point or another. The scouts, a shifter and an elf, finally arrived covered in mud and blood, having encountered 2 hellhounds on their way back. Were you followed? Danielle asked. They shook their heads. No, we killed the hellhounds miles away, then sprinted back here, the shifter explained as the elf beside him caught his breath. And the camp? Kate asked eagerly. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and showed us where everything was located within the boundaries of the main camp. He rattled off numbers that I didn't hear, only paying attention to the location of the cages, the commanders, and Baladon himself, since they said he was there, walking through the camp with that staff of his, limping and holding his side. Good, we had hurt him. When they said the abyss was only a mile or so from the camp, I was both excited and worried at the news. Having it so close to the troops meant an easier time of getting the entrance closed, using Baladon's own men as sacrifices. But at the same time, it made it a risk to attack anywhere near it, in case any of us were sucked in, instead. Well? Danielle asked after a few minutes of silence. Will it work? Kate and Sabella. In theory, yes, it'll work, I replied. The rear of the camp is not guarded? No, the elf scout said. Only the cages. And how many? 20 massive ones. Maybe more, filled with our people. His face hardened. We witnessed Baladon kill at least 10 while we were there, drained them of life as they screamed for mercy. Shit, Kate whispered as Sabella hung her head. Maury's right, we have no more time. How many volunteers do you need? Danielle asked. I'm going. And me, Hank announced. Luca and Nora rose as well, followed by all 4 pack leaders and 3 more elves. Keanu, Bear, and Phoebe were right behind them. Lucy was next to stand even though Kate frowned. What? You think that wound knocked me out of the fight? Not even close, child. If we're getting our people back, I'm coming with you. I might not have my magic, but have you seen your mama fight with a sword? Lucy winked. Forrest and Craig grinned. Right, get yourselves prepared and meet at the entrance, Craig announced. We head out in 10. The room emptied quickly, and Forrest kissed my cheek, then left with the guys to get his sword and armor. I needed no weapon other than the starlight that had returned to its full power within me. Sabella was the same, and Kate always had her shield, though she left to go find a suitable blade leaving. Sabella and I were alone. Honestly, do you think we can pull this off? Sabella asked me. Anything we manage to pull off now is going to be a miracle, I told her, then excused myself. I had 10 minutes. I was going to use them to try and contact Thorn again. I'd been trying since we landed here. I hurried through the fortress and found an empty corridor with an alcove. I waited a few moments to make sure I was alone, then shut my eyes hard. Thorn, talk to me please. Send me some sort of sign. I waited, but all I heard was my own shaky breaths and my pulse hammering away in my ears. You can't all be dead, I refuse to believe that, I insisted. Just answer me. I'm begging you. What should I do? When there was no answering reply, I sagged back against the cold stone, my heart sinking. They were all gone then. Sabella and I were the last links to the gods, aside from Baladon. I was about to walk away, to join the others at the entrance, when a sudden warm breeze lifted the ends of my hair. Stars fluttered to the floor at my feet, and a whisper of a voice brushed against my ear. Thorn. It had to be him, but all he said was my name. Then the breeze was gone. I took a deep breath, and when I opened my eyes, my body glowed even brighter than earlier. I was right where I was meant to be. And Baladon, he would pay for all the lives he stole, for destroying my family. I would get my revenge. Starting right now.
Chapter 14. Forrest. Hearing Danielle speak of the destruction caused by the war and actually seeing it were 2 completely different experiences. The moment we stepped away from the mountain fortress and headed west toward Gregornath, evidence of a great war became abundantly clear. The rolling hills of grasses and trees had been stripped of life, burnt away as if a fire had hungrily eaten every last bit of vegetation. Dead trunks charred completely black were all that remained, sprouting from mounds of ash and dust. This forest, I knew this place as a child, but now it was nothing but a dead wasteland as far as I could see. We walked across dried-out creek beds that used to rush through the lands this time of year as the snows melted. No birds sang, no deer darted through the trees. There were no signs of any animals at all as we trudged onward, following Danielle and Hank. The air grew thick with fog, and it became hard to see, but at least we could see. The darkness had lifted even more since our arrival, and that was something to be thankful for. I couldn't imagine fighting these battles in complete darkness. My soul ached for the land. I swore to whatever life remained I would see this place restored once Baladon was killed. I longed to see green again, and ran my hand over the limb of a dead tree. This world would not turn into another burnt one. Not while I still had breath in my lungs. "Forrest, what did you just do?" Maury whispered, tugging me to a stop. "What do you mean?" "Look." She pointed at the tree I just touched. We all stopped and watched as the branch cracked and creaked, shedding the burnt bark that covered it so new growth appeared right. Several new smaller branches burst forth, and leaves began to bud on them. "You healed it." "No, that's not possible," I murmured. "I don't have power like that." "It appears now you do," Lucy said in an awed voice. The tree continued to heal itself until there wasn't a hint of burned bark anywhere on it, and leaves grew thick amongst the branches reaching toward the sky. But it didn't stop there. The ground around the tree came to life. Bright green grass burst out of the ash at its base, moss and flowers with yellow and blue petals spreading out slowly from it. All I did was think of healing the land. I smiled, happy to see the green return and spread. "I don't understand." "Maybe you're not supposed to," Lucy suggested. "We have to keep moving," Craig said, though his eyes were on the tree. "We have lives to save, and then we can worry about the land." I rested my palm against the fresh bark, amazed to feel a hum beneath it. I smiled and continued on with our small party, onward toward the camp. My good spirits didn't last long. Eventually, we came to what Danielle referred to as the front line of the war. It was worse than what we'd already witnessed. They had dug a deep trench to try and keep up a defense against Baladon's forces, but the spiked walls and lookout points were all nearly destroyed. I didn't expect to see any troops in that trench, but several heads popped up as we neared. Danielle told us to stay low, and we followed her lead down into the trench. It stank of blood and disease. Those within it were muddied and covered in dried blood. At the sight of us, though, they all stood taller and grinned. "These men stay here?" I asked, surprised. "We need to keep someone here to try and hold back the assaults. We have 200 fighters here at all times," Danielle informed us as we walked through the trench. "If Baladon was ready to take over, they could swarm this place, but he only sends in small attack parties. It's wearing us down though, and before long this trench will be overtaken. Come on, we can get to the tree line from the other end and be closer to the camp." All through the trench we shook hands and patted our warriors on the back, giving them what hope we could, that we were here to end the war. A few barely managed a nod, too scared or exhausted to make it to their feet. It wasn't until we neared the other end of the trench, my spirit battered at so much despair, that I heard someone call out my name. "King Forrest, thank the gods you lived." A pair of arms wrapped around me. Then I realized who it was. "Magnus. You old brute. You lived. What are you doing out here?" His face had several fresh cuts, and his clothes were as filthy as all the rest of the warriors. "Doing what I can for the wounded, fighting when I need to. I heard a rumor you'd returned, but didn't dare believe until I saw you. What are you doing here?" "Rescuing the prisoners, we hope," I explained. "I can't thank you enough for what you've done." "It's my duty, sire, as it always will be." He beamed at me. "You father would be damned proud of you. I hope you know that. He's watching over you, Forrest, wherever you go." The thought was comforting, and I prayed it to be true. Having my father fighting by my side, even in spirit, would do me good. "Have they attacked recently?" "It's been quiet for the last few days." "Strange, really. Usually, he sends an attack every day." "We wounded him," I said, and gave him a brief rundown on what happened in the human world. He glanced past me to where Maury stood and smiled wider. "Baladon's been wounded, but we're not certain for how long." Then go and good luck to you. And do me a favor. Take down as many of those rotting bastards as you can, eh? For me. I will. I shook his hand again and caught up with the rest of our group. We hit the trees, Danielle said. Stay low and stay in the shadows. We'll have to go around the entrance to the abyss, but there are fewer guards on this side. With any luck, we'll reach the rear of the camp without being spotted. And if we are spotted? Luca asked. Run like hell and get out before you're captured, Craig told him with all seriousness. Stick to the plan. Maury, you have the orb ready? She reached for the pouch hanging from her belt. As soon as we're all connected, we'll transport ourselves out of there and to the designated location. There was a field a few miles south of this camp that we planned to reach. If we transported ourselves right to the mountain fortress, any enemies who got caught up with us would know exactly where we were hiding out. This way, we had a chance to kill them and not give anything away. Craig asked if we all were ready, then he took the lead and moved out of the trench and into the trees. Danielle hadn't lied about them offering little to no cover, but we stayed low and just within sight of the camp. Minions and monsters alike were posted every 10 feet on the perimeter right in front of us. I waited for them to see us moving and sound the alarm, but Danielle directed Craig exactly where to go. She'd clearly done this before, several times, and sadly I thought of how many fighters must have died on whatever previous attempts they'd made at taking over the camp. When we came to a clearing, Danielle motioned for us to head further from the camp and stay clear of it. We barely went a few feet when an overwhelming feeling of fear and despair struck me, making me want to give up and end it all. I sucked in a deep breath, clutching my chest. I wasn't the only one. Danielle urged us forward, mouthing for us to hurry. As I passed the clearing, a chilling howl reverberated in the trees and drew my gaze to what could only be described as a pit straight to hell. No, not to hell. That was the entrance into the abyss that spawned Baladon in the first place. It was utter darkness. Cracks stretched across the ground, reaching outward as if it tried to devour everything around it. Each second we remained by it, the heavier I felt, until I was nearly on my knees, wanting to stop moving completely. Maury took hold of my hand. Her influx of light fought back, and I managed to follow behind her and back into the trees on the other side of the abyss. How were we going to get close enough to close that thing without any of us getting killed was beyond me. We could barely walk around it, let alone get near enough to use whatever blood magic was needed to shut it forever. Maury's eyes were wide as she stared at it. There was a flicker of regret in her gaze, but when she caught me watching, it disappeared. I'd sensed it during the meeting in the hall, too. There was more to the task of closing off the abyss than she'd let on. I'd wanted to ask her then, but there hadn't been a chance. Now was not the time either. Once we made it through this mission, if we did, I'd make her tell me. The time for secrets was over. Bad news was bad news, and I was tired of having it dished out to me slowly. We had no time to rest and moved on again toward our goal. Eventually, Danielle waved her hand for us to gather around and then nodded toward the camp. The cages, she whispered. I counted the guards surrounding the iron cages, which were right beside each other, but lost count after 30. Then my gaze shifted to the prisoners themselves, and my hands curled into fists as smoke trailed from my nose. So many were wounded, and many more appeared to still be under the sleeping curse. A few yelled at the guards, cursing them out as they struggled to get free. A creature I could only describe as a deformed troll leered at the cage and the elves inside, then drew back his spear and plunged it right into one of the elves' chests. The elf gasped for air as the troll yanked it free, collapsing against his brethren. Keep quiet or you'll all go that way. The troll grunted, ramming his spear back into the ground. The elves glowered at him as the wounded one died in their arms. Maury glowed brightly beside me, and Sabella's hands were filled with light. Kate already had the Vindicar shield out, and Tristan's body kept shaking as he fought the urge to shift too soon. Our plan had been to take out the guards as we moved, but most of them were in sight of the others and it would be noticed. Unless we could kill them, without having them actually fall to the ground dead. I looked to Maury, who frowned at me, tilting her head in question, as I wondered how much power it would take for her to hold them up until we could kill the rest without their sounding the alarm. And if the alarm was sounded, Baladon would come, I was sure of it. Then we'd be in more trouble. "You look like you have an idea," Craig said to me as he sidled closer. "What is it?" "Maury. What do you need me to do?" "Those 6 along the outer edge here, can you kill them from here and keep them upright?" I asked, pointing out the first 6 that were close to each other. "If we clear them, it gives us a chance to position ourselves nearer to the others." Her brow shot up, but she didn't say no. "I don't know how long I can hold them like that. We only need a few moments to get down there, and then we can swarm the others." "And the troll?" Sabella asked, studying the hulk of a beast with wide eyes. "Who's going to kill him?" "I will gladly," I announced. "No shifting, not unless you have no other choice," Maury reminded me. "Tristan is small enough to stay out of sight, but not you." "I won't." Kate promised to keep herself in human form too. 2 dragons would draw the attention of the entire camp, and then our plan would go to shit faster than I could blink. "Whenever you're ready," I said to Maury. She moved further through the dead trees, shaking out her hands as she went. When she appeared to be in a good position, she looked at me and nodded, focusing on the 6 guards that made up the rear line of sentinels around the cages. I wasn't sure what I expected her to do, but laying her hands on the ground was not it. The ground lit up at her touch and pulsed as it stretched outward in 2 straight lines moving forward. When it neared the guards, the light branched out. I waited for them to see it, but none of them made a move, too busy watching the trees or the cages behind them to notice their death creeping closer. Maury's breath turned ragged from the effort, and I moved closer, resting my hand on her shoulder. Her head shot up at the added strength, and her eyes flashed, filled with starlight, as the 6 lines reached the guard's feet. I'd never seen her kill something with starlight and watched in amazement, relieved that I was not her enemy, as 6 stars shot up out of the ground and struck each guard straight through the chest. The stars burned so hot they cauterized the wounds and left no trace of blood or injury, except for a hole in their shirts. Shirts that covered their bone and shadow bodies. When they started to topple, she pressed her hands harder into the ground, and stars wrapped around their feet, sinking into their clothes and skin. Their backs were ramrod straight a moment later. And from first glance, all appeared to be alive and well. "Go," she whispered. "I can't hold them forever." Craig drew the executioner blade from his back and snuck down the slope toward the camp, with Tristan, Sabella, Kate following close behind. I went after them, leaving Maury to be watched over by Luca and Lucy. The rest of our group followed me, and we hurried as quickly as we could to the cages. At the sight of us, those within started to smile in relief, opening mouths to speak, but we held up our hands, shushing them. We needed to wipe out the rest of the guards, and then we could begin to celebrate this victory of ours. I pressed my back to a cage next to Craig as we peered around another cage, the only thing between us and the next 15 or more guards. This was going to be much harder than I thought, but there was no turning back now. Craig nodded, and I whistled one quick note. "Huh. What do you want?" one of the guards around the cages called out. He came around the side and Craig grabbed him, running him through as he covered his mouth with his hand, cutting off any sound of dying. We shoved his body away, and Danielle dragged it further out of sight. Hank and Nora were busy trying to open the few cages we could get to, but the locks were taking far longer than anticipated. "Oi! Where'd that lazy ass go to?" "Get back to your post," another guard yelled, bringing 3 with him this time as he came around the side. I said, "Get your ass back in line, what the hell?" He tried to yell, but I grabbed him as Craig and Tristan took the other 2. Kate snagged the 3rd just as he started to open his mouth, and we quickly killed them all and threw their bodies out of sight with the others. Hank hissed in triumph as he got one of the cages open and directed the prisoners up the slope and out of the camp. The original idea had been to take them all from right here, but if we could get them away from the camp, the fewer chances we had of taking the enemy with us. As they ran up the slope, I spied Maury rushing down to join us, the 6 guards she killed no longer needing to appear alive. "There's too many," Craig breathed to her. "Can you do it again? Otherwise, they're going to catch on." She hesitated for half a second, then she nodded and backed up, knelt, and pressed her hands flat to the ground again. Behind her I caught sight of Hank opening a second cage, Nora a third. I willed them to work faster, waiting for our luck to run out any moment now. Maury lowered her head, and light rushed into the ground, stretching out toward the remaining guards at the front of the cages. The troll who appeared to be in command was around the far side, but he started walking back just as the stars shot out of the ground, striking the guards remaining in the front line. She cursed as she struggled to keep them upright, more than 6 this time, while the troll stalked closer. We had to move quickly, but there were still so many cages filled with prisoners. I waved to Hank, motioning for him to have more help opening cages. He nodded, and 2 other fighters broke off, aiming for more cages. Too long, it was going to take too damned long. The troll stopped at the front line, saying something to one of the guards. Maury cursed. She could hold them upright, but she couldn't make them talk when they were already dead. The troll waited for a reply, and when he didn't get one, he whirled around furiously and punched the guard in the face. The dead body crumpled to the ground, and didn't get back up. It was now or never. The troll had bent over, and was examining the body. When he found the hole through the minion's shirt, he stood and turned to the others, checking them. Just as his mouth opened wide, ready to shout out they were under attack, Tristan growled from behind me and launched himself over our heads, tackling the troll to the ground. I rushed in behind him as the troll kicked him off, and he yelped in pain, soaring over the guards that were rushing to the other side of the cages. The bodies collapsed as I neared them, but there was no time to see what Maury was doing. I was on the troll, engaged in hand-to-hand. He charged that spear at me, but I dodged it, blocking it with my blade. I snarled at him as he charged in closer. Large as he was, he moved too damned fast, and that spear tip sliced right through my shirt just as I jumped back to avoid being slashed open from chest to navel. All around the cages, fighting broke out, and it wasn't long until panicked cries and dying screams drew the attention of troops and monsters nearby. The troll cackled with glee as he came after me again and again, bearing down on me with that damned spear of his. I ducked under another swing and hacked at his legs. They were so thick, my sword became stuck in his hide. He bashed me in the face with his spear, sending me falling back into the bars of another cage. I spit blood, growling at him as he yanked my blade free and snapped it in 2. More and more were coming to the guard's aid. I heard Maury yell and watched as she and Sabella made quick work of the cages, blasting them open as fast as they could. But there were still too many left. If we left anyone behind, Baladon would kill them. Her gaze latched onto mine, and I saw the same realization in her eyes a moment. Then the troll grabbed me by the throat and lifted me off my feet. "You are going to die." The troll leered. "I'm going to crush you into dust." "You think so, huh?" I gasped. "Not if I kill you first, asshole." He cackled in my face, but then his smile fell, and I grinned, feeling my dragon reaching toward freedom. There was no point trying to hide now. The troll tried to release me as I shifted right in his grasp, my dragon form massive, overtaking him easily. When he took off, I drew on my fire and breathed it at him, setting him alight. I planted my claws in the ground and reared my head back for another blast. A second dragon roar tore through the air. Kate had shifted. Now both of us were holding off the advancing minions and beasts. Through the flames and smoke, several more trolls appeared, more commanders. Some were the cloaked figures from the night we escaped. And appearing behind them, out of a swirling storm of shadows, was Baladon. His gaze latched onto mine, and those red eyes flared to life as he bellowed the order to charge. Craig was bellowing for everyone to pull back, among the screams and pleading from those trapped in their cages. He yelled for Sabella and Maury to get moving, but Maury shouted that she wasn't going anywhere. I whirled around, growling at her fiercely to do as he said, but she ignored us both, shoved past Craig, and before I could stop her, slammed her hands into the ground one last time. For one horrible moment, I thought she was trying to take on the advancing troops alone, but then she shrieked, and stars shot up out of the ground, striking at the locks on the cages. One by one they popped open until everyone was freed, rushing toward the slope and up into the trees. Maury stood still, frozen in place. Craig was shouting for Kate and me, but I kept my eye on Maury. When Maury turned toward me, there was blood dripping from her nose, then her eyes rolled back into her head. She hit the ground with a thud. Shifting back as quickly as I could, I cursed, and kneeled to scoop her up into my arms. Kate covered our retreat with one final blast of dragon fire, then charged after us, remaining in dragon form. I ran with Maury tucked against my chest, willing her to open her damned eyes and cursing her at the same time for being a fool. Hurry! Lucy was waving at us. I reached her side, out of breath and trying to wake Maury up. The orb, where is it? Lucy's tone was panicked. Here, Maury whispered, though her eyes remained closed. Get everyone together, have to be touching. Maury, I cautioned. She shook her head and finally opened those eyes, overflowing with stars. The orb, give it to me. Quickly. I placed it in her palms while Lucy grabbed hold of my arm, as the others around us all did the same, linking to each other. The orb pulsed with bright white light. Craig yelled out a warning for Kate to shift back, before she was left behind. Just as she shifted and her hand grabbed hold of Craig's, Maury screamed, and the orb erupted with white brilliance. I felt us leave the ground, tumbling end over end, until we slammed back down. I glanced around, trying to get my bearings. I half expected Baladon to be with us, but he was nowhere in sight. But we had not come alone. Amongst the prisoners, starting to rise to their feet, were minions. Minions, and one nasty spider clicking its fangs as it attacked the unarmed prisoners. Tristan shifted and threw himself at them, with Craig right behind him. I started to go help but stopped, turning back with Maury still in my arms. I'm all right, she assured me. Go save them. We can't stay here forever. I set her down and joined in the fight, ridding us of the few vermin who managed to get caught up in our transport away from the encampment. The fight was over quickly enough, with only a few more casualties. But none of the prisoners had remained with Baladon, and that was the point of this whole mission. I glanced around, taking in the number now with us. It would take a while to get everyone back to the mountain fortress by foot, but we had no other option. I hurried back to find Maury sitting up, wiping the blood from her face. What were you thinking? I scolded, as she tucked the orb safely back into its pouch. I was not leaving anyone behind, and before you lecture me for it, you would have done the same. She shoved away the arm I offered to help her stand, and she managed to get to her feet. See. Perfectly fine, now let's get going before Baladon sends his army after us for that stunt. She took 2 steps, her legs gave out, and I caught her up in my arms again with a sigh. Don't sigh at me, she mumbled. Though, she didn't try to push out of my arms either. I'll sigh at you all I want, woman, I growled. But you're right. I would have done the same, so you're off the hook. This time. She smiled up at me as her lids drifted shut. We gathered up the refugees in a tight group as Danielle took point with Hank, and we began the long march across the land, back toward the mountain fortress. We were nowhere near where we'd walked to reach the front line, but as we pressed onward, I noticed several more healed trees amongst the burnt ones. Flowers had popped up here and there in bunches, as had moss that was now covering blackened boulders and rock faces. Others noticed it as well, and I felt an uplifting sensation of hope flooding our ranks. Baladon might have tainted this world, but he had not killed it, not yet. Hope remained. I held Maury closer to my chest, clinging to that feeling that perhaps this wouldn't end with her death after all.
Chapter 15. Maury. I jerked upright and into Forrest's arms as I gasped in pain, holding my throbbing head. Ow, damn it, I muttered. He chuckled. Not funny. Hey, I promised no lecture, so I won't give you one. How long was I out? Few hours. Take it slow. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, wincing with every move as if someone was bashing a hammer into my head over and over again. You sure you don't want to keep lying down for a while? I opened my eyes wide and managed to sit upright, meeting his worried gaze. No, I'll be all right. Walking around will be good for me. I was a bit wobbly at first, but he wrapped an arm around my waist, and we managed to get out of our room and down to the hall. The fortress was filled with music and celebratory cheering and laughter. There were certainly more people here, and I was thrilled to see them out of those cages and alive. What of the ones under the sleeping curse? I asked, remembering some being carried out of the cages right before I'd collapsed. Some have awoken. The rest are in the makeshift infirmary, sound asleep. But they're alive thanks to you. He paused and drew me in closer to his side as he kissed the top of my head. You hungry? I'll round you up something to eat. Sure, just set me at a table somewhere. Yes, my lady, he teased and led me over to a table with Kate, Sabella, and Lucy. They lifted their glasses in a toast as Forrest sat me down and promised he'd return with something edible. Once he was gone, I rested my head on the table and groaned. You look wonderful, Kate said with a laugh. Need a drink?
Need something, my head's killing me.
I thanked her as she slid me a mug, and I drank it down. The ale was strong, and I sucked in a breath as the women laughed. Shit, how long has that been here? Few hundred years at least. Kate winked and drained her mug. After a mug or two, you really can't taste it anymore.
Good to know.
I drank more of it down. The first battle back inside the realms had been hard, but it was worth it. For one night, we could enjoy the celebration of having freed everyone from Baladon. The darkness was still lifting, and only a few remained under the sleeping curse. Forrest returned with Craig and Tristan in tow, carrying a bowl of steaming stew. I made short work of it, emptying the bowl in no time. It woke me up even more. There was singing and more dancing as the music played late into the night. Outside a war raged on, but in here our people could let loose, not think about tomorrow or the next day. For 7 long months they'd suffered, and now the tides of war were finally changing. Sometime during all the dancing, the ale finally caught up with me, and I was giggling with Kate and Sabella at one of the tables, at what I couldn't even remember. Forrest, Craig, and Tristan were playing a game of some kind at the other end of the hall. There were smiles and laughter everywhere I turned. And during those few hours I swore I sensed Thorn's presence. The ends of my hair lifted again on a warm breeze, and I searched the crowd for his familiar face. I was on my feet, about ready to chase after a figure I thought was him, but then it was gone. Maury? You okay? Kate asked through her hiccuping laughter. Yes, I'm good, I said, sitting back down. Can't decide if I'm tired or overtired though. Same. Sabella yawned. I think I'm going to turn in. Hey, furball. Tristan's head whipped around, and he gave her a wolfish grin that turned into an eye roll as she staggered into him. Are we having problems? Nah, just be a good alpha and carry me to our room. He chuckled as he threw her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She complained and tried to get down, but he started walking off with her. He growled, You didn't specify how. Oh, aren't you just a smartass tonight? Kate and I giggled as they left the hall. Craig and Forrest sauntered their way over and plopped down at our table. What are you two grinning about? Kate asked, as they seemed to be having a hard time not bursting into laughter. Nothing, just having guy talk. Can't we do that, just like you have your girl talk? You can, Kate replied slowly. But it makes me more suspicious when you do it. Now you know how it feels. He leaned back toward her. What do you say we get out of here? Kate and Craig were the next out of the room, holding hands. I leaned into Forrest and was content watching everyone dance and sing the night away. It was peaceful despite the noise, and I could have stayed there all night long. But between the fight and the ale, I found my eyes closing. Then I was in Forrest's arms. Where are we going? I asked sleepily. Getting you to bed so you can rest some more, he informed me. So we both can. You don't sound annoyed with me anymore. I'm going to take that as a good sign, I said, loving the growl that rumbled through his body. I shut my eyes, curling against his chest and letting the motion of his carrying me put me to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, we were in bed, the torch burning dimly in the room, and Forrest's arm was wrapped securely around me. I shifted, and he grunted in his sleep, pulling me closer to his chest in protest. I settled back down again, sinking into his warmth, and smiled to hear the distant sounds of music still playing well into the night. Chapter 16. Maury. We'd gathered in the hall, after a measure of sleep. "So, what do our numbers look like now?" Kate asked the following morning in the hall. "Better than before," Danielle replied. "But we still aren't strong to mount a full-out assault against Baladon's forces. These people have been caged for months. They're weak, sickly. They'd be slaughtered." "Right, so a full-on attack is out," Kate agreed. "What about a distraction?" "Distraction for what?" Danielle was tapping her mug on the table in a steady rhythm, grinning slowly as Kate, Sabella and I all exchanged a look. "You know you three are damned dangerous together." "That's what we've been saying all along," Tristan chimed in. "What are you thinking about?" "We need to cut Baladon off from the abyss," I insisted. "It's the logical next step." "Not until you've had more time to recuperate," Forrest argued, cutting me off. "I will not have you doing this blood magic while you're still weak from the last bout you used. Your magic might have returned, but the darkness is still affecting you. All of us." I considered arguing, but it wasn't worth it. Not when I knew he was right. "I'm not saying we go do it right this second, but it's what we need to decide to do next. With that said, we'll need a distraction." There was more to it than just a distraction, but until we got into the details of what would need to happen, I would keep the extremely dangerous part of this next mission to myself. No need to worry him more than he already was. Kate started to talk about what we could do. Sabella let out a curse gasp and fell backward. Tristan growled and rushed around the table to her side. He caught her and we all fell silent, waiting to hear what would fall from her lips this time. "The field," she gasped, her face crinkled in pain. "I see them at the field, they're looking for us, all of us." "Right now?" I asked, alarmed. "Think so, they're there." I can't see anymore," she whispered, then opened her eyes. "Take it easy," Tristan whispered, helping her sit back upright on the bench. She was shaking, but at least this vision hadn't been as terrible as the last one. Still, it was bad news. Danielle was on her feet, moving toward the door. "I'll send out the scouts." 2 elves sprinted into the hall, shouting her name. Danielle turned to the elves. "What is it?" "Baladon's forces, they're on the move," one exclaimed. "Where?" "The field where you escaped to. At least 50 minions and monsters." "We didn't cover our tracks as well as we assumed," the second blurted. "If we don't stop them now, they'll reach us. Here." Forrest glanced down at me, but I grabbed the front of his shirt, pulled him close for a kiss and then shoved him on. "Go, kill some minions for me while you're at it." "Tristan, Craig? Up for some hunting?" "You're not leaving us behind." Sabella shook her head as she and Kate rose. "Let's go." Danielle said she would round up Hank, Luca, and a few others to tag along. Forrest stopped for a heartbeat at the door, his eyes locked with mine, and then was gone. I let out a heavy breath, wishing I could go with him, but he was right. Using so much magic had been smart and dumb at the same time. I was weaker than I expected, and not recovering as quickly as I'd hoped. I finished off my coffee, and then searched for Lucy throughout the fortress. There was much I needed to discuss with her anyway, regarding closing the abyss. And maybe she had some understanding about how the 6 of us were meant to kill Baladon, in Sabella's vision. Everyone agreed simply marching up to him was a bad idea, especially when he was still so strong. But after he was weakened, we'd have a limited window to take him out, before he found a way to build himself back up again. Part of me felt the orb had something to do with the endgame, but as of this moment, it had only been used as a doorway, a tool to travel between worlds. We couldn't trap Baladon, not this time. We couldn't afford to. No, this time, we had to destroy him completely. I searched several different areas of the fortress, speaking with those who stopped me. I gave them all encouraging smiles, keeping morale as high as possible, and finally came across Lucy, Abby, and several other witches. They were in a room by themselves. The same room I'd found Kate and Sabella in the other day. "What's with all the hustle and bustle?" Lucy asked as I joined them. "Scouts reported Baladon's forces at the field. Forrest and the others have gone to wipe them out, hopefully stop them from tracking us back here," I explained. "I was told to stay behind to heal a bit longer. And from the look on your face, I'd say you're not too upset about that for once." Lucy's brows drew together, and though I was old, her eyes shone with the wisdom of her long years and all she'd been through. "No, because there's something I need to discuss with you. Several things, actually. And those would be..." I considered finding a less blunt way to say it, but at this point, the truth was easiest. To seal the portal to the abyss will take more than blood magic, just as it did to open it, and keep it open, I told her, keeping my voice low, as though Forrest would magically appear behind me. "What else must be done?" Abby asked. "It takes the power of a god and blood magic, fueled by sacrifices. I'm assuming Baladon used his minions and monsters to open it the first time, possibly some of the prisoners," I rambled on, hating I could not be delivering good news. "My plan is to drive his forces into the abyss and use them to seal it for good, but..." I trailed off, unable to say any more. "But what?" Lucy urged. "Maury, you might as well just tell us." I flattened my hands on my thighs as I forced the words out. "There's a chance any who are near me when I recite the incantation will be sucked into the void too. I can't have any of our own near the abyss, but there's always a chance we'll lose someone. Or that it won't work with Baladon's minions because they're not truly living, as we are," she added, saying what I refused to. "Well, that certainly complicates the matter a bit." "A bit?" I blurted. "A lot, you mean? As in, it might be impossible. If we can't though, he'll continue to pull his power from it. And no matter what the prophecy tells us, we will never be able to kill him. Which, funny, we still have no way of knowing what to do." I held my head in my hands, praying that a simple answer would fall out of the sky for once. "There is a way you may be able to see," Abby said. I looked up. She and Lucy were nodding. "It could be dangerous." "How?" "It may harm you, and there's a chance the magic will backfire, and instead of seeing what you need to see, you may be faced with something much darker instead," Lucy said. I had a feeling she wished Abby hadn't said a thing about it. Lucy fidgeted. "We can't perform the spell, but you can. It might be our only way to get the advantage back." "What do I have to do?" Lucy kept her mouth shut, but Abby hefted herself out of her chair and said to follow her. "You don't win wars by hiding out in mountain fortresses, Lucy," she called over her shoulder. "Come, Maury, I'll have you mix the potion, then all you have to do is drink it and use your mind and your starlight to guide you toward what you need to see." "And you're sure this will work?" I asked, hurrying to keep up with the old witch. 50-50. "Abby, those are not good odds," I pointed out. "Where's your sense of adventure, child?" "Child." I laughed as she threw a mischievous look over her shoulder at me. "You do realize how old I am, yes?" "Ah, but who has truly lived more, you or me? Trust me, if you want answers, this is the way to get them." "But what's this darker something I might face?" She came to a dead stop in the hall so fast I nearly ran into her. "Yourself, my child, you may wind up facing yourself. The darkest part of yourself. And if you're not careful, if you can't remember what's real and what's not, there's a chance you will lose yourself." "Oh, is that all?" I paced the width of the hall as she watched, weighing the risk against the reward. Was it truly worth it? If Forrest heard anything about this, I'd never hear the end of it. But if he came back and I had a way to stop Baladon, he couldn't hold it against me for too long, right? I was strong, I could do this. For everyone in this fortress, I would risk myself so we could end the war. "Let's just hurry," I finally told Abby. "I'd like to have this over with before Forrest gets back." "That's the spirit," she said firmly, and we set off again deeper into the fortress.
Chapter 17. Forrest. Kate and I, in our dragon forms, touched down a good distance from the field, attempting to keep our massive bodies out of sight, but carrying fighters with us was the fastest way to reach the field. We couldn't see them yet, but I heard orders being yelled out to follow the tracks. I lowered my shoulder and let those on my back hop down. Kate did the same, then we shifted. Tristan sniffed the air in the direction of the field and snarled. Trolls. A basilisk or two. Had to kill them with fire the last time. Consider it done, I asserted. What else? He sniffed again and then sneezed. Something that smells like rotting flesh. Ghouls maybe? We had faced a small band of those when the darkness had first fallen, and I grimaced at the thought of facing them again. They were terrifying, gaping mouths filled with grossly distended teeth. They ambled instead of walked, a creeping gait. They moved far faster than should have been possible. The worst part was the manner with which they attacked. There was no thought or method. They spotted their prey and threw themselves at them, teeth clacking together as they went for throats and whatever else they could sink their teeth into. Let's move, Craig said, lifting his hand high. Have to cut them off. Luca, I want you and Nora to go back and erase the rest of the tracks from earlier. Make sure there's nothing anyone could follow. The two demons took off into the trees while the rest of us turned and made for the field. As we neared the open space, we crouched lower, watching Baladon's force moving outward in a circle. They were searching for tracks, and they'd find them soon enough unless we stopped them. There hadn't exactly been time to come up with a plan. We decided if Baladon was here, we'd fall back and come up with one, but since he was absent, all that was required was we destroy anything moving in that field. Kate. I whispered and glanced skyward. She nodded in agreement and nudged Craig, whispering to him. He gripped Executioner in his hand firmly, but tapped the side of his head and motioned himself and the others running in after Kate and I made a first pass over. If we could turn them away from this side of the field, it'd give our fighters a good shot at attacking them from behind and taking a number of them out before they had a chance to react. Kate and I backed away from the line of fighters to the clearing we first landed in. Ready to burn them all? She asked, sounding far happier than she should have for one heading into a battle. But then again, so was I. You have no idea. Should we keep track? Track of what? Oh come on, you and I have never had a chance to fight as dragon and dragon. Bet I kill more than you do. So it's like that, is it? I nodded as I looked back toward the field. Fine, you're on. I'm so going to kick your ass. What are the terms? Terms are if I win, you admit that I am a better dragon than you. She pursed her lips. If you win, then I won't tell Craig that you told Maury and Sabella about a certain something that you two do, if you catch my drift. She gave me the death stare and I burst out laughing. You wouldn't dare. If you win, I won't. How do you? Maury, really? She told you. How many times do we have to tell you all this? You all tell us everything that you all tell each other. It's a very vicious cycle. Deal? I held out my hand and waited for her to shake it. She growled but clasped my hand. You're going to lose. Hope you know that. We separated from each other and shifted together, letting our dragons stretch their wings. We pushed off the ground and soared high up into the gray cloud cover. Kate veered left and I went right, circling around the field once as we got a good view of where the enemy stood. The basilisk was at the center. It reared back and was much larger than I expected. The ghouls were hunched together, sniffing at the ground frantically. I tilted my head and was thankful my dragon's stomach was stronger than my own, or I might have lost my breakfast. They'd found the dead we'd left behind, and were currently disposing of them. By eating them. There were at least 20 minions and 5 trolls. They were still scouring the field as we circled back around again. Together we opened our jaws, drew on our fire and let the flames fall to the ground, burning anything in their path. The screams that reached my ears were glorious, and I sucked in another deep breath, blasting the field with more flames. We turned the attention of the attackers toward us, and away from Craig and Tristan as they led the charge into the tall grass. They hit the minions first, taking them out prior to the fight breaking out into utter chaos. I pumped my wings hard, readying to turn back around and aim for the basilisk that was moving toward our fighters. I opened my jaws wide, prepared to set it alight, only to discover it was too close to Craig. I settled for snatching it up in my claws and carried it away from them, but the damned thing started to squirm in my grip. Though I had firm hold I had on its neck, so it couldn't rear back and bite me. But it seemed I didn't, as my grip slipped. I dropped the massive reptile before it could latch those fangs into my scales, and watched as it plummeted to the ground. Suddenly, there was Kate roasting it as she pumped her wings enough to keep her off the ground, but near enough so that she fried the beast until there was nothing left but ash and bone. I huffed in annoyance, smoke rising from my nostrils, as she winked at me and took back off into the clouds. Our forces had overtaken the minions fast enough, but the trolls were giving them trouble, as were the ghouls. A shifter howled as it was swarmed and torn apart in mere seconds. I landed on my feet and snatched at them with my jaws, scattering them, but our own forces were too close for me to set the enemy on fire. I killed 2, but the rest latched themselves onto my back and I couldn't dislodge them. I roared in pain, their talons and fangs digging into my scales, until I finally threw myself into the sky, spinning madly to throw them off. The bastards only held on tighter, tearing through my hardened scales to reach the soft skin beneath. Then one threw itself onto my wing, and its talons slashed right through it, taking me crashing to the ground. I rolled and reached around, attempting to free myself of the ghouls, but nothing worked. A flash of fur flew at me, and a ghoul was torn free, followed quickly by the second. Tristan was right behind them, and as the ghouls screamed and shrieked, he tore them to pieces before I'd even finished shifting back. My right arm was bloodied and hung limply at my side. My back was slashed to ribbons, but I'd survive. Thanks. He spat out a mouthful of ghoul. I'm sure that tastes great. He shifted back and wiped his mouth on his arm with a look of disgust. You owe me. He spat again, shuddering, and I waited for him to be sick, but he held back. Gods, that's terrible. We get them all? I asked. Looks like it. Kate touched down beside us, shifting back as soon as her feet hit. She ran over. You all right? She asked me, staring at my arm. You're going to need stitches. Most likely, but I'll live. By the way, pretty sure I won, she added, pressing her hand to a bleeding wound. Not going to argue at this point. Craig, Sabella, and the other fighters joined us, declaring that all of the enemy forces were dead. We decided to pile up the bodies and burn them first, then we would ensure there were no more tracks left to follow. Luca and Nora returned just as Kate set the bodies alight. They declared the trail was destroyed, and no one would be able to track us back to the fortress. As the flames hungrily ate at the bodies, a warm breeze blew across the back of my neck. I turned, wondering at the strange sensation that was calling to me. The trees, grass, and shrubs surrounding the field had been dead when we arrived, but they began to heal themselves, bringing life back to this land. It was as if the earth itself was coming alive with every bit of darkness that was being destroyed. I was going to turn back around to continue watching the bodies burn, when a figure stepped out from behind one of the newly healed trees. He looked at me and smiled. Who's that? Craig asked. I rubbed my eyes, swearing I was seeing things, but the older man was still there. Stay here, I told Craig. I'll be back. Forrest? I waved him off and went to meet Thorn beneath the boughs of the tree. You're alive. In a sense, yes, he said, resting his hand against the fresh bark on the tree. But in truth, no. I don't understand. Why are you here? Mori, she's been trying to reach all of you since we came back to the realms. I was annoyed. She could stand to hear from you. She could, but she does not need to, not anymore. That's not helpful, I muttered, hurting and tired from the last fight, and in no mood to play games with a god we'd all assumed was dead. She still needs you, we all do, whether you seem to think it or not. He smiled like a kindly grandfather listening to his grandchild whine. I growled. She needs you, Forrest, not us, and it's time she learned that truth. You are her future, you always have been. Now, when times are indeed their darkest, it cannot be the gods she turns to for aid. It must be you. You too, you are what's important in this world. Craig and Catherine, Tristan and Sabella. And you and Maury. Darkest, we're making headway against Baladon, aren't we? His fingers roved over the bark of the tree, then reached up and plucked one of the newly formed leaves from a branch. All triumphs are minor victories until the final battle. And you won't give me anything else to go with? When? Or how it'll turn out? I waited for him to give me something, hoped that this was not going to end the way we all thought but had yet to accept. All I can say is it is coming, and there is no preparing for it, he finally said, holding the leaf in his palm. Just remember, you are stronger together. Whatever comes, you cannot let it tear you apart. None of this makes me feel any better. Thorn tilted his hand, and we watched the leaf fall to the ground against the ashes and dirt that had yet to come back to life. I do not tell you to make you feel better. That is not my duty. Nothing of this world is anymore. I am handing the world over to the races. And Baladon? What if he wins? Then I pray those who would remain find a chance to fight back and destroy him, if you six cannot. He winked and smiled, though I failed to see anything amusing or uplifting about his talk. I wanted to ask him more, but he faded right in front of my eyes, and I was alone beneath the tree, staring at nothing. Great, that's great. Was that Thorn? Tristan asked as he and Craig met me halfway as I walked back toward the field and the burning pile of corpses. It was. And he pushed. What did he say? Stronger together, that about sums it up, I relayed. And the gods have officially left the realms to us, to fight Baladon on our own. No more support from them. Nothing. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and a shiver raced down my spine. My brow furrowed as I turned in the direction of the mountain fortress. I brushed it off as paranoia, but a second shiver had me rolling my shoulders, wanting to shift to get back to Maury. Are we finished here? Just about, yes, Tristan said. Forrest? It's nothing, I lied but didn't turn away from the trees. I anxiously waited for the fighters to gather together, so Kate and I could shift and carry them all out of here. Shifting was painful and my wings stung, but it worked well enough to get us back. My need to see Maury grew, the closer we came to the fortress, and by the time I landed and my back was emptied of passengers, I was ready to ignore my wound and find her. I went inside and followed where my gut told me to go. The air was strange, and I wasn't the only one who noticed. Sabella said something to Tristan about someone using a heavy amount of power, and my steps quickened. Maury was not in the hall, and I sprinted all the way up to our room, but she wasn't there either. Maury, I yelled, waiting to hear her reply. Maury. Forrest, in here, Lucy shouted. I followed her voice through winding corridors and down to a small chamber where Lucy stood in the doorway, wringing her hands. The door behind her was closed, and she kept looking over her shoulder. You can't go in there, but she's safe. What are you talking about? What's going on? I demanded, moving around her to bang my fist on the door. Maury. You have to wait. Lucy grabbed my shoulder to shove me back. What's going on? Kate asked as she and Craig rushed up. Lucy. Maury came to Abby and me seeking answers and a way to know how this final battle was going to play out, Lucy explained in a rush. And? I tried to get around her again, but she planted herself right in front of the door. And? Abby gave her a way to try and see the exact moment, or at least her part in it, and thereby the rest of your parts too. She's not a seer. No, she's not, but this spell? If it works right, she could see what will happen. If, I repeated, and the worry eating away at my gut intensified. And if not? Lucy was back to wringing her hands again, chewing over her words, when a scream erupted from behind the door. Lucy tried to hold me back, saying something about the risk of interrupting whatever Maury was seeing, but when a second scream followed the first, I picked Lucy up, set her to the side as gently as possible, and bashed my shoulder into the door. I yelled furiously as the door held, and Maury's screaming continued. Craig appeared at my side and together we rammed the door, finally crashing through it and into the room. I straightened, ready to attack whatever was going after Maury, but she was with Abby, and otherwise alone. They sat on the floor across from each other, eyes closed. Had I simply imagined the screaming? Maury appeared perfectly fine, but then another scream sounded, and I whipped around, confused when her mouth didn't open, though the sound was real. "What is this?" I asked loudly, waving my hand in front of Maury and Abby. "Lucy, what are they doing?" "Trying to see what will happen during this final battle." "Where's that screaming coming from?" "Whatever she's seeing," Lucy said. "You can't reach her, not until she comes out of it." I had no idea how this magic worked, but another scream echoed through the room, and I growled in frustration. I couldn't just stand here and listen to her screaming in pain, in fear. Whatever she saw could not be worth this, could it? I went to her again, waving my hand in front of her face, willing her to come out of this vision or whatever she was trapped within. I crouched down in front of her. Blood dripped from her nose. "Damn it. Is this supposed to happen?" I demanded. Lucy rushed over. "I warned her it could be too much," she whispered, taking Maury's shoulder and shaking it. "Maury? Maury, you have to come back to us now." But nothing happened. "Maury, come on, snap out of it," I growled, cupping her cheeks in my hands. "Whatever's happening, it's not real, and it's not worth it. Get out of there, right now. Come on." Another scream made me wince. Maury's eye twitched. I reached for her hands, squeezing them, as I willed her to open her eyes and get herself out of this vision or whatever she was seeing. But as soon as my hands closed around hers, the mark on my chest from the ceremony burned hot, and I felt myself falling. My feet finally touched down. I glanced around me, trying to understand what I was seeing, but it was like I'd fallen straight into a nightmare. Fog surrounded me, swirled around my feet as I took a few slow steps, trying to get my bearings. Lightning lit the sky, highlighting the massive thunderheads rolling in. At first I thought it was thunder I heard, but then the sound grew closer, and I heard another higher-pitched battle cry. "Maury," I whispered and took off straight for the sounds. "Maury." A bright flash of red light lit up the fog, and Baladon's massive body appeared in front of me. There was a blast of white light attacking him over and over again, and I realized as I got closer it was Maury. But he slammed his staff into the ground, and she was thrown back from the blast, tumbling head over heels. I ignored Baladon and went to her to help her up, but my hands passed right through her. And she looked through me, as if I wasn't even there. "What? No. Maury. Look at me, this isn't real." "Kate now?" she yelled and ran through my body. I spun around to witness Kate charging Baladon, the Vindicar shield at the ready. She slammed right into him, and he staggered backward from the blow. Before he could right himself, Sabella appeared, blasting him with her light magic. He dug his feet in, but the force of her attack forced Baladon backward, his feet digging deep trenches in the ground as he roared, failing to stay upright. Kate and Maury moved in, keeping up the attacks as I watched, stunned, not able to do anything else. My pulse hammered, and for those few short moments my hope rocketed that this was going to work after all, if this was what would truly happen. But when Baladon threw his arms up and seemed to collapse in himself, the explosion that destroyed everything he was hit Sabella, Kate, and Maury, throwing them far and wide. I shielded my eyes, straining to see, as until the fog cleared and I had a perfect view of the destruction left behind. "No, no. Maury." I fell to my knees beside her broken and bleeding body. She was limp when I picked her up, not breathing, and there was no pulse. I yelled her name, but she was gone. Kate, Sabella, neither one of them moved either. They'd fulfilled the prophecy, destroyed Baladon, and gotten themselves killed in the process. I hugged her close, tears streaming down my cheeks until a hand fell on my shoulder and I jumped. "Forrest? Maury?" I glanced from the body in my arms to the woman standing behind me. "What's going on?" "What are you doing here?" she asked, but her eyes were on the dead version of herself in my arms. "I came here to see," See the truth, she went on, her voice shaking as she tore her gaze from the dead Maury and glanced at the dead bodies of Sabella and Kate. This is not what I hoped to see. I rose to my feet and took her hand. Doesn't matter. We have to get you back to the fortress. How are you even here? This spell, whatever you decided to do? It's not exactly going according to plan, I informed her. I didn't mean to come here, but at least now we know. She nodded sadly, but I saw resolve in her eyes. Now we know. Thorn's words whispered through my mind, but then we were falling again, and when I blinked, I was crouched in front of Maury back in the fortress. She shuddered and gasped, clinging to me as Abby took a deep breath and asked if she got the answers she needed. I did, Maury replied, wiping blood from her nose. But I'm not ready to talk about it, not yet. She shifted and stared at me, telling me without words she needed to get away from everyone else. Then she spotted my bloodied arm, and her whole demeanor changed. What happened to you? You're hurt. You can fuss over me when we get back to our room, all right? I helped her to her feet, and though I could tell everyone wanted to ask her questions, they let us leave the room. Silently, we made it to our chamber, then I shut the door. I expected her to sink to the bed, worn out from what she'd just been through, mentally seeing how this battle was going to end, but instead she dragged me to the bed, sat me down and kissed me fiercely. She turned to the wound at my arm. When she found the others on my back, she cursed and started shredding a spare shirt to clean them with. You going to tell me what happened out in the field? She poked at the wound on my arm. What did this? Ghouls, nasty little bastards, I told her. And yes. But only if you're going to explain to me what I just saw. That battle, that wasn't a definite outcome, right? She pressed hard against the wound at my arm, not answering. I reached up and held her hands, pulling her around to face me. She stared at the floor between us until I lifted her chin with my fingers. Talk to me, please. What did we just see? She chewed on her lip until I threatened to refuse stitches in my arm unless she told me. It wasn't definite, but Abby said the way it worked was that I would see a possible outcome of the final battle, she said quietly. That, what we both saw, there's a chance it's how we'll end up. Just a chance, though. Yes, but after seeing it, being there and feeling how bad it could get or will get, my hopes aren't too high that it won't be the outcome. The image of her bleeding body in my arms would stay with me for a long while. I drew her to my chest, and she wrapped her arms around my neck as we held onto each other firmly. No matter what we went through next, we were going to face it together. I couldn't bear to spend a moment alone without her in my sight, not knowing when this final battle would strike. When would be my last moment with Maury? Forrest, there's more I need to tell you, tell everyone, she started to say. I shook my head and pulled her mouth down to mine. Later, I whispered against her lips. Right now, I just need to erase a certain image from my mind. I expected her to argue and tell me that stopping Baladon was more important than proving to myself she was alive, and what I'd seen was just a figment of some distant future that would not come to pass. But she kissed me back, and the pain from my wounds vanished, and all that mattered was holding on to Maury for as long as I could.
Chapter 18. Maury. You should have let me do that hours ago, I told Forrest. He grimaced as Lucy stitched the wound on his arm now, after having to take care of the ones on his back that he'd ignored in favor of, well, other important issues. I'd wanted to argue with him to take care of his injuries, but seeing my dead body had me shook up too. Holding on to him for a few hours was a comfort I was not ready to go without. It's fine, I'll live, he said with a wink until Lucy tugged a bit harder and he growled. Next time do not wait so long, huh? She finished bandaging the wounds and said he was good to go. The others are waiting for both of you in the hall. Good, we have much to discuss, I said, trying to sound less depressed than I felt. When don't we? Forrest gingerly stretched his right arm and his back, but he seemed to be holding up fine. Once he was ready, he slipped his hand into mine and we walked into the hall together. He'd asked me earlier what else I'd talked about to Abby and Lucy and called me out for hiding something, but I only wanted to go over everything once. I only needed one headache today, and didn't want to make it worse every new time I had to relay the details I'd withheld. I expected to see at least Craig, Kate, Sabella, and Tristan in the hall, but when we turned the corner, I froze at the crowd gathered. "What's going on?" Forrest asked as Craig reached him. "Those who are willing to fight heard that we're coming up with a plan, and they want in." "All of them?" I looked from one end of the hall to the other at all the warriors crammed inside. Some of them appeared scared, but most were angry, determined. They'd become hardened by the war taking over their homes and killing those they loved. Nearly everyone who was able to fight was here to listen to what I had to say. Suddenly, I was more nervous than I'd ever been. I had no good news to give, well, not exactly. The good came with a ton of bad, and there was no more avoiding it or trying to hide how serious this situation was about to get. How many lives were about to be put in harm's way? "You can do this," Forrest whispered to me with an encouraging smile. "You can." But what I saw, the outcome of the battle. I hung back, not sure what else I could say. "I meant to tell you, out in that field, we weren't alone," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" "Thorn, he appeared after the fight." My eyes widened in surprise, and then narrowed in annoyance. "Wait, he appeared to you? Why would he not speak to me, if he was alive and had a message? What did he tell you?" "Told me it was time you stopped looking to the gods for aid." "And do what?" He tilted his head as he frowned. "Trust yourself, Maury, trust you and me together." That's what he said. "We're stronger together." I frowned. And then he just disappeared. That old bastard. All this time I'd been calling out to him, and he finally made an appearance to tell Forrest nothing of use. We were stronger together. What was I supposed to do with that information? It led me nowhere. Just more cryptic messages to add to Sabella's vision, the damned riddle, and what I witnessed just yesterday. I held my hands, no longer wanting to speak to anyone about what our next move had to be. "Maury, take a breath," Forrest said as he turned me around, resting his hands on my shoulders. Thorn wasn't telling me this lightly. He meant what he said, hinting that our darkest days are yet to come. He wanted you to understand you have the power to end this, you and all of us. Together. You just have to believe. How can I, when what I'm about to say to everyone in there is going to rip them all apart? It can't be that bad, can it? You said it yourself, our darkest days have yet to arrive, but they're damned close. I took another deep breath and bobbed my head firmly. Right, let's get this over with. I walked in with Forrest and Craig behind me, sidling my way toward the head of the main table. I didn't feel like sitting, so I moved the chair aside and stood, taking in as many of the gathered faces as I could. I cleared my throat, tapped my fingers on the table for a beat, finally figured I might as well just get it over with. "As many of you have seen, from being in Baladon's camp," I started, "and many more of you have heard, there is an entrance into the abyss. A portal, so to speak, that is feeding the god of monsters, giving him added strength. Our mission to free all of you was successful, and we lost very few lives, but this next mission I fear will not be so simple." Worried murmurs started up around the hall, and I waited a minute, then held up my hand to have silence again. Baladon feeds off fear and darkness off those he controls, but the abyss is where he was birthed. If we cut off his access to it, we will greatly weaken him.
Enough to kill him?
Phoebe called out from the back of the room. That's the hope, but that's also another issue altogether, I admitted. And you have a way to close off this portal? Keanu asked. What do we have to do? I focused on the wood grain of the table, taking the few seconds to gather my thoughts. The portal can be sealed permanently. By a god using blood magic, old blood magic. Then you can see it done. Why don't we just throw Baladon in there? Bear yelled. A chorus of agreement sounded. We can't, I insisted. If we lock him away, he'll get free again. We have to destroy him here and now. But he's a god. Where are the other gods? Why don't they take care of him? This was the conversation I'd hoped to avoid with everyone left behind in this world, but there was no point avoiding it. "They are gone," I announced loudly, and the room fell deadly silent. "They were all severely injured when Baladon captured them, and they have decided it was their time to leave the realms in our care. That our belief and our hope had become enough to sustain us and see us through. The gods, they can't help us with Baladon. It's down to us and us alone." I waited for the shouting to start, the yelling and cursing of the gods, but instead the hall remained silent as they exchanged knowing looks. The air became charged with a new power I'd never sensed before. Not power of the gods, no, this was the power of a people fighting for survival. And we would not go down without a fight. "The only way to defeat Baladon is to use this blood magic then?" Danielle asked, getting us back on track. "Yes, but the blood magic requires something else to make it work." I started to say the word, choked on it, and tried again. "Sacrifices. Baladon had to have sacrifices to create it, and we will have to do the same to close it." Forrest rested his hand on my shoulder, giving me strength before I even asked for it. Or he was trying to comfort himself. Either way, it helped keep me from losing what little control I had over my emotions right then, as voices whispered and talked in disagreement and confusion. "Sacrifices, you mean of our people?" Hank asked, his voice shaking, but his words silenced the crowd. "No, which is what brings me to the plan. We need to distract Baladon, get him away from the Abyss portal, and at the same time, we need to drive his own army into it at the exact moment the blood magic is cast." "Why do I feel like there's a but?" Kate asked. I nodded. "But there's a chance that whoever is near the Abyss while it's being sealed could potentially be sucked in and lost. Forever. And the blood magic may taint my starlight if I use it for too long. Essentially, we have a very narrow window to make this work." "Oh, is that all?" Sabella muttered. "Sounds like this is going to be a great mission." "I am not going to force anyone to go," I added quickly, "but if I'm to have any chance at all of sealing the portal, we need a distraction." "You're not going alone," Forrest growled. "I'm staying by your side no matter what." "We'll stand by your side at the portal too," Kate said. Craig nodded in agreement. "And we will cause a distraction," Sabella said brightly. "We will?" Tristan said confused. "How do you plan on doing that, Red?" "I'll think of something, don't you worry about that." After she spoke, Danielle and Hank chimed in, saying they would go wherever their alpha led. The 4 pack leaders agreed. Lucy said she would come with us, along with a few other elves and dragons to watch our backs while the ritual was performed. Keanu and Bear were already talking about making a dent in Baladon's forces. I wanted to turn them all down, worried about how many we would lose, but we would need the cover and a way to draw in those we were going to use for the sacrifice. "And once this is sealed, how do we kill him for good?" Hank asked. Forrest moved closer. I readied myself for what I was about to tell them next. I was able to see one possibility of how Baladon can be destroyed. I shifted my gaze to Sabella's. I didn't even have to finish speaking when she cursed and hung her head. Tristan snarled. Craig reached for Kate, shaking his head. "No," he snapped. "There has to be another way." "There still might be," Forrest said. I turned him, confused. He raised a brow. "I told you what Thorn said." True, he had. Stronger together? And that vision you saw of the final battle, you 3 fought him alone and you all died, he managed to spit out. I didn't see the 3 of us anywhere. He indicated himself, Craig, and Tristan. If we're with you, standing and fighting alongside you, there's a chance that's what all this means. The riddle, what Thorn said. And what about my vision? Sabella asked. I saw us all die. And you 3 were with us. I sensed an argument coming, but this was not the time or place to have it. What we need to focus on right now is our plan for getting the Abyss sealed. I suggest we take some time, get some rest and gather our thoughts, and then we can meet back here in a few hours with some ideas. There was a chorus of agreement, and the hall emptied out, but I remained where I was, finally taking a seat. Craig, Kate, Sabella, and Tristan all remained where they were too. We waited until the hall was empty. Then Craig closed the door to give us a bit of privacy, so we could figure out the best way to go about sealing the abyss. Except when Tristan opened his mouth, that was clearly not the plan the guys wanted to discuss. The three of you are not to attack Baladon under any circumstances unless the three of us are at your side, and the six of us come up with a plan together, he stated firmly.
Understand?
Red. That means you most of all. We have to be the ones to fight him. Kate looked ready to start throwing things. But nowhere does it say you have to do it alone, Craig pointed out. We're planning the mission for the Abyss right now. Can we focus on that instead of Baladon? I suggested. We can, as long as the three of you understand without a doubt that while we're going after the Abyss, you three will not be rushing in to attack that damned god because he's there. Forrest eyed me as if I would be the one to lead the charge. Which, to be fair, if Baladon showed up at the Abyss, we would have no choice but to attack him. We won't plan to attack him, I promised. Good enough for you. I want to say no, but from that look on your face, I'd say it's the best I'm going to get. I shrugged. I can't predict what will happen. If Baladon catches on to what we're trying to do, there's a chance he'll be coming right for us. If that happens. Forrest grunted as he looked at Tristan and Craig. If that happens, then we'll be there to fight him with you, and we will take on the first wave, not you three. Got it? I lowered my head at his request. Sabella and Kate took a minute longer, but they gave in too. Now can we get back to our planning? Kate asked. If we're going to do this, I say we do it tomorrow. Don't give him time to catch on to what we're up to. The portal wasn't protected when we last saw it, should be easy enough to get to again. Tristan shrugged. The problem for us is going to be drawing that horned bastard out from his camp. I was thinking, fireworks, Sabella suggested with a wicked grin. Fireworks? We don't have fireworks, Tristan said slowly. What do you mean? She held up her hands and they pulsed with white light. If I can cause a massive enough explosion, it should be enough to draw him out, right? He'll see my magic, realize it's me and probably you too, and you know he's holding a grudge for my kicking his ass the last time we saw him. I'd say Lucy could probably whip up some more firepower too with what we have on hand, but since her magic isn't exactly here, doubt it would work, Kate sighed. I nodded with her, but I was looking at Forrest. What? He asked, eyeing me, a curious look in his eye. Is there a way to bottle your fire, you think? He started to shake his head, but stopped. Crane managed to capture it when we were testing a theory against those damned skeletal demons during the first round of this war. Craig sat up straighter. Grayson probably knows how to do it. If we get enough, that would give the others with you some firepower of their own. Craig was already on his feet. I'll go see if I can find him. I might as well go with you. Forrest kissed the top of my head, then followed Craig out the door. If Grayson could do it, the firepower would add to Sabella's blasts, and even trick Baladon into believing Forrest and even Kate were with her, instead of with me at the Abyss. Once he's out of the camp, we'll start the ritual. How long will it take? Kate asked. As long as I'm not interrupted. 5 minutes, 10 tops, but that's a long time to be sitting right on the edge of the enemy camp, in a trance. Kate and Sabella cursed at the same time, as Tristan glared at the door. And yes, I waited until Forrest was out of the room to say that part, I muttered. For good reason. 10 minutes, can you do it? He asked. I could see the gears turning in his mind, working out a way to keep Baladon distracted long enough. I have to, so yes, I can do it. There'll be a moment, I explained, turning to Kate, when the temperature will drop and the portal will begin to rumble and rupture. That's your cue to drive as many of Baladon's forces into it as possible. Sacrifices to seal the portal, she whispered. If Forrest and I are there, the best way will be to drive them in with fire. And what about you and the others, all of you there, right at the edge of the portal? It's a risk I'm going to have to take, but no one else needs to. Once you start driving the sacrifices in, everyone else needs to get back. I'll be fine. Or, we tie a rope around your waist and attach it to another or a tree, something. Sabella shrugged. Should be enough to keep you out of that shithole, right? We kind of need you for the final fight, so you can't lose your life just yet. Or at all, I said quietly. I wanted to believe Forrest was right, and the answer was simple to defeating Baladon. Weaken him, and then attack together, the 6 of us, but the foreboding had only grown and darkened in the back of my mind that the 3 of us were not getting out of this in one piece. Just like with closing the portal, my instincts told me a sacrifice had to be made in one way or another to take down a being as powerful as Baladon. Tomorrow was going to be a long day, and we were not going to get out of it without any loss of life. This was a war, and deaths were to be expected, but it did not make it any less tragic when our numbers were so few to begin with. I stood, ready to go find Forrest and Craig, when a familiar dragon roar echoed through the fortress. He shifted inside. I hurried to the door, the rest following me, and chased after the sounds. I worried minions or more of Baladon's nightmarish creatures had gotten inside. When we entered another smaller hall, we found Craig and Grayson standing close to Forrest, who'd shifted into his dragon form.
Can you do it?
I asked Grayson as we entered. I believe I can, he said, his voice full of contentment. Kate, we could use your fire too. And though I would not let King Forrest hear it, yours might have an extra kick since you're a Dara. He winked as Forrest shook out his massive head, then hunkered down near me. We've got this, I whispered to him, running my hand down his snout. He huffed in reply but winked at me. I leaned closer. Whatever happens tomorrow, I swear I'll be careful, but you have to be too. He nudged me with his big head and I smiled. I'm allowed to worry too. Forrest. Let's get some fire bottled up and ready to go for tomorrow. He nudged me with his nose, then joined Kate. He could breathe fire in human form, true, Grayson explained as he worked, showing Sabella and me how to capture the fire with our magic, since like Lucis, his magic was not working. He explained that dragon fire in dragon form was much more potent. Every flame they created, we trapped within the drawn circle, and then sucked into bottles and vials whatever we could find, making living bombs of destruction. These would burn Baladon's forces and make one hell of a fireworks show. Sabella had been right after all. When the table was filled with blue and orange flames, Forrest and Kate finally shifted back, and we called another gathering for everyone willing to go and fight in tomorrow's battle. The plan was mostly worked out, but we'd fine-tune it once we had all the pieces laid in front of us. This night no one would sleep. I knew I wouldn't, no matter how exhausted Forrest said I looked. Rescuing the prisoners had been the first small step, but tomorrow would decide the tide of the war. With any luck, this plan would work and we'd have the upper hand. I just hoped we could hold on to it this time and make it count. Chapter 19. Maury. I hadn't expected to sleep, but once Forrest wrapped me up in his arms, I passed out in moments, snuggling close to his warmth. His steady breathing and the beating of his heart against my ear was soothing, and I dreamt of us, in a time of peace, surrounded by flowers and a bright blue sky. I wanted to cling to that dream, but the yelling that dragged me from it was anything but happy. A horn blasted somewhere in the fortress, and the 2 of us shot up in bed, looking around wildly as we waited to be attacked.
Wait here.
Forrest climbed out of bed and hurried to the door. He yanked it open, and I heard him talking to someone out in the corridor. The conversation only lasted a few seconds, then he was back inside, tossing my armor at me. We have to go. What's wrong? I hurried to get out of bed, and started to strap on my leather armor as he did the same. The front line, it's being attacked, he growled furiously. They're going to be overrun if we can't get to them, lend some aid. He's attacking them, full on. I asked confused. Why? Don't know, but I hope you're ready with this plan of yours. Looks like it's about to happen early. We moved as fast as we could, helping each other lace and tie leather bindings and bits of chainmail he insisted I wear, just in case. He was finishing up getting ready when he paused, and our gazes locked across the room. I stilled, and my breath caught at the raw love and fear in that look so like my own right then. So much could go wrong the second we left this fortress. There was a chance either one of us would come back dead, or both. Like we were pulled by strings, we rushed to each other, closing the distance between us in one quick movement. His lips found mine, and I kissed him deeply, holding on to him as tightly for as long as I could, searing this moment in my mind. A knock sounded at our door, and Forrest's arms enclosed around me tighter. "You two ready to move out?" Craig asked, not sounding happy about it. "Yes, we'll be right out," Forrest replied. He cupped my face in his hands and kissed me once more. "Whatever happens out there, I've got your back, and you are not to engage Baladon unless you have no other choice. Swear it." I was never one to make a promise I might have to break, but as he stared into my eyes, I found myself swearing to him I would stick to the plan. A sudden foreboding gripped my chest at the idea that Baladon might be out there, that we might wind up facing him down tonight. Was I ready? Gods no, I wasn't ready for any of this, but I had no choice. He sheathed his sword at his hip, and I took the few daggers from the armory and tucked them in their holsters along my ribs. When I was plucked from the sky so many centuries ago, I never imagined I'd be going to war. Now I was making ready to march into the war to end all wars, a war to save the realms. Or watch them fall forever into darkness. At the front entrance to the mountain fortress, we met up with all the fighters willing to head out into the night and the front lines. I watched, my heart aching as wives and husbands parted, as children were handed over to those too old or too weak to join the battle. Tears streamed down the faces of all those left behind, but for those of us marching off to war, there was no room for such emotions. Now was the time to be strong. The 6 of us led the way out of the fortress, side by side, and into the night. The moment we came within sight of the front line and the trench the warriors had dug into, my jaw dropped, and my fury rose. Starlight pulsed through my skin and burned my palms, eager to be used to destroy the monsters attacking in an endless line against those I was meant to protect. "Stick to the plan," Forrest said, taking my hand for a brief moment. "We'll use the fire to push back against Baladon's forces, draw him out." I kept my mouth shut, not about to say we needed a new damned plan. Shouts of the dying and wounded had me rushing toward the entrance to the trench, ducking low to avoid being turned into a pincushion by arrows from the advancing enemy. When a horn blew across the stretch of field though, my blood ran cold and my head shot up until Forrest yelled at me and yanked me back down. "What are you doing?" he growled furiously. "That horn." "I know it," I whispered. "And?" "Gargoyles," I whispered, looking horrified toward the battlefield. "He's brought back the gargoyles." "What? How?" "They've been extinct for thousands of years, before the orcs were even killed off." "I don't know, but that's them." Gargoyles were ruthless, and unlike the stories told by the humans, they did not turn to stone with the sunrise. Not even close. I stared up at the night sky, where several sets of red eyes pierced the darkness as their large forms swooped low. We hadn't counted on gargoyles. Other monsters, yes, but not them. And from the number of shadows filling the sky and blocking out the stars, there was a whole army of them. "What's going on?" Sabella hunkered down beside us. I told her about the gargoyles, but she only looked more determined. "Doesn't change the plan, right? We'll start fighting back, cause the distraction. You need to get to the abyss, don't stop for anything," she said as Tristan nodded beside her. "We can't leave you two here." "You don't have a choice," Tristan growled. "Seal off the abyss, Maury, or we're going to lose the war, remember? Now get out of here, go." His eyes flashed bright yellow right, then he shifted. Sabella handed out the bottles filled with captured dragonfire. Catapults launched flaming boulders toward the trench, shaking the ground as we struggled our way through the channel. Arrows flew overhead constantly, and I kept myself as low as possible. Forrest cursed and shoved me against the wall just as a taloned hand reached down, ready to snatch me away. The gargoyle snarled at missing his chance to snag me, and flew higher up into the sky, circling back around. "Keep moving," Forrest urged, his hand remaining on my shoulder. Screams filled my ears, and the deafening sounds of battle surrounded us. Already, the trenches were filled with the injured and dead. I staggered over a body and fell over. Forrest was right there to get me moving again, telling me to keep looking straight ahead. My fear was replaced with anger as I'd never felt before, and soon I was sprinting as fast as I could to reach the other end of the trench. The fighting was less here, and by the time we poked our heads out and glanced behind us, several massive explosions of dragon fire rocked the field. Gargoyles fell from the sky as the flames shred their wings, and the line of monsters and minions attacking was shoved back long enough for our army to begin to make a stand, now that they had reinforcements.
Anything?
Craig asked from behind me and Forrest as we took a long moment scanning the trees. Scout soldiers?
Nothing.
It looks clear, I whispered. Let's move. Our group crept into the trees, using the night to aid in keeping us hidden. The fight raged on to our left, and another bright burst of dragon fire lit up just how intense the fighting had become. The sky was filled with gargoyles and other flying beasts as the minions, spiders, basilisks, ghouls, trolls, and all manner of creatures rushed the trench. Our time was short, very short. They need Baladon, I hissed as we ran. Where the hell is he? They'll draw him out, just give them a chance, Forrest replied. We don't have much time. He said nothing in response, and we pushed deeper into the trees. I knew the way, but the four of us were not alone. Luca, Danielle, Bear, and Lucy insisted on coming to the abyss with us to act as extra protection for me, while I recited the ritual that would close the portal. I felt the opening before we saw it and clutched at my chest as an overwhelming sense of depression weighed me down. My steps grew sluggish and it was hard to breathe. Beside me, Forrest grunted, having the same troubles. I reached for his hand, and our combined strength bolstered us until we were able to reach the edge of the trees that lined the abyss. Shit, I whispered, dropping to the ground. 4 trolls guarded the abyss. Joining them were 2 gargoyles, their wings spread and ready to take flight if need be. We had not counted on guards, since there had been none earlier. Danielle motioned to Luca, and he nodded. They drew their swords silently. I started to get up to attack with them, but Forrest held me back. Stay here, stay out of sight, he ordered. We'll handle them. I can help, I argued. No, we need you to do the ritual. You're the only one who can. Wait for Baladon to hit the battlefield, then start, understand? He kissed me quickly, then drew his sword and slipped deeper into the trees, following Danielle and Craig. Luca, Lucy, and Kate headed the other way. I kept my gaze focused on the battlefield, waiting to see the god himself make an appearance, until a thud had me turning around in time to see one of the trolls being dragged back into the trees, dead. The other 3 whipped around, confused, but they were too slow to see where their companion had gone. The 2 gargoyles growled, their wings rustling in agitation as they sniffed the air intently. Dragons, one of them growled as his eyes flared red. Find them. The 3 trolls spread out as the 2 gargoyles moved in closer to the abyss. Any nearer and they'd fall in, but until the ritual was completed, they would wind up just flying back out. I glanced at the battlefield again. More dragon fire made me wince, and I had to hold up a hand to shield my eyes. But this time, the blast was much closer to the main encampment. The flames reached the tents and set them alight. Fire spread quickly as our army pushed back against the enemy. A massive swirling storm of shadow manifested in the center of the field, roaring. It was Baladon. He'd arrived. He slammed his staff into the ground, sending a shockwave that reached all the way to the trench. I gasped, heart pounding as our people were thrown to the ground. Baladon pushed onward, swinging that staff, but he was distracted. This was my only chance. The 2 gargoyles were still there, and I drew on my starlight, making ready to strike them as hard as I could, when a sword sailed out of the trees, embedding itself in the chest of one. The ritual, Mori, Forrest yelled as he charged out of the trees for the second one, tackling him to the ground and landing so close to the portal. Do it. I stepped out of the trees, running to stand at the edge of the dark, cracked earth. The abyss howled as if sensing my presence. For a second, I was taken in by the sound. I stared into the darkness that awaited me, and felt myself drawing closer to it, wanting to become a part of it. Forrest snarled, and his grunt of pain was enough to dislodge me from my urge to step into that shadowy realm forever. I raised my hands high, calling on all the starlight within me and what I was connected to here in the realms. My skin pulsed with a pure white light that drew the attention of the gargoyle wrestling with Forrest. He gnashed his jaws, digging his talons into the dirt as he dragged his body toward me. The words were already on my lips for the ritual, and as power flooded my body, I directed it to the abyss opening and was instantly lost in a trance. I could still hear and see everything, but my body was no longer fully under my control. It was like I watched from afar, but right in the thick of it at the same time. I drew one of the daggers from my side and slashed at both my palms, letting my blood drip against the abyss's edge. It burned the ground where it fell, stars erupting from each drop. A howl erupted from the pit, and the first rush of darkness rose up, reaching out toward me. It hit my starlight, fueling the magic, and the light transformed from pure white to blood red. Forrest yelled my name. The gargoyle went sailing past me to land in the trees. I wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come out. All I could do was blink, as I held the dagger in my right hand and my left hand was outstretched. Old words fell from my lips and my blood continued to ooze, falling to the ground. It gave a mighty heave and the cracks burst with black smoke, spreading through the trees. When it gave another loud rumble and the cracks opened wider, Forrest shifted to his dragon form and roared, calling for Kate to do the same. They had to hurry. Forrest glanced back at me once, then took to the sky, soaring for the camp, Kate right behind him. "We're here, Maury," Craig growled. "I'm tying you down, all right." I blinked, the only thing I could do in response as the magic tugged at me. Suddenly, I was no longer in the abyss. I was back in that vision of the final battle, watching as Baladon attacked us. The world was in chaos around me, fires burning everything in sight, as the air was filled with the screams of the dying. I wanted to fight, but all I could do was stand and watch as the end of the realms materialized in front of me. All around me lay the dead, and as the smoke and fog of war began to clear, I saw familiar faces, all those I knew. All those I cared for. I stumbled back at the sight of Kate and Craig, then Sabella. Tristan's dead wolf form lay nearby, broken. It was too much, and none of it could be real. The battle still raged on, right? This was all in my head. My foot caught on another body and I froze, staring into Forrest's wide-open dead eyes. I fell backward, scrambling to get away, as his body suddenly jerked to life and ambled toward me. "You failed us," he whispered. "You did this to us. You're not real." I shook my head. "You're not. None of this is." I gasped when I fell back again and my hands hit the ground. They bled from deep slashes in my palms. Blood, the ritual. I shut my eyes, tuning out Forrest's continued blaming, and heard someone else calling my name, overriding all other sounds. Craig. It was his voice, joined by another's. There was fighting, and dragons roaring. I forced my eyes to stay closed, not even opening them, when I sensed Forrest was close. This wasn't real. The ritual, the abyss, that's what I was doing. That's what put these images in my head. Maury. I sucked in a deep breath as my eyes opened in time to witness Forrest and Kate driving an entire troop of minions straight into the abyss. Craig and Lucy were right behind me. Luca and Bear were busy herding the minions together, killing any who managed to break free of the flames, driving them closer to the pit. "When it starts to close, run," I yelled to Craig. "We can't just leave you here." "I'm tied off, I'll be fine." "You have to run, Craig." The ground spewed black smoke, and a howling sound had me covering my ears with my bloody hands. The trance, I felt it calling to me, but I could move again, and the magic seemed to still be working. The minions were close, so close now. I spied Forrest through the trees, and his eyes found mine. He let out another long burst of fire. I nodded, holding my hands out, ready to finish the ritual. As soon as my hands glowed bright white with my godly starlight, the first minion hit the edge and tumbled over. Light burst forth, attacking the abyss, and the howling grew even louder. I winced at the sound that was driving me to my knees, but I had to keep pushing the power out until it sealed off completely. I expected Baladon to take notice and come after us, but as more and more of his minions were sacrificed to the portal, I saw no sign of him. It nagged at me that I should worry more, But until the ritual ended, my feet would not move from this spot. The cracks furthest out from the portal slammed shut. I yelled for Craig to get away and take the others. The main opening grew smaller in front of my eyes, but it was not going away easily. My power disappeared into the black void, as a whirlwind of shadow suddenly burst out from its center. Those minions too close were immediately sucked in, and if I hadn't been tied off, I would have been too. My feet left the ground, and I cursed, praying the rope held as I watched another few of Baladon's precious soldiers were pulled into the abyss forever. The rope began to fray. Craig was yelling, but the howling and whirling wind was too loud to hear him. The rope frayed more, but still, I kept my hands aimed at the portal. Just when it came apart completely, and I felt my body soaring toward the part of the opening that remained, two strong hands reached out and grabbed hold of my waist, pulling me back down. Forrest held me against his chest, wrapping his arms like iron bands to keep me in place. "I've got you," he yelled. I believed him. It was almost over, almost over. There was a final loud pop and then nothing. We fell to the ground in a heap as the wind abruptly died. I shoved my hair from my face, desperate to see if it worked or not, to find nothing there but a burnt circle in the dirt. "We did it," I whispered, stunned. "We did it. The portal, it's closed." Forrest sighed in relief, helping me up. Lucy, Luca, and Bear stood nearby, pulling leaves and twigs from their clothes and hair. Craig and Kate were laughing as they kissed, holding each other close. But Forrest was not smiling. Instead, he was hurriedly untying the rope from his waist and rushing to the tree line. I stayed on his heels, running into the back of him when he skidded to a stop, cursing vividly. My jaw dropped when I took in the sight, not believing what the battlefield below looked like. The trench had been overrun, several bright white flashes of light retreated back toward the trees. "Sabella, she's pulling them back," I murmured. "We have to go help." Forrest and Kate shifted without wasting another second, and with us on their backs, took off toward the sprinting line of warriors that were pulling back from the front line. I scanned the ground below for any sign of Baladon, but he was still missing, and the worry I'd felt earlier grew into paranoia. Forrest and Kate landed, immediately unleashing a fiery hell on the advancing army, giving the retreating soldiers a chance to get farther away. I ran to find Sabella, and together, we joined the two dragons, using our light to fight. "What happened?" I yelled at her, blasting 3 spiders charging at us. "I don't know." There was a sudden influx of soldiers. The trench was overrun, and then Baladon, he was attacking, but then he was just gone. "I thought he went after you." "Not us, and the portal's closed." "Where was he?" "We've lost so many," Sabella said as we were forced backward a few more yards, keeping a line of fire and light magic between the enemy and our people. "The gargoyles, they tore them apart." "We'll regroup back at the fortress," I started. Sabella suddenly collapsed. "Sabella." Before I could even reach her, Tristan was there, hefting her over his shoulders and retreating with the others. I took up a stance beside Forrest, but there were too many to hold off. Bear and Keanu joined the fight, attacking alongside Craig and whoever else was not too wounded or worn out to keep attacking. They were trying to buy enough time for the rest of our forces to retreat. It was a bloody nightmare that I feared would never end. Bear bellowed as ghouls leapt over the front line and attacked him, swarming him. Craig rushed in to yank them off, but it was too late. Bear lay dead on the ground. Keanu attacked the ghouls, but I couldn't go. More spiders were advancing, and my starlight was barely enough to keep them away. More and more of the enemy launched themselves at us. I heard another scream tear through the fighting. "Danielle." I sprinted toward her, snatching her hand as 2 trolls had hold of her, trying to drag her away. I clutched at her, holding on as I lifted a hand to blast them with starlight. One troll went down only to be replaced by another, and another. Her eyes narrowed as she began to let go of my hands. "No. What are you doing?" I yelled, as all along our retreating line more were snatched up by the enemy. "Danielle." "Avenge us, Mori," she yelled, and her grip slipped from mine. She threw herself back into the trolls, fighting with everything she had. But it wasn't enough. I heard her shriek even as I rushed in to try and save her. I blasted as many as I could, but the ritual had left me weakened. A red tint to my stars seemed to be affecting my power. I couldn't last much longer in this fight. I found myself surrounded before long, yelling in rage as I attacked again and again, but each of my bursts was dimmer than the last. Several ghouls cackled, making ready to devour me for my foolishness, when a burst of dragon fire sent them running, and then Forrest was there, carrying me out from their midst. He set me down further away and shifted. "We have to run for it." He took my hand, and with us bringing up the rear of the pack, we set off across the field and into the trees. Ahead of us was what remained of our army, beaten and bloodied, a far smaller number than what we marched here with. "Sabella, where is she?" I asked. Forrest pointed up ahead, and we hurried to catch up to where Tristan had her thrown over his shoulder. She was yelling at him to put her down, but he refused. "Just stop. Baladon's army, it's stopping," she yelled. We turned around, not ready to believe what she said, but his army hadn't entered the forest after us, a forest quickly coming back to life as we watched. "Why did they stop?" Forrest asked, confused. "Baladon," Sabella muttered as Tristan finally set her back on her feet. Her face was pale, eyes wide in terror. "The fortress, he attacked it." "What do you mean?" "Just now." Forrest asked, alarmed. Sabella bobbed her head, turning in the direction of the fortress. "We have to hurry before he kills them all." None of us said a word. We took off again, catching up to the rest of our retreating forces, fearing what destruction had been wrought just when we thought we were finally managing to hit Baladon where it hurt. He just went and hit us right back.
Chapter 20. Forrest. No matter which direction I looked, there was someone wounded or those carrying someone who was. We trudged through the trees, retreating toward Tirolf as fast as we could, what with so many unable to move on their own. So many more beaten down and defeated by the front line being overrun. By the innocents slaughtered at the fortress. Many got out, but only because those warriors left behind gave their lives so they could live. The army that had been growing strong enough to make a final push against Baladon was brought low. We hadn't even reached the fortress, but found those who escaped running for their lives. Baladon had destroyed it, brought the mountain down on whoever remained inside. Now we walked to the only place we could think of that might be safe, Maury's home in the stone maze. She tripped and I steadied her, hating to see her eyes so lacking in light. The ritual and the fight had taken much from her. Her bandaged hands were wrapped around my arm, holding on to me as tightly as I held on to her. "Almost there," she whispered, more I thought to bolster herself than me. "You'll need to rest when we get there, recover your strength," I insisted. "Once we tend to all the wounded, I will. But my realm won't keep him out," she told me, glancing around worriedly. "He'll come for us before long. We'll worry about that when he does." It was a small victory, but with the portal sealed for good, Baladon would be weakened. He might have hurt us, but we took out a decent chunk of his army. If nothing else, Baladon knew just how strong we were. And that we were not going down easily. The forests near Tirolf were full and green, filled with life. Maury led the way into the trees toward where the seam to her world resided. The opening lit up as she neared, and she lifted her hands, wincing as she tried to open it wider, until I gave her what strength I had. The seam opened into an arched doorway, and all those remaining walked through. Their eyes were unfocused and lifeless. What little hope we'd managed to stir was disappearing, and if we weren't careful, we'd lose it all together. The 6 of us were the last through the entrance, then Maury shut the seam behind her. "We'll need to place guards right outside the entrance, as well as just within. To give us some warning at least," she said quietly. "I'll find some volunteers," Craig said as he and Kate walked deeper into the maze. Maury had lit the path leading to the temple for the others. There were many wounded to tend to, and we made that our first priority. A group walked back toward the entrance to keep an eye out, and soon Maury's temple, which had completely rebuilt itself since our last trip here, was filled from one end to the other. Several fires were started, and the people flowed out of the temple into the maze, taking up residence where they could. The hours rushed by in a blur. I longed to sit down and close my eyes, but there were too many needing aid, or a comforting hand to hold, as they came to grips with the atrocities they'd witnessed. Bear and Danielle, countless others had been lost in this last battle, and everyone felt the loss deeply. I saw Sabella crying at one point as Tristan hugged her, neither saying a word. I was weary of trying to think of ways to cheer up those around me, of ways to remind them there was still hope. But really, what hope was there? The abyss was closed, but how many had we lost in the process? The war had to end. It had to end before there was no one left to fight for. A warm breeze blew across my neck, and I turned in time to see Mori motioning to me from the maze's entrance. I got up and followed her through the maze, knowing where we headed after a few turns. She led us off the main path toward the waterfall and the healing waters that flowed from it. Once we were alone, she sank to the grass and stared blankly ahead. "Mori, what happened out there at the portal?" "I closed it," she replied, emotionless. "No, there was more happening. I saw your face. You were so frightened, but your eyes were pure white. Were you seeing something?" Her hands dug into the grass at her sides as a single tear slipped down her cheek. "I saw everyone dead. Every last person dead and the realms burning. There was nothing left and you blamed me. It wasn't real. I know, it was the darkness from the abyss, but those images don't just go away easily, you know? I keep seeing your dead body when I close my eyes now. It's too much. When does it end? When? I don't think I can keep doing this." Her face fell into her hands and her shoulders shook as she broke down. I scooted closer and drew her close, holding and soothing her the best I could. The sound of the waterfall called to me, and an idea formed in my mind. Nothing could make what happened magically go away, but those were healing waters, and Mori right then needed her strength back. I picked her up, somehow managing to get to my feet, and as she asked what I was doing, I grinned and jumped into the water with her in my arms. She sputtered and laughed as we bobbed in the water, splashing each other. Before long her light became pure again, and my aches and pains eased as the water washed over me. "We need to bring everyone else here," she decided. "If nothing else, it'll heal their wounds faster." "Once you're healed, we will," I promised, slicing through the water to reach her. We enjoyed the serenity for a few more minutes, then both of us stepped out, our clothes soaked, but feeling like we might survive another night. I caught her hand when we reached the stone archway and kissed her, not sure when we'd get another moment alone. Hand in hand, we walked back to the temple, and in small groups brought everyone to the stream to wash and heal. A few appeared skeptical, but once the water washed over them, their faces relaxed, and they left the stream with new light in their eyes. The last 4 to enter were Tristan and Sabella, and Craig and Kate. "This was here the first time?" Tristan looked around. "It was dried out thanks to Baladon, but this is what the maze always looked like prior to his arrival," Mori explained. "Get in, the water is always perfect." One by one they did, and Mori and I joined them. We stayed in there for a long while, talking about anything but Baladon and the war, pretending that we were just normal newlyweds, and not the 6 destined to take on a god hell-bent on destroying the world. Chapter 21. Forrest. A full day passed in Mori's realm, and we gathered in the main temple, working out our best options for attacking Baladon. There were no good ideas, and the 6 of us were adamant that no one was to march out there unless they chose to do so. Someone needed to live. "I will not stand by while the 6 of you go out there and face down Baladon," Keanu argued hotly. "It's not going to happen." "I'm with him," Hank agreed. "If this is the end, I'm going down with you." I glanced around the room at the weary faces. Underneath their exhaustion was a grim determination to see this through to the end. I wanted to sit there and say we had the perfect plan to get back at Baladon and destroy him, but nothing came to mind. Mori had just opened her mouth to speak when an elf burst into the temple, falling to his knees. "Baladon, he's come," he blurted. "He and his army, they march against Turulf." "How long till they reach us?" Mori asked, already on her feet. An hour or two at most, but he does appear weaker, the scout reported. And his staff, it does not glow as bright as it once did. This is it then, Craig growled, looking at Kate. This is the final battle. He's coming to our front door to greet us, Tristan added. Fantastic. Then I say we go out there and greet him like the gracious hosts we are, Maury declared. The time for hiding and playing games is over. This is our fight, and we will take it to him. She looked at me as she reached for my hand, adding, the 6 of us. Together. It won't be easy attacking him head-on, I informed her. He'll throw every last one of his minions in front of him to stop us. Then we kill them all, Keanu said, slamming his fist down on the table. You leave his army to us. You have one job to do, nephew. No matter how many of us fall, you have to kill that bastard. Destroy him so he can never return. When we stared at each other this time, there was no hiding the fear for what we were about to do, but at the same time, our resolve to fight until whatever end came gave us strength. We would use that strength against Baladon. The war was going to end. Maury stood at my side, armed to the teeth and ready for battle. Sabella and Tristan were to my right, Craig and Kate to Maury's left. We walked tall and strong in a straight line out from the trees to the army that awaited us. Baladon stood at their center, leering as he gripped his staff in one hand, shadows swirling in a constant storm around his legs. The stone at the top of his staff was certainly dimmer, but the god of monsters was still intimidating. We stopped 30 yards or so away from the front of his army and waited, not saying a word. Baladon's mouth opened wide, flashing his fangs at us, but he made no move to leave the safety of his troops. How nice of you to come outside for me, he called out, his voice making my skin crawl. None of us spoke, and that seemed to irritate him more. Do you not wish to curse me for all those I've killed? For those lives I am still going to take. Maury's starlight pulsed once, yet we kept silent, waiting for him to make the first move. We needed him to push his troops so the rest of our army, which was hidden out of sight, could attack and pull them away from their master. Fine, if you wish to face your death silently, I will gladly accept those terms. He raised his hand, and his army readied for the charge. Now that once you are gone, the rest of the world will know only darkness, and I will rule over this world forever. Kill them. Just as we hoped, Baladon was desperate to be rid of us, and his entire army charged as one. Every instinct told me to run, but I stood my ground, waiting as I held my breath. His army was just about to hit us when dragon fire exploded, halting them. Keanu roared another charge, and the rest of our army attacked, using the fire to split Baladon's forces. Kate and I shifted at the same time, taking to the sky and heading for Baladon's personal guard. 3 of the beasts, exactly like the one that attacked Maury, the one that had tendrils for legs, stood in front of him, taking the brunt of our fire. I had just long enough to catch a hint of fear in Baladon's eyes, then I turned my attention to the fight at hand. Below, glimmers of starlight appear as Maury and Sabella fought side by side, pushing their way through the army. Tristan and Craig flanked them, and between the 4 of them managed to make a wedge of attack aimed at Baladon. Kate and I kept up the fire attacks on the personal guard, taking one down together, burning him to ash. The other 2 attacked us, their tendrils shooting up into the sky, snagging our legs and wings, whatever they could grab hold of. One tug yanked us both from the sky, and we hit the ground hard. Kate managed to shift, and the Vindicar shield appeared at her left arm. She swung it wide, slicing through the tendrils holding her. I drew my sword, hacking and slashing. All around us, the battle raged on. Fires burned bright, lighting up the intense fighting stretching from one end of the field to the other. Baladon had not moved, arrogantly standing as if we could not touch him. As if we would not be the ones to kill him this day. All we had to do was reach him, the 6 of us, and unleash hell. The guard I fought against threw itself at me, taking us to the grass. I lifted my blade, aiming for its face. Those tendrils tightened their grip on my arms and pinned me down. Goodbye, Dragon King, the creature hissed, its fanged mouth aiming for my neck.
Chapter 22. Maury. I lost sight of Forrest as he fell from the sky. I cursed the ghoul coming at me, pulled on my power and sent starlight burning through the line of ghouls in front of me, burning them to a crisp before they hit the ground. Baladon's personal guard had been near him, and as the forces in front of me parted, I spied Kate fighting one and Forrest the other. They appeared to be winning, until suddenly the beast had Forrest on the ground. No. I charged through the fighting, not taking my eyes off him. Those fangs were ready to tear Forrest's throat out. I raised my hand, shouting a battle cry as I blasted it off of Forrest. It shrieked as it sailed through the air. Grabbing Forrest by his armor, I yanked him back to his feet. Immediately, the beast was back, aiming for both of us. But just as Thorn said, together we were strong. Forrest held tightly to my one hand as I raised the other, and a solid beam of starlight shot out, stopping the monster in its tracks. Its tendrils curling around it, the beast collapsed at our feet. A deep snarl came from behind us. Tristan, with Sabella on his back, burst free of the fighting and landed beside us. Kate finished off the other guard with Craig's help. Craig drove Executioner through its head, then wrenched the blade free, and they joined us. Baladon glared at the six of us, holding his staff parallel to his body. You think you can kill me? Is that it? Because of what that half-breed saw, he demanded, nodding toward Sabella. You are nothing to me. Nothing. I am Baladon, god of darkness and monsters. I am the one who covered this world in darkness. I who killed the gods. Not all the gods, I reminded him. And this battle is over, Baladon. You will not escape. He opened his mouth, but I was finished talking. I was finished with watching him destroy our world. I raised both hands and a burst of starlight struck his staff, ricocheting off. He staggered back a step, growling in warning. Sabella hit him next. Again, he had to react fast to keep the white magic from reaching him. The light recoiled harmlessly past us, exploding into a line of his hellhounds. He gnashed his jaws, glaring at Sabella, but it was Kate who attacked next. She rammed right into him using her shield, and he was too slow to block the hit. The force of it threw him across the field where he landed in a heap, the ground quaking from the impact. The six of us formed a half-circle as we moved in. Stars danced at my fingertips, and I sensed Forrest pulling on his fire, ready to shift and unleash it. Baladon was slow getting up, but when he did, his face had contorted and he roared, appearing more as a wild beast than the god he was. Enough of this. You will not defeat me. He brought his staff up, then slammed the tip into the ground. A massive shockwave rocked the entire battleground. Dirt and grass blinded me as I flew backward, and my ears rang. My head slammed into the ground, making my vision go blurry. All around me, the battle seemed to come to a sudden stop. Baladon's army dropped dead one by one, as he held his staff aloft, the red stone glowing as it came to life. Shimmering life forces left the bodies and entered the stone, giving him strength. The staff, I yelled, but it came out as a croak. We have to destroy it. Forrest shifted, taking off into the sky. He circled once, and as he dove downward, his jaws opened and flames engulfed Baladon. I moved in, ready to continue the attack, when that staff swung out of the flames and struck Forrest in the side. He roared in agony, and his body hit the ground, leaving a crater where he landed. His head half lifted, then it crashed back down, a shudder washing over him as he shifted back. His whole right side was drenched in blood. I tried to get to him, but that staff appeared in front of me as Baladon sneered, clicking his tongue. You will not save him, Mori. You will not save any of them. Not thinking, I grabbed the staff in both hands, forcing my starlight into it, toward the stone. He tugged hard, but I held on tight, cursing as he grabbed my throat in one hand. I had no choice but to let go. His grip tightened, and I decided I was getting bloody tired of being strangled. My hands found his and he yelped in pain as my fingers seared his skin. I tumbled to the ground. You insolent bitch. He came after me. A blast of white magic from Sabella stopped him. His attention turned to her and Tristan, who was by her side. That staff, we had to get it from him. As he turned, I spotted something that gave me the slimmest bit of hope. The staff was cracked, right down the middle, almost to the stone. I rushed to Forrest, tapping his cheeks to get him to open his eyes. Look at me, damn it. I am, aren't I? He muttered, cringing. I checked his side, my stomach clenching at the extensive wound. There was no way to patch him up, but I could at least stop the bleeding. I pressed my palm against the wound and he snarled as I cauterized it, his fangs gnashing. Done. Can you walk? He sat up. If it ends this war, I'll do whatever I have to do. I helped him to his feet, and we were about to turn back around when that staff slammed into my back, taking us both down again. We rolled, head over heels, and I felt a fresh slash dripping blood across my back. We couldn't get close enough to him to do any damage, but the staff was what gave him his power. If we broke the damned thing, it would weaken him even more, and then we stood a chance. If we could all hit him at once. It would be like my vision, except this time the three of us would not be alone. The staff struck the ground nearby. We rolled to the side as it came at us, again and again. I am going to tear you all apart, Baladon raged. You first. I yelled and pressed my hands to the grass. The ground lit up a bright path as my starlight shot through it, and aimed for Baladon. It surrounded him, blinding him and trapping him in its brightness. I looked around. There she was. Kate. The staff. She sprinted across the field and using her shield bashed straight into Baladon. I heard the clash his staff and her shield, but the staff held on and my light was fading fast. Baladon backhanded Kate away from him, then charged after her. Craig's executioner blade stopped the staff from killing them both, but Baladon pressed down hard. Craig growled as he fought to stay upright, but it was a losing battle. I am a god. And you are nothing to me. Nothing. He let up the staff and swung it around, creating a whirling storm of shadow and ash. It spread out further and further, threatening to engulf us all as we rushed to get out of it. All around us the battle had picked up again, but our side was holding on, barely. We have to finish him, Sabella muttered. That staff, we can't get past him while he has it. And he's taking more life force, Kate snapped, pointing toward the shimmering souls aiming for the storm. The storm was so thick we could no longer see Baladon. I glanced at the stream of life, then at the dead bodies, then at Kate and Sabella. Shit. What? What are you looking at? Kate asked, trying to see what I was doing. Maury? It's the life force, that's what will destroy him, I whispered, remembering what I saw in the vision I had with Abby's help. It's not just our powers, it's what we're willing to give up to stop him. I know how to kill him. How? Sabella kept glancing at the shadow storm that was growing larger and larger the longer we stood there doing nothing. What you saw, I don't think it was our lives we lost, I explained in a rush. What do you mean? She asked. I can't really explain it, but I need you to trust me and just do as I do. Forrest. When the moment's right, I want you to place your hand on my shoulder. Craig and Tristan, do the same to Kate and Sabella. I don't like this, Forrest growled. You need to tell us what's about to happen. No time. I motioned around the battlefield, even more of our number had dropped just during the last few minutes. I love you. I pressed my hand to his heart. Trust me, please. This is the only way. He hesitated, but then nodded solemnly. Always. Kate. I need you to focus all your Vindicar power into that shield. Sabella and I are going to aim our power at it and throw it back at Baladon. But our hits aren't doing any damage, Kate argued. Because after we draw him in, we have to let him think he's killing us, have to let him use that damn staff of his to drain us. No. No way in hell. Craig blurted. That will kill you. No, I don't think it will, I replied. Kate nibbled at her bottom lip and shrugged. I trust her. You're serious. This is the plan? Let him try to kill you. How is that going to stop him? Forrest grabbed his arm and pulled him around. Have faith, remember? Have faith, that's what you're going to tell me. The storm spread out further, whipping my hair around my face. Black and violet lightning lit it from the inside out, highlighting Baladon's form. Now or never. Kate planted herself in the middle and motioned for Craig to stand behind her. He did so but glared at me as he passed. He could be as pissed at me as he wanted to be. There was a chance I was wrong, and this would indeed kill us, but my gut said this was right. Sabella and I took up our places on either side of Kate. She held up her shield. Sabella and I exchanged a nod, then our power built in our hands and the shield glowed a deep blue. I counted down from 3, and we combined our god powers with that of the shield. They bounced off as I hoped they would, and struck at the heart of the swirling storm. Just as it happened at the house when I felt my mind join with Sabella's and Kate, I felt them do the same now. The moment the connection hit, I sent out a thought to them all, that they needed to understand about this moment. This was not about our dying, it never had been. It was what we were willing to sacrifice, in order to save those we loved. And we'd been willing to give our lives, but not just our lives. The parts of us that made us who we were. The beam of power penetrated the storm. Baladon's enraged shout rose above all other sounds as the storm collapsed around him, barely keeping up the wind. The power struck his staff right at the center as the red stone grew. Fools! This ends here and now. Don't let up, I urged Kate and Sabella. Remember why we're here. I felt my starlight begin to weaken, but I couldn't call on Forrest just yet. Baladon raised his staff high overhead, scornful, thinking he'd won. The red stone grew so bright it was blinding, but I refused to look away. He aimed the stone and a bright red flash shot out, surrounding the 3 of us. Behind me, Forrest yelled, but we had to time this just right. Baladon's energy tugged at my center, ripping at my god power, my starlight, and my very soul. I dug my feet in, grinding my teeth as I swallowed back the scream needing to burst forth. It felt as if he dug around in my body with a dagger, searching for something. Kate and Sabella twitched and cried out. I waited, crossing my fingers that I was right. A shimmering substance started to separate from all of us. Maury! Forrest yelled. I held up my hand, stopping him. Just a bit longer. Our essences, what Baladon had taken from us, made their way to the tip of his staff. His smile widened, and his eyes closed, ready to accept such power into his being. Just a bit further. A bit further. Now. I yelled. Forrest's hand landed solidly on my shoulder. My light tripled in brightness. I gasped at the influx of power, heard Kate and Sabella do the same. The shimmering of our essences pulsed with a life of their own, as they made contact with the rest stone in Baladon's staff. It grew dim, then a high-pitched shriek filled the air and his eyes opened wide in confusion. What have you done? The staff visibly vibrated in his hand, overloaded with our power, combined with that given to us by our soulmates. It flowed from the staff and straight into his being, even as he tried to stop it. He screamed as the staff seared into his hands, making it impossible for him to get rid of it. The crack we created in his weapon grew larger, as did the screaming. Attack him. With everything you've got. I held up my hands. Starlight poured from me, blasting through the air to hit the god of monsters and darkness. Sabella's light combined with mine. Blue lightning flames crackled as Kate spewed them at him. Baladon could do nothing, or at least so I thought. He raised his arms over his head, the staff stuck in them fast, and with one final glare our way and a roar that echoed like thunder across the lands, he slammed the staff down into the ground and blasted everything within several miles. Forrest's hand gripped my shoulder as we crashed into the ground. Then there was utter silence, and my body lost all feeling. I vaguely wondered if I'd been wrong after all, and this was the end, but then I was floating, and my worries no longer mattered.
Chapter 23. Forrest. The blast filled my vision with a bright red light, and then I was on the ground. I spat grass from my mouth, failing to get up on the first attempt. My head throbbed as did the rest of me, but I had to rise so I could see. Smoke covered what remained of the battlefield, and others rose slowly, groaning and muttering curses. Baladon, I had to see if he lived. I made it to my feet, leaning against the stump of a tree, and stared straight ahead. There in the center was nothing but a burnt hole in the ground. Baladon the god was gone. Not even his staff remained. Forrest. "Craig, over here," I called, waving my arm over my head. He stumbled his way to me, limping and holding his right arm. It was bent at a funny angle, and we helped each other walk until we came across Tristan, lying face down in the mud. I gave him a nudge and he jerked up, flailing around until he realized it was us. "You alive?" He patted his hands down his front. "Think so, ouch? Damn broken ribs." I offered him a hand and hoisted him up. He took the other side of Craig, and we walked as quickly as we could, scouring the ground for survivors. No minions or monsters remained. Not a single one, and many of those who marched into battle with us were breathing and talking, waving at each other and laughing in stunned disbelief that it was finally over. Even the clouds were parting, and sunshine shone onto the land, lighting the green grass and trees and flowers. All were coming back to life. But what I did not see was any sign of Maury, or Kate and Sabella. With each step my anxiety grew, desperate to find Maury. And to find her alive. I saw what happened, saw their life forces being sucked into that staff, but I also saw what happened afterward. So much power had been too much for Baladon. He might have been a god, but he had taken on too much at once, and it destroyed him. Tore him apart. "There?" Tristan growled and pointed. He took off a second later, running toward a glimpse of red against the dead ground. Craig and I limped along a bit faster, until he spotted Kate a few yards away. I urged him to go to her, my eyes widening as I looked and looked for Maury. She had to be here, she had to be. A glimmer of starlight reflected the sun's rays, and I sprinted to her side, not caring about the pain I endured. "Maury." I fell to her side, dragging her close, but her body was still, too still. Her hands were limp and her eyes remained closed. I waited for her to breathe, but there was nothing. "No. Please wake up," I begged, shaking her gently. "You can't do this to me. I trusted you, all right? I trusted you to do what had to be done, and come back to me. You have to come back." I hugged her close, willing her to twitch, do something, anything to show she lived. There were no stars in her hair, and no light dancing at her fingertips. A furious howl and a pained yell told me Kate and Sabella were in the exact same state. None of them had lived. It was like Sabella's vision was coming true. And all we could do was sit here and watch. I refused to believe this, I stated firmly, swallowing back my furious shout. "I won't. You are going to live, do you hear me? You are going to make it. You have to." "Forrest?" Keanu and a few other dragons hobbled over and clustered around me. One by one they sank to one knee and bowed their heads. No. I wouldn't let what they were saying, even with their actions, be true. Maury wasn't dead. No. I wouldn't accept that. I wasn't going to let this be the end of it. I couldn't. My heart shattered bit by bit the longer I held her body in my arms. A tear slipped down my face and landed on her cheek. I hung my head, curling myself protectively around her, and couldn't move. Couldn't think. Maury, she was dead. "Forrest," Keanu breathed, "look." I lifted my head and looked to where he pointed. "She's dead," I mumbled, reality sinking in slowly and painfully. "She's gone." "No, she's not." Her fingers, they moved. I wanted to growl at them all to go away and leave me be, but then Maury's hand twitched, and starlight flickered at her fingertips, if only briefly. I held my breath, waiting for it to happen again. When it did, I shook her once more, but her eyes remained firmly closed. Her chest rose and fell though, and I hugged her to me. "She's alive." Lucy clapped her hands as she stood beside Kate and Craig. "Sabella too." Hank bellowed. "They're all alive. We need to get them and the survivors somewhere safe," I told Keanu, tears streaming down my cheeks. And I didn't give a damn at all who saw. "Her realm, we can go back there. Make camp just outside it." "I'll take care of everything," Keanu promised. "Take her home, Forrest." Word was passed along, and slowly, those of us who lived made our way back toward Maury's realm. I worried when we reached it, it wouldn't let us in, but stopped, shocked to find an official entrance awaited us. There was a stone archway and a welcoming garden waiting on the other side. I walked in, the sun shining down brightly, almost like it was welcoming Mori home. The stone maze parted as I started to walk, stone grinding as the pillars shifted and moved, giving us a straight shot to the temple. "We're home," I whispered to her, feeling her twitch again in my arms. "We're home for good." Every day for 2 weeks, I woke up in Mori's room and checked to see if she was awake. And each morning that she wasn't, I had to tell myself she was recovering from what happened. Kate and Sabella were the same way. Tristan, Craig and I wandered the stone garden, no longer a maze, and helped those who survived to heal. We had talked about rebuilding the strongholds in Gregornath, Boshan, Turolf, and the Dara lands, but none of us was ready to leave this place, not yet. The garden gave us a comforting sense of calm and peace as we waited for our other halves to come back to us. I planned on sending Keanu back to Gregornath today with the rest of the dragons. I wanted him to make a plan on repairing our home so we could get everyone back. Craig was going to do the same with the demons still here, and Tristan had already sent Hank back to Turolf to begin prepping for a rebuild. It felt like just weeks ago I'd constructed a new palace and would have to do it all over again. "No change?" Keanu asked as I walked out of the temple and found him sitting under a weeping willow. "Not yet," I sighed. "I want you to return to Gregornath for me." "You're certain?" "Unless you have somewhere else you need to be." "No, I've missed home and our people need us. But I will stay here as long as you need me." He patted my shoulder. "Your father would be proud of you, more than you know." I wanted to believe him, but we had lost so many lives to get through this war. Half of me believed it wasn't over, while the other half said it was time to get back to living and enjoying my life with Mori. If she ever woke up. "I shall set out once I gather supplies for the journey," Keanu told me. "You'll be all right here?" "Yes, I don't want to move her, not yet." He stood and I rose with him, embracing him. Then he turned toward the gardens to find the other dragons and return home. Not that it truly mattered if dragons remained in Gregornath anymore. The kingdoms were no longer separated, not in my mind. We'd bled all over this map, fighting for every kingdom and every race. I wasn't even sure I wanted to be king anymore. The title no longer sounded like me. As the day wore on, Keanu departed, and I watched him go, traveling with the demons they would leave off in Boshan on their way. Craig, Tristan and I found ourselves near the waterfall, watching the water ripple and move, hardly talking. Our minds were too consumed with worry to say much. Several more days passed. A dragon returned carrying a message from Keanu, Nora, and Hank, all with words we never dreamt of reading. "There are more survivors," I exclaimed. "How?" "They said they hid in the woods, used the old tunnels, and stayed out of sight. Many traveled north to the mountains. When the darkness broke, they came out of hiding and were already working at clearing the rubble and starting to build anew," the messenger announced. I couldn't stop smiling. I hugged Tristan and Craig. More had survived Baladon's war, giving new hope to the realms. The person I wanted to share the news with was still unconscious upstairs in her room. I walked up there anyway, ready to whisper the words to her in hopes they would pull her from her sleep, but when I opened the door I froze. Mori stood in the center of the room, holding out her hands in front of her face. Stars littered her hair, falling to the floor around her feet, but she seemed off somehow. When she lifted her head and spotted me, her eyes glittered with light, and I rushed in to hold her, swinging her around as she laughed and hugged me back. "You're awake." "Thank the gods," I muttered into her hair, never wanting to let her go again. "I told you to trust me," she replied, kissing me. "How long was I out?" 2 weeks and counting." I held her face in my hands, trying to figure out what felt different. "You've changed, haven't you? But I can't tell how." She tilted her head as she smiled crookedly. "I'm not immortal anymore." "What? How? You still have your starlight." "I do, but I'm not a goddess. That's what I gave up to destroy Baladon." "Meaning what exactly?" I asked, still uncertain what she was trying to tell me. "Sabella's vision showed you 3 dying." Yes, a part of us dying, she corrected gently. A part we were willing to give up. You gave up your immortality to kill him. Why? Why not? I would rather be with you than to live forever without you, she explained, standing on her toes to kiss me. So I did. Down the corridor from Maury's room, I heard more excited chatter and laughter. Kate and Sabella had awoken too, it seemed. I think tonight we should celebrate, I announced. There's much to catch you up on. Oh, good news, I hope? Very, very good news indeed. And then, you and I can finally start our lives together. I held her close as I kissed her, content to feel her alive in my arms. The war was over, and Maury had lived. I couldn't ask for anything more than that. Epilogue. Forrest. 3 years later. Thunder rumbled over the mountains as dark storm clouds grew, coming closer to the castle. I'd awakened to the soft grumbling of the sky and reached an arm out to seek my wife at my side, but the bed was conspicuously empty. It was warm still, so she hadn't been up for long. I stretched as I sat up, scratching at the scruff on my face. Spring had come, and brought with it the rain we'd been waiting on for the newly planted fields. Since the war had ended, the lands had been slowly repairing themselves and coming back to life with new vigor. I worried Baladon's darkness had poisoned the ground for crops, but the year before, everything came up as if nothing happened. Though of course it had. A monument had been built in each kingdom, in remembrance of those who fought and died to save us all. And to remember the sacrifice given by a goddess, a seer, and the Vindicar. Maury had lost her immortality, and her starlight was slowly diminishing with each passing day. It didn't seem to bother her, though. She was happy, told me so any time I glanced at her worry at the back of my mind. Sabella had lost her goddess half as well, and was merely a seer now, though the last time I checked in with Tristan her visions were few and far in between. It was a relief for both of them, especially with the current state Sabella was in. Pregnant with their first child. Tristan was a nervous wreck half the time. Kate was still a Dara, but the Vindicar was no more. They'd each lost a bit of themselves that day, but what they gained in return was so much more. I dressed in a shirt and breeches, leaving our chambers barefoot as I strolled through the castle, in no hurry to find Maury. I felt her presence close by, most likely out in the greenhouse. We'd spent some time in her realm too, a realm now open for all to come and go as they pleased. "Morning, Uncle," I greeted Keanu as I entered the hall, finding him and several other occupants of the castle enjoying breakfast. "My king," he said, and poured me a cup of coffee. "Have you lost your wife again?" "It would appear so. Have you seen her by chance?" "She said something about the greenhouse." "Oh, and wanted me to remind you that you have visitors arriving today." I frowned over my mug, until I remembered our plans to host the other monarchs, including the new elf king and queen, 2 elven warriors who had been selected to rule in Drake and Ashan's place after their unfortunate deaths. "And when are they arriving?" Keanu chuckled. "A few hours. You have time." "Yes, I do." Taking my coffee with me, I left the hall and went to the doors leading outside. Rain pattered the dry ground, and I hurried across the courtyard to the greenhouse, making it to the door just as the skies opened up and rain poured from the heavy clouds. It tapped against the glass roof, and I didn't have to walk too far inside before I found Maury, her head tilted back as she stared up at the drops. "Something you had to do so early this morning?" "It's a perfect morning, didn't want to waste it." "You always did love storms," I whispered as I kissed the top of her head. "Nothing else troubling you?" Her eyes widened just enough for me to know there was something. She'd been quieter than normal the last few days, and tried to turn away from me now. "Don't know what you're talking about." "Maury, it's a bit early. Just help a dragon out here and tell me? Please." "I was going to wait until the others arrived, but think you'd be mad if I dropped this news on you in front of them all." I set my mug down, on the verge of panicking the longer she kept me waiting. "Is it your starlight? Something else wrong from the war?" "No, nothing like that. I'm She mumbled something to herself, then took my hands and placed them on her stomach and grinned up at me. Get ready to join the Worrywart Father Club, on top of the Panicking Husbands Club. I blinked quickly, glancing down at my hands on her stomach, then back to her face. We're truly. Yes, she laughed as I hugged her to me. Yes, we are. Holy shit, I mumbled. I had the same reaction a few weeks ago. Weeks. You knew for weeks and didn't tell me. She shrugged. I wanted to be certain, and I'll admit I was a little worried how you'd take it. Tristan's being a bit overbearing. And you guys, well, you're all the same in that department. I nodded along with her, already wondering how much of a pain it was going to be over the next 8 months, making sure she didn't do anything crazy. But the smile on my face only grew wider. We'd talked about starting a family at some point, and now it was happening. I couldn't wait to tell the others, but was happy she told me first. I swept her up into my arms, kissing her as the storm played on around us. Eventually, we made it back inside and got ready for our royal visitors. It took longer than normal, what with my stopping her every few seconds just to hug her. She did have a certain glow about her I'd thought was just her starlight being brighter than normal. My excitement fluctuated from nervousness and back again, until I found myself pacing the entrance hall anxiously. At the sound of horses in the courtyard, my head shot up. 2 toddlers ran inside, giggling and laughing as they tripped over each other to get to me. Uncle Forrest? The little boy yelled, his twin sister right on his heels. I bent down and scooped them both up into a bear hug, spinning them around and around as Kate and Craig caught up, shaking out the rain from their hair and clothes. What are you feeding them? I asked. They're so heavy. They're growing up so damned fast, Craig agreed, grinning proudly at his 2 children. Lucy and Bernard, though we all called him Bear. No Sabella and Tristan yet. Not yet, sure they'll be here shortly. I set the twins down and shook hands with Craig, then pulled Kate into a hug. We all got together at least once a month, usually more, unless we were busy with planting or harvests. Maury called out to Kate and the 2 hugged, talking rapidly as they meandered toward the hall, Lucy and Bear in tow. Man, I still can't believe I have twins, Craig admitted. There are mornings I wake up and still think we're at war, I told him. Maury having nightmares still? No, thank the gods they've finally stopped. I glanced toward the hall, expecting she would want to make the announcement herself, but I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. And we have some news of our own, it seems. I grinned. News. Tristan and Sabella rushed up the steps. Something good, I hope, Sabella said, holding her very pregnant belly. Maury and Kate. Hall, I told her, and yes, good news. I'm sure she'll tell you once you're in there. She waddled away. Tristan watched her with a look of concern I had a feeling I'd be showing fairly soon myself. So this news of yours, Craig asked, what is it? Well, we're going to have a baby. Tristan and Craig broke into grins, and just as they both hugged me, high-pitched squeals of excitement resounded from the hall. Maury must have just told Kate and Sabella. Well now, our family just keeps getting bigger and bigger, Craig stated. You ready for fatherhood? Tristan asked. Gods no, but I think I am ready for another adventure with Maury, I told them both as we reached the hall doorway. Maury's eyes met mine, and I felt immediately surrounded by the love that bound us together. The 6 of us had been alone, and somehow, one by one, we found each other. I reached up and touched the tattoo under my collarbone, mirroring Maury as she did the same. It warmed for a heartbeat, and her eyes sparkled with starlight. Oh yes, I was definitely ready for another adventure, especially with Maury at my side for the rest of our days.
I hope you've enjoyed this Kit Bladegrave book. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.